What is up, kids? Happy few minutes before East Coast New Year's. Happy New Year's to those of you that are east of the East Coast, which would be out in the Atlantic or further. Um, Great to see everybody. I was waiting, watching Tri-State while I was driving home, listening, waiting for him to get done, and figured I'd go live a little early. Um, and we'll just roll till we roll. We'll roll in some New Year's. We'll do some Insomniacs live stuff. We'll do some nice stuff. El Cap Addict, your knife came back today, dude, and it's going out on, unfortunately not tomorrow, but it will be going out on Thursday. Yeah, I was trying to think what day it was. Is there reverb? Let me try something. Hold on. You guys have to help me with my sound because I know nothing about this. Let me do this. All right. The reverb could be coming from my phone. Let me try something. Is the reverb still there? Can you hear me? Can you feel me? Can you see me? I don't hear the reverb anymore, but I was hearing it from my phone because when I do this, I get a little bit of that. But we don't have to do that. Yeah, I think that's better too, ain't it? Good to see all you guys that are here. Let's go up here and let's see who's in here. I tried to highlight everybody when they came in. Saw a new gentleman that I hadn't seen, I don't think before, but I don't see a lot of things. Wicked Knives and Things was in here earlier. If y'all see him later, say hello to him. That was this afternoon. Brother Marco, channel members in the house. Addicted to Blades 2 is in the house. B Shady 22, channel members in the house. My brother, El Cap Addict, is in the house. We have got Wes B, if I'm not mistaken, aka Space Ghost, or he's using Space Ghost icon. Good to see you either way, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. My man, Paul Mills. Happy New Year, Paul. Early. I think you are on the same time zone as I am, which I'm looking at 10:10 here, which means it's 11:10 on the East Coast. And I've got a I've got the sound effects ready. Could y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that? Or is it not just nothing? Stephen Wallace, I'm gonna start at the bottom now. Welcome, brother. We got Blade Shooter G. Good to see you, Blade Shooter G. Ron Crow's been in here chatting. Channel member, good to see you, man. Paul Mills. And any of you, I don't know if Michael Upchurch, good to see you, buddy. Thank goodness you went live. Couldn't take more. Hey guys, I've been enjoying, and what I liked about tonight's live, because I was just listening while I was driving. I was coming back from my dad's, but I was listening to him talking about wanting to get back to some of his more creative content. I loved like when he did the knife store guy and he did some of that clowny creative content. Because I'm convinced that there's nobody more creative and whimsical than what Tri-State can do, and I'd love to see him do some of that. I think he does great ads, great commercials for stores. I think he's my buddy. I give him a hard time, like I give a lot of people hard times. We rib the people we love, right? And I will, speaking of love, I saw a great video today from a creator that I'm never been really that much of a fan of, but I'm going to give it a chance because I think the messaging was very strong. Marco, channel member, welcome, buddy. We got Dr. Drew Dude in the house. We've got Neil McKenzie, channel member in the house. Any of you guys, I put out my first Javon's Musings, which is going to be a weekly. I'm going to put it out every Sunday night, kind of late. Just kind of a weekend review, kind of thoughts, musings. Leave comments if you want to see things change, if you want to see it be different. Trying to make it positive, uplifting, and just kind of really just Dr. Drew did. I think they dropped balls deep in about 3 or 4 years. He's still a little young for them to fully drop. And I'll tell you, not that there's anything wrong with it. And when I say the word gay, I spell it out Ghey. But Tri-State has, when he was talking about Tiffany Blue, love Tiffany Blue. I don't want all my knives Tiffany Blue, but that's a great thing about the community and people that like knives is we all like different stuff. I think that's great. this video that we'll look at in a little while because I do want y'all to go check it out if you get a chance. And the first 5, 6, 7 minutes, I was about to leave a nasty comment, which I rarely do. And then I just listened to the video, which one of my resolutions is to listen more, talk less, unless I'm doing live streams when I'm talking to myself. But I continued to listen, and I went from thinking, oh, this is another fucking sour grapes video, and it wasn't. It was totally positive. I want to share it. I want to talk about it at some point tonight or in the morning if we're still here. Just, surprising stuff. And the messaging behind it, without giving it away, was you can love everybody without liking them. I can love you and I cannot like you. And if each of us practiced the fact that we were going to try to love, and those people that we maybe had heard something about, or we didn't like something about what we'd heard, or, things in the community kind of move that way, and maybe just give people chances. If you haven't had a personal experience with them, it was an interesting perspective from a young, I say pretty young, I would think, creator that I thought was very introspective. Made me think, yeah, that's a good way to think, a good way to be. And if more people would be that way, we would all be happier, healthier, kinder people. Because again, and it wasn't their line, it was a line that they'd heard from somebody. I love you, but that doesn't mean I like you. I thought that was great. Kind of like sorry, not sorry, but not really, because it's kind of like I can put love here and not agree with anything that you really seem to believe or say. But then this creator went on to talk about, we're all in the knife community because at some form or area we like knives, and we probably have other things that we have in common more than things that the media, a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Just that's popular speech out there today is divisive, where we can always see things that we believe differently, but at the same time, there's so many things. Probably, if we looked at it differently, what do we have in common? What draws us together? And let those differences be differences. Mirsal, channel member, what is up, brother? Good to see you, man. Happy New Year early. Use your feces. Mersalt, you're in the U.S., aren't you? I can't remember. So if any of you all, if it's 2025 where you are, put a 1 in the chat, and I will make sure I give you some fireworks for 2025. Because Roman, what's going on, buddy? I saw you slip in, and I've gone back to the bottom trying to stay caught up with the chat, guys. So if I did happen to miss somebody that was here earlier, I didn't do it intentionally. So I do apologize if I have. Not my intention. I am going to hit some quiet music. I'm even going to go quieter than that, since I know it's not me echoing. It's the phone. So see, if I put the phone here, I've got it muted and turned all the way down, but I hear it echoing over here, and it's probably picking up. I've just got a few knives out here. I've got the Tuya Strength, which I haven't reviewed yet, but this is a very cool integral knife that has multiple deployments. Flipper, front flipper, thumb studs. And then I've got my EMP EDC Pulse Bowie, Axial Knives If Tonto, Mr. Designs, one of the weirdest knives I bought. And when I went and reached out to Mr. Designs, I was going to buy another Cypher. I was going to buy a Cypher D, which is actually the drop point. And he said, you really ought to try out this Zero that my dad designed. And this is an interesting little minimalistic gentleman's button lock that's got one of the thinnest blades, M390, best tech OEM, different little knife. One of my favorites that I'm going to sharpen later this morning or tomorrow sometime. This is going to be my next little sharpening project. I did get in my captain's tape, which I'll show you guys in a second, that Kyle Coonley was showing us last Friday that he uses. I've got my gom, a knife I don't carry nearly enough. Very, very well made Chinese knife from, if I'm not mistaken, Riyadh. My Slim Midi in an S90V. Absolutely love this knife. I've got a couple of other Bedfords, but the Slim Midi is by far my favorite. I wish he had some other cool knives. I also got a Midi Marauder, which I like, but those are just so beefy. And then kind of a little unique one, my Wehr, W-E-H-R, Alley P, which stands for production. And this is a little custom design that Wehr knives, probably their most popular custom design. It's a little guy, or I'd say smedium, to quote Christine at Women Carry Knives. Small and medium, smedium. It's a smedium sized knife, but I like it a lot. Cheeto, what is up? My brother from another, Cheeto McLean, is in the house. And then I've got my Carco, who was willing to let this go with some Brother Bill Pro X 1840 scales. I janked up the sharpening job on it because I got some slurry. I don't know if you can see that. It doesn't bother me because it's a user. But I learned, and that's what the Captain tape's good for. It is definitely a full-size knife, but it doesn't hold like a full-size knife, right? I mean, for what I cut, which is dog food bags, cat food bags, cardboard before recycling day, which is only once a month when I break down a lot of cardboard. And paracord from time to time, and I'll cut little branches off. And then I've got the TKL. This is the Agent series. I've actually got two of these Agent series knives. They're like 7 inches, 7.5 inch, but they make them with about 5 different blade shapes. Some that have 3 edges. Like you have an edge here, an edge here. It's actually a reverse Tonto that has an edge there and an edge here. Because these are combat knives. I don't do a lot of combat. They're also good EDC knives. Yeah, if I fell in the water, snot rag, and I had the Evo in my pocket, I better be able to fucking do my doggy paddle in a big way. Lord Needham, go to sleepy time, buddy. Happy New Year, wherever you are. 2025 is going to be rocking. Your picture today, or the picture that I saw today, I don't know if you posted it today, with your lamp, your Lamia, your Oz, and that pin. I don't know what pin it was, but I'm sure it was bougie as all get out. Awesome picture. Always love seeing your stuff, dude. Have a great night. I've not done any resolutions yet this year because mine are kind of simple. It's get back into the employment field, get the dental work that I've been putting off done, and either sue Geico or get them to total my car or get a door. Those are my 3 main objectives. Not objections, objectives. Those are pretty easy. Flicking the Finch. I've got a video, Angry Tom, that is sitting. I've got 8 finches sitting in a tray right back there that I'm going to do a collection dive because I've given away a lot of finches, but I've kept kind of my favorites, my early finches, some that are just kind of more sentimental to me. And I'm going to do a finch overview because looking at those, especially with knives like the Gunslinger Jack and the other, I mean, finches, granted, they've gotten a little more pricey now. They're fantastic knives for what they are. They really are good knives. I'm a finch fan. They just unfortunately don't fit. I can't buy a $175 knife. Well, I can't buy anything now, but if I'm saving up to buy some of the things that I'm kind of evolved into. And that's something that 2024 in reflection, I jumped into slip joints. First, I jumped into fixed blades. I was kind of into fixed blades, but jumped hard into fixed blades, EDC fixed blades. Had this little slip joint spurge out, I guess you'd call it. I think that was 2024. where I just was buying the shit out of slip joints. I've got a good selection of slip joints that I feel are more than I'll ever use because I always swore I'd never buy one. So I've weaned off that. It's weird. The slip joint fetish, so to speak, is no longer driving me. It's not a dopamine pusher. 5-door, greetings, brother. Happy early. Great resolution, Richard. Traveling, something I've not done enough of in my life. But I swear to gosh, that's the best thing I think you can do, because memories, when we get old and feeble, like I am. Donnie, Happy New Year, buddy. Have a great night, and you be safe, brother, man. I know you will. You're a thoroughbred like me. And if you're going to go down fighting, brother. But yes, Happy New Year. And if Donnie's partying out, we'll... Can y'all hear the fireworks? I noticed I did a sound effect or two. Have you had the big bro Jack? I have not. The Jack Wolf, the Kieranite is my favorite handle material. It was funny. I went to Blade Show 2022 and I had committed myself to spending $300 on a Jack Wolf. And at the time I was going to get the Feel Good Jack. And so I walk over to the booth and Ben just jumps on me because that's when they had the gunslinger. He was like, dude, we finally got you a locking knife. I was like, Ben, I've just committed myself to finally buy a slip joint, because I always told Ben, your knives are great. I'm not a slip joint guy. Good luck to you. I know you're going to do great. So I was there to talk slip joints, and he was sitting there giving me all kinds of love for the gunslinger, which was great. But so I came back from Blade Show. I went to, I forget if it was DLT. I forget which knife retailer it was. It was one of four, to buy the Feel Good. And I saw a knife that I'd seen before that I liked, the Low Drag. It was still in stock, and it was in stock in the, I think it's carbon. Yeah, so I went to buy the Feel Good, and I bought the Low Drag, which I instantly fell in love with. And I went back like 2 weeks later when I got paid, and I got the Feel Good in the pink. And then I realized that where I was in collecting, I'd kind of lost. I always carry a slip joint. I'm carrying one today. I rarely use it, and I'll tell you why in just a second. Today I'm carrying the Tuya Queen Anne's Revenge, which is a modern slip joint, but it's really unique. It's a full-size slip joint. I'm a fan. But again, here's what it comes down to. So my little 120-pound city boy ass carries 3 knives every day. I carry a slip joint in my left pocket. I carry a primary folder clipped into my right pocket, which used to be what I would grab out when I would cut open packages or cut open peanuts or cut open this or that. Now, I also carry an EDC fixed blade, and 80% of the time, unless I'm in an office environment, which I haven't been in quite a while, I'm using my fixed blade because it's easiest to deploy. It's easiest to get to. Les George's. I've experienced one. 5-door. Who was it that sent me several knives? It was Carco to check out, and one of them was a Les George. And I'd never experienced one, and it's just awesome. Which one, Ant? Both of my, this one is actually that gold carbon fiber. And it's not my favorite color, but these were all but sold out. They just happen to be in stock. And then the other one I've got some micarta slip joints. I've got some. Now, if you're not a micarta fan, you won't like these. These are modern traditionals from Italy. They're called Viper knives. And this is the Viper knives Hug. which I really like. These are about $60 less than a Jack Wolf, maybe more than that, less than a Jack Wolf, but they're M390, very thin. And then I've got the Viper Twin, which I think is a sexy slip joint. So I went out and I picked up a couple of tool steel Bokers. I picked up several cases. I had a full-size Sidebuster, a couple of Sidebuster Juniors. I did pass those along in giveaways. What's up, Angelo? Had a bunch of Rough Rider reserves. I was collecting patterns. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just buying slip joints. And for me, because I had a threshold where I was used to every couple of weeks when I was working full time to spend a couple of $100s on a knife. I'm not proud of it. It was almost an addict. I am an addict. Kyle Coonley, what is up, brother? But when I found the Rough Rider reserves and most slip joints, with the exception of some of these imported ones, they were so economical. I mean, you can get a Rough Rider reserve. Granted, it's not the best materials, but probably 6 or 7 that I bought were all perfectly centered. They seem to be put together very well. And I think the most expensive one I got was probably $69. But again, for some reason, thank you, God, I am no longer attracted to slip joints. I've gotten 2, actually 4, but 2 Grail GECs with the help of Pocket Metal. And then I've got a little keychain GEC. I've got a lockback GEC, a liner lock. I've got my 2 Vipers, my Hedgehog, my nip slip. And I always carry one in a slip in my left pocket. So I've always got it. But I'm telling you guys, I used to say when I got, and I've only been doing this, not YouTube, but doing the knife thing again for probably 3.5 years whenever lockdown started. And if you would have told me that I would have ever looked at a fixed blade knife, I would have bet a lot of money that you were wrong. Slip joint, same way. Because when you come in, we get hyper focused on different elements of the community, what we like. And I still love automatic knives. I love great actions, but I also really like to cut. Joe Isabella, member for 21 months, almost 2 years, and a contributor of some of the most fantastic swag, handmade swag I've seen. And we have got the man I was just talking about who I listened to on the way home today, Tri-State. Tri-State, I was saying, I am voting for you to get your creative juices flowing again. You always are creative in your reviews. I always say that. I mean, but when you do your satire shit like the knife guy, the 2 knife guys, and I know that takes a lot of time. I don't know if it was worth your while, but that stuff is great content, dude. You got a gift. And it's just entertaining and takes your mind off of shit. So you go, boy. Fox 507. Dude, thank you. Happy New Year, man. I appreciate you. Y'all have a great New Year's. I definitely appreciate the support, Fox 507. More than you know. Thank you, buddy. Joseph S., what is up? I was on the Rough Rider roll. And then I picked up a Fox. I've got another little. And Austin won't get mad at this, but I also have one of the only QSPs, Hedgehogs, that the back spring broke on. It just happened to snap. And I reached out to Austin. This is an exclusive. I sent somebody, I can't remember who got my scales, but I got to replace it. He said he's never seen it happen. It broke just clean. It must have been a weakness in that spring metal. But then probably one of my cooler slip joints. I'd always admired this knife from afar, and it's ridiculous. And I have regrets because for $40 more, I could have gotten it in patriotic carbon fiber. But this is the little Surge razor knife slip joint. It's got great walk and talk. And it slices all get out. Burnt Relic. Hello. Hey. Let me get over to my right shoulder. That is one of the coolest things I've had sent to me since I've had a channel. That is a Burnt Relic original Jason Brown. I can't even put it into words, and it's shameful because you can't get it on camera. The depth, the work that's put into it, and the camera won't show this. And for those of you that met Jason 2022, I know Cole did. He captured the eyes perfectly. I always said that Jason didn't have to say a word. He smiled with his eyes. If y'all are looking for any type of cool, unique, organic artwork by a community member, burntrelic.com. Make sure that's the website. Oops. I've got my Jason Isabella B up on it. I was talking to Marco Scamma yesterday, and he was showing me one of his Christmas decorations that was a house lit up, you know, a Christmas scene. And on the welcome mat, he had his Chewy, his little Chewy that Grumpy Grunt's roommate printed. And that's a huge regret that I have, because I kind of missed the boat on those when they came out. And I would have been happy to get one that wasn't painted or one that was painted. But I love when Stevie takes him everywhere. And I love that so many people not only take the Chewies, but take Jason's memory and let people. I can't tell you how touched I was going through Jason Brown Be-Up Day and listening to people in the chat. Never met him. I didn't come into the community yet, but sounds like just, I mean, that meant so much to me. I mean, because again, I mean, we can all strive to be half that guy. And to still be a doting dad of a little girl and a wife, and to have so much time for people that he and I spent 2 hours together because we had dinner together with a group of people, and then maybe another 30 minutes. And we talked on the phone every week for just a chat for a few minutes. We didn't have long conversations, but he was always making time for people. And that goes back to this video I want y'all to, and I'm going to pull it up now, because I'm guilty of being a hater of this creator. And when I say hater, I don't mean that I hated her. I was just not a fan of their opinions and found them pretentious, and still do. Because the message here is, I love you. I don't have to like you. And I watched this, and I was getting ready to give, because again, the first 10 minutes or 5 minutes are a hard watch. I was about to leave, and I never leave comments. As you guys know, I'm the worst about reading comments. I've just got an anxiety because I'm so far behind. I won't go into there. That's my bad. I'm flawed human being. I'm trying to get better. It's a resolution. But I want y'all, regardless of what you think, love it, hate it, I want y'all to go bookmark this video. It's short. It's just an end of the year kind of wrap up thoughts. Some flawed or some things I wanted to, I had it articulated in a very way. And Kyle, you have to, and I totally agree with you. I think we should hate all people equally until they prove themselves worthy. I jokingly say that, but her point isn't it's more love of a concept, right? Not love of a I love you, man type thing. Like I love you guys. I love you guys. But she's talking a bit more of a concept. And again, if you have to fast forward it, I'll tell you how far to fast forward it because it does get. I'll show you. Oh, we'll watch it together.
That maybe we're on to something.
All right,
That's the
we're gonna do the virtue. I'm gonna do the whole.
As you can probably hear,
or get y'all hopefully at least interested in maybe checking this out and looking at it with a fresh set of ears. Because again, I was the guy, no fan at all. So
I'm pretty sick. I have it together, and in the end, I just figured I would paid promotions, just a real life place to all come together.
So I kind of disagree here, and she even says she doesn't fault anybody, but I think there's nothing wrong with people monetizing their channel. She doesn't want to join the ad program, but yet she then talks about it's given her the opportunity to meet these knife makers that she can do real world testing and get just the facts. Well, she's testing one knife. She's one person testing it and she's promoting those small makers. So don't virtue signal. Anyway, that's not the part I meant. And I was about to type a very well articulated comment that would have been taken wrong. And I would have had her fans all over me, but I didn't. And I'm glad I didn't because I listened to it. And I didn't comment, but I gave her.
And batoned and cross-batoned and tried to break it on camera during the summer of money that I saved being mine. Somebody told you not to like that person.
Okay, this is where
there's constant chit chat in the community about other people, right? Me, everyone. And it is very easy to be in a group chat on Instagram or something, right?
I think
and hear certain things about a person, and before you even know it, you immediately hate them or dislike them or have something against them. Now, you've never even talked to this person in real life. You've never talked to them virtually, but because you're friends, because somebody...
And there's a lot of projection going on here, or maybe past acknowledgement without saying, I'm the person that used to do that would call out Metal Complex and all these other people. So she's as guilty as anybody that she's referring to, but that's okay because she's making a great point.
Somebody told you not to like that person. You don't like them. And it even goes further than that. You hate them, right? You don't even know.
I think that's a personal projection. I don't think any of us get a vibe about somebody and then hate them. Hate's a strong word. I don't
know them and you can't stand them.
And I know Kyle Coonley's going to type something because I'm not looking about love's a strong word too, but you got to look at the half full, half empty, positive, negative, light, dark, whole.
And then you have this bias, right? So maybe you get curious about this person, you go watch their stuff, but because it's already been put in your head that you should hate them.
So she just goes yada, 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 yada. You might have this bias, which is true. You might think, I'm not going to support them, blah, blah, blah. But she gets into this whole thing about
dressed grungy or to relationships with people, because at the end of the day,
basically, it's a good video. I'm not going to sit here and put y'all through it because y'all might not. I mean, she and I have very little in common, but I do know this. I know that about 2 years ago, her and Shane were at each other's throats in comment sections. Because Shane's a troll. He loves it. He'll be the first one to admit it, and he's one of the best out there. Well, Kyle Coonley's up there too. But I think it was Jason Brown. I'm not going to quote this. Shane has to quote this, but I think it was Jason Brown that said you need to reach out to her. You'll probably find that y'all have a lot in common. And if it's not Jason Brown, I'm sorry. But I think it was. And so Shane did. And I don't know if they still communicate, but it was an absolutely eye-opening experience to see, again, like she says in the video, she goes on to say, we all have different religious leanings, life leanings, trauma leanings, political leanings. We have a lot of differences in a community this big, but we're all here at some level because we like knives. So she makes a point that we probably, if we would take the time to reach out to some of these people that in the past maybe we've avoided or we've questioned this or that. And I don't have anybody that I really fall into that with, but I thought about it from an overall message to the community at the end of the year is something I wanted to at least bring up because I think it's valid. Um, Trying to think how to phrase it. It's just, and she never, it's not a life's too short type speech, but it's just, and I'm not 100, but she says, there's a chance that we like to hunt, that we might both have been vets or we might both suffer from PTSD or have dealt with that. There might be things that, and her point was she's met a bunch of people this year that have made a huge impact on her life that she initially didn't have. I mean, they're the last people she says in this video that she would have ever thought that she'd become friends with. Five door. Crowdfunded a Cat Von D. Dude, I used to be a Cat Von D fan. And I still am in a way. I loved her when she was on Theo Von's podcast. I don't know if you saw that, but what's the deal with her and Machine Gun Kelly going all black on their tattoos? I mean, you spend a ton of money and time to get yourself inked up. And I realize you might put things on there that you don't want people to see because you mature out of it. But that's the wrong reason to get a tattoo. You need to get something that's gonna, and Donnie will probably agree with this, that is gonna take you to a place in your life. Even if you grow out of it, you want that memory there. Because maybe it'll lead you from going back to that place, whatever it is. I mean, I think of tattoos as, now not for everybody, but I think a good tattoo is a life story if you were going to be a tattoo guy. So, but basically that's just going off on a ramble because she mentions that. But there are things that not, and she said, I'm sure a lot of people won't even make the effort, but if you think that way, if you just alter your thinking a little bit and maybe say, they're not my cup of tea, but I'm going to check out their video this week. And you do that every week. You check out their video, right? And what? I got to find that. I hate when I miss comments, especially when I'm getting roasted. Oh, I missed it. And that's what I mean. Chats are for. I don't do them for me. I do them for people to have a place because, again, bygones be bygones. I spent and really immersed myself in this community. Met Shane, met Jason, met Cole, met Bees, met a lot of people through Grateful Panic's lives. He used to go live every Tuesday night, and I think Friday night I'm live. And he did that for about a year. And it does, dude. It's a burnout. Like I said, I don't know what 2025, I said my member chat is going to hold for my live stream schedule. I'll always do a members live on Saturday, and I'll always at least do one live a week. But I don't want to get overexposed. And I don't want to say the same thing over and over. But the point is, what I loved about Grateful Panic's live streams was not necessarily what he was talking about. Because all he was doing, I can talk about anything. The only thing I choose not to talk about are just things that are divisive or will get me banned. Basically, that's it. So, it's wide open. Y'all all have wrenches. I haven't pulled anybody's wrenches yet. Y'all can say and do what you want to do. I trust y'all are all grown ups. We get the same group in here all the time. So I'm 100%. Josh Branson, what is up, buddy? We are, by the way, 14 minutes and 765. We're 13 minutes away from New Year's on the East Coast. Happy New Year's coming up to you guys on the East Coast. But so yeah, it's just a good way because, like I said, I've got the major things that I've got to do in 2025, like mouth work, get a fucking job, get either sue Geico, go to war there, or get my fucking car totaled or fixed. 3 things. I don't have a lot, but I also want to be Kyle Kinley. I'm going to find it right now. Thank you, buddy. And Kyle knows that I'm very squirrely, that I will pop And I will say this, I've never, and I know Kyle, 'cause I've never had anything that before I got to really know Kyle, like when I first knew Kyle as trying to help Shane pronounce his name right, I always thought he was hilarious in the chats. But this dude has got some freaking knowledge. Um, and there are people getting knowledge every day in this community that I think not only dispels some popular opinions, and dispels the wrong word, because there's two ways to get to point B, right? Or point A, whatever. But it's not this or that. There's just a lot of good stuff, right? And the truth sometimes things need to be corrected, because I'm the first to admit I will say stupid shit. I try not to ever position myself as a knife anybody other than somebody who likes knives, right? I'm not a steel expert. I'm not a design expert. I know what I like. Um, I don't have any like outlying skill that makes me any more adept to talk about pocket knives than any of you guys. I can just handle myself. I love it. I love it. Shane, if you want to jump up here and talk about you've probably done it on your own lives, but I'm not gonna let that cat out of the bag. But yes, Shane's one of the people I was referring to. There's so many people that are doing it, right? They're actually making it happen, and they're seeing what the results of doing things a certain way versus just what it says in a book about what something's supposed to do, right? And the ranges that it'll do it in. So I can understand when someone that's put in the time, like Kyle Coonley or Shane or so many others of y'all that have real knowledge. I don't have that. I'm taking myself out of that pool of people because I admit it, I don't have it. But to be able to have the balls to say, "Hey man, love you to death, but you're wrong or you're misinforming your audience." You know, however you do that, it's your own way to do it. But I think that's great. Pitt, how much time do you have? I don't have the story, but basically, and thank you for supporting the channel, buddy. I've heard bad things, and I'm not the person because I've only heard them like third or fourth person. Um, but I'm sure some people will throw some stuff in the chat. But I hope she doesn't have any of your knives. And if you were thinking about having her sharpen some of your knives, send them to Clinging Work Sharpening. I've got 2 on the way back from him. One chisel grind for my buddy that looks awesome that he actually had Cerakoted too. It was a Joey Roman custom. And he's sending me back my mini A100 Emerson that has that weird, funky, I guess you'd call it a Scandi chisel grind. I don't know how to explain it because it's not like flat, but it is flat off the Scandi bevel. Marisol, I'm going to be all over the place, dude. Because right now, see, that's why these lives are different. Right now, I'm in my double shot, and I'm not drinking it fast. But when I break into my grape sodas, and maybe I should drink a little of my grape soda and just mix them up. Maybe it'll slow me down. Good point. And a lot of people, like, I know Jared, I think she probably just kept coming to Jared. But the thing that I found odd about Lacey early on, because I follow her on Instagram, is she was always having problems getting banned, getting her account suspended for 48 hours. And I was dealing with a lot of knife problems because at the time I had a creator account. By the way, if you're getting your posts flagged in Instagram and you're constantly removing them and you're constantly getting them flagged again for breaking guidelines and you've got a creator account, all you have to do is switch to a personal account. All that shit will go away. And now you have access to analytics if that's something you like. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. So, but she would always be getting banned for like 48 hours. And I'm like, I've never been banned for 48 hours. What do you have to do? And so I looked into it through, I will, Edgy. I looked into it through some of her violations, and they were spam related. So that tells me that she was not in, to me, not in my like, I wouldn't see it in the stream, but she was spamming some of these people's comments. I don't know if she was promoting her services. I don't know if she was what she was doing, but that was something that initially I was thinking 24, 48-hour ban, and she would just whine about it. I mean, she would just like, "Oh, this is so unfair. They're not treating the knife community right, blah, blah, blah." And I'm thinking, "Wait a minute. I'm getting my shit flagged every day, but I'm not getting banned. I mean, what the fuck?" Oh, Jesus. Hold on, guys. My Instagram's fucking with me. Give me 2 seconds. Come on, no whammies. No whammies. Okay, they sent me a and this two-factor I can't say that word. If you've got ADHD, keeping up with passwords without something like I think I use One Security or I use this app that I pay for every month, but two-factor authentication is a fucking nightmare for anybody. Hey, maybe it does keep your stuff safer, but for me, it's just panic inducing. All right, Shane, it's coming to you, buddy. Sorry, I got Zuckerberg. Let me just kill this camera altogether. Remove it. Gone. Boom. Let me do this. Let me copy this for Shane. Sorry, guys. I talk to myself because I'll forget what I'm doing if I don't, and I'll just hang him out to dry. So let me do this. Copy. Take it over here. I really need to get another monitor. I know I say that, but I'm just not I don't need to drop cash on a monitor right now, and I really don't have the space for it. I need to get a small one. I don't need a big one. I just want because right now I'm reading chat on half of my iPad, which is not nearly big enough, and I'm not reading it because it's not right in front of me. I need something on top of my monitor, like another small monitor that I can do another screen. All right, edgy. But yeah, another thing that's gonna kinda be a negative to you guys that might wear y'all out is I fell asleep today at about, I don't know, it was on the couch about 1 o'clock, maybe 2 o'clock. And dudes, I woke up like at 7:30 or 8. So I'm like half a coffee in. Not like I woke up and had to get online, so I was groggy. I woke up for like an hour before. Does he have video of it yet, Mersalt? I saw his daughters doing karaoke. All right, I'm going to Scotch's Instagram. Hold on, because I know what he's talking about. If it's anything like his fish tacos, this should be fucking good. All right, all I see is his daughters doing karaoke. Let me see if he's added anything. Did he put in a story? Or is this a okay, there's people dancing. I don't see Scotch. I would love to see him do karaoke. I left a comment that I thought that that was a good sign that he was no longer well, I don't really want a TV, Humphrey. All I want, like right now, I've got this works pretty good. I've got an iPad that's got chat and my got the stream deck on it, whatever you want to call that. But and maybe it would be just as easy as if I ran my arm up here and put my iPad. It's just a little small. I'd like another like 15-inch thin monitor. I don't want a real monitor. Hey, guess what, Ant? I've not bought a knife. I take that back. I've not bought knives like I used to buy knives because I'm not bringing in income of any type of regulated. I was in a 8-year managerial position in a Fortune 500 company where I was making a shitload of money. I mean, I'd spent a lot of time to get there, and I was doing it based off of revenue that the state of Alabama that I was responsible for was making. So it was, but it was still when I got our whole group across from LA to fucking Tampa got laid off. because that row of management got downsized. It was a big jump. So I'm not buying really anything, but that's how I was able, when I was working, to start buying more premium knives and not spend more money than I was spending, because I've spent way too much money on knives. Hell, let me see how much I've spent on shipping this year. Just on shipping shit out. Not knives, but stuff that, like, again, I don't have any problem. I will always. Why are all my goddamn things that I'm supposed to be logged into wanting me to go through this bullshit? Has something changed? I mean, it's not New Year's yet. Yes, it is. It's New Year's in, no, it's not. It's 2 minutes. Okay. What has changed on my computer, on every fucking thing, that it wants me to re-log in, and it wants me to two-factor authenticate, or it wants to send me a text? That kind of sucks. Bear with me, guys. I'm just going to give you a random figure. Because, yes, I quit. I bought a lot less knives in the end of this year, and really most of this year. I haven't bought a lot of knives. There was a little spell I went on, and I used to buy way too many knives. But I would have had 2 monitors by now, and I would have had a different computer. Because I'm really bad with money. I buy all kinds of stupid shit. I mean, it's just, hey, the good news is pirate ship saved me $657. So, let's do last year, because current year it says nothing. Hey, we're 1 minute away, guys. Hold on, let me get over to my. All right, I'm gonna do the countdown here in just a second. $856 is all I spent this year, so that's not a ton. All right, guys.
10, 9,
Can y'all even hear that?
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're right. I was a minute off. Joe. No, I wasn't either. Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year's on the East Coast. Woot, woot. That's kind of annoying, those fireworks. All right. All right. So the East Coast, Stevie has 3 hours. Wait a minute. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. So I'll at least stay live. If anybody's hanging out, I'll stay live at least till the West Coast does their New Year's. And hell, I'll stay live till whenever. If y'all are in here hanging out, an hour left in Central Time. That's me too. We're gonna ring in Central Time, and I gotta get back to my clock screen. I've got to go, guys. I'm gonna read the chat here. I'm gonna go full screen here. Boom. So I can keep an eye on the clock, because I think the clock at this juncture, even though, do I even believe that Windows and Apple are right on their time? Hey, we got a guest, guys. What's up, brother?
What's going on, John?
Do you know what I was getting ready to talk about?
What's that?
Well, I was talking about earlier well, first of all, about Erica's video today. Have you seen it?
I didn't.
Dude, it's great. I was about to leave her you're a fucking self-loathing, pretentious. I was about to leave. I mean, I was like, the first 10 minutes, you kind of got to go through it, because she's kind of virtue signaling like she does. And I think projecting a lot, but the overall message is great. I gave her a thumbs up, a heart. I didn't comment, but I might reach out to her, because the point of it was good. But I was talking about, because Kyle said he's not as much of a troll as he is a seeker of truth and a teller of truth.
Right.
And I think there are a lot of people. I think people like you who are now getting your hands burnt doing what people talk about is good or bad or this or that, but they've never done anything more than read about it, right?
Yeah. But I was guilty of that too, John. I mean, I've been talking about it for 2 or 3 years, and, before I started doing it. But, you definitely gain a new perspective for it and you're definitely learn more when you're in the middle of it. No doubt about that. Just like anything else.
Sure. But I think that's information that, like you said, people have been willing to help you out. I think like with Kyle sharing, I still can't pronounce it, my Kapton tape in that he uses for sharpening to keep
I keep telling myself to buy some, man. I just keep.
I've got an extra thin roll because I got 2 thin rolls, but it only sent me 1 of the inch, which is really too big. I should have gotten a 1/2 inch and like that 1/8 inch. And haven't done my first black blade yet, but I did.
I have ruined every coated Spyderco I've ever sharpened. Not just Spyderco. Every coated blade I've ever, because I want to lay stuff back to 15 degrees, and I use soapy water, and that creates a slurry that literally has diamond in it.
Yeah.
And as that blade is moving back and forth across, it's moving that slurry around on my coating. And yeah, like that first 1/16 of an inch right above my edge, you can see these little curly.
I've got the same thing on my Evo, and with Kyle,
and that's why I don't sharpen for people. I'm not a professional sharpener, but that's why when I have something I truly care about, I send it to Kyle.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I'm waiting for the A100 and Jeff's little Joey Roman dagger to come back that nobody else could have fixed, to be honest with you, the way Kyle did. And I've got a Chickadee, guys, that's sharper than I'd say almost. I'd put it up against anybody's knife. It's really sharp, and it's a thicker knife. But I won't talk about the Chickadee because I could go on for hours about that fucking awesome. But I think Kyle being willing to share some of those tricks, because I didn't realize that Kapton tape is strong. Like it doesn't come off my clamps, because I put it on my clamps so that if I didn't put this, I'll always at least do a spine, right? I'll always put a little bit of tape on my spine. I used to use that blue printer's or painter's tape, which is fine to use, but this uses absolutely 0 residue, and it's almost like putting a screen on an iPhone.
Yeah.
So like he was pushing bubbles out. So when you get that stuff down, wherever you know you're going to take that bevel, so if you're going from 20 to 17 or 15, you want to leave it, you know you're going to take some of that black off, right?
Right.
So the goal is, and I still don't know how you get it perfectly, because it looked like Kyle and I could only see him on a little screen, but was putting little pieces of that tape kind of to get his line off of his bevel.
Yeah. And that is the difference, John, like between just sharpening knives and.
Look at that smart ass. Shane froze on me. I thought he was in deep thought for a second, guys. He's coming back.
Every live stream I go on, this happens.
Even you came back fine, dude.
Yeah, his level of OCD, we have conversations about all kind of subjects, and I get tickled because Kyle just gets so into the weeds about everything. And while that's annoying, it's also very much appreciated, when it comes to something you care that much about,
It does. And I credit you and Kyle for being willing, for coming on Friday nights. And I know a lot of people, I used to not watch a lot of Jared sharpening stuff because at the time I wasn't that interested in it. I just think it's such a skill that any of us are pretty much capable of to some extent. I mean, you sharpen and you've got issue. You're making knives and you deal with issues that a lot of people don't. So I just think it's great information to have. And I think
you're exactly right, dude. It's right in line with that, because, talking with Alex Steingraber, about my heat treat results, I was shocked. I was just ecstatic. And he was like, dude, you have nothing to be proud of. I was like, what? And he's like, I told you when you started this that if you do exactly what I tell you, your heat treat will be just as good as mine.
I think that's amazing.
And it's just like, I know what Kyle does. And if I was willing to do that, just going back to the YouTube thing, Jared used to try to tell me how to build my channel. And I'd be like, Jared, stop. I want to hear it because I'm not willing to do it.
No, I'm not going to chase the algorithm.
I was willing to do it. With sharpening, I'm also not willing. I know I'm going to ruin the knife when I sharpen it. I know I'm going to have that slurry scratch zone, but I still continue to do it that way. But yeah, man, it's just, you have to find something that you're willing to put 100% into and do it exact. Like I was talking to Steve Kalari about, before I heat treated my first knife, I mocked it. I was just put the knife in the oven. I took it out. I went to my quench plates, and I realized that my door opens, the way my door opens, and the height difference, it was taking me a couple of seconds longer to get from the oven to my plates than I wanted to. So I rearranged all that. And he was like, Shane, that's literally the only thing you can do to improve it is to cut out those 2 seconds of wasted time, because they're so important. There's so much going on inside that steel during those 2 seconds that any amount of time you could shave off between the oven and the plates and your cryo.
You said you're keeping those particles are settling quicker, right?
Like I was making a mistake. For you guys who've watched my lives, I would always take it out of the packet and turn it and show it to you guys because I think it's beautiful. I love
it looks rainbowed.
Right. But I don't need to be doing that. That's 3 seconds that I've wasted showing it to you guys before I could put it. And so I won't do that anymore. Now, my results were.
Share that and share. I think most of these people know, because you probably talked about it on your live.
I didn't go live Sunday, and I've only shared it with a handful of people. But my Nitro V came out a little harder than I was aiming for.
These were your first actual heat treats in your new oven. Ever.
Right. It came out. It averaged 60 in the 64s. Now, I was a little concerned about that, and I considered retempering them to get it lower. But if you look at the toughness charts on Nitro V, at 64, I didn't gain much edge retention. But at the same time, that still is so tough to begin with that even as the toughness drops after 63 and what it drops to, it's still way tougher than the Crew Wear or the M4 or the K390. So it doesn't matter. But so I'm happy with Nitro V at 64, and everybody I talk again. When I ask a question, I ask it to 3 people. I ask Steve Clarey, I ask Brian Kim, I ask Alex Steingraber. They're all like, man, there's nothing wrong with Nitro V at 64. It's great. And then my Crew Wear averaged 65s. I even had 2 that barely broke 66. I mean, like 66.1, 66.2.
Is it possible if you hadn't shown those blades, you'd have hit those numbers?
That's possible, yeah.
I mean, you don't know till you do it again, I guess.
Right. And then my K390 averaged 66 with.
He's coming back. Be patient, guys. He's thinking.
On my first heat treat, I would have been happy if my Crew would have been 63 or 64. I mean, those are acceptable numbers, and they're still above industry standard. I would have been happy with that. But that is the result, because this is one of the first things I've ever done that I made damn sure I didn't cut any corners. I didn't try to change anything. I didn't reinvent the wheel. I just did it exactly as I was told by those 3 people. And there may be better heat treaters out there, but in the people that I know,
you've got access to those 3, and they're damn good.
I've got access to those, and I think there's some of the best in the world. So I just and you'd be shocked how little of variance I got in answers. There were a couple of little, 10-degree difference between this guy and a 2-degree difference. But yeah, I just did it exactly as I was told. And I think it was really good timing, because Laren had just released that video having his 12-year-old son heat treat some MagnaCut. Just to show that if you follow the directions exactly, and you don't think, the main thing you have to get out of your head is that term, oh, it'll be okay. No, it won't. It won't be okay. Don't
settle for less than it should be.
Right. Like, I told a couple people I wasn't prepared for the fact. Like, I honestly didn't know on my first batch. I thought that I could heat treat, quench, cryo, and then temper tomorrow. I thought that was okay, because there are bakers who do that. And then I was told, absolutely not. No, you can't go home, dude. You got 5 hours ahead of you. You have to do the temper straight from cryo, because, all this, these carbides are transitioning and stuff. And once you let it reach room temperature and sit there, they stabilize, and then they're just stuck there, so you can't affect it anymore. So, and man, I'll be honest, I wanted to go home so bad, John. I was so tired, dude. But I hung in
Are you
there.
just waiting, or are you doing other things? You say you're usually
I
doing
was
other
too tired to do it. I get it. Like Brian's like, well, yeah, you have to use that time to do other things. But with my health, I was just so exhausted. And I think, that adrenaline rush from the first time I was doing it added to that. But
nerves and all that.
that I couldn't have possibly stood there and ground blades while I was tempering. But
Stevie says they're giving you bad information.
they're
They
wrong.
won't stabilize that quick. And I trust Stevie's a pretty smart dude, though. You never know. He could
He
be.
is, and you know what, man?
Or he could have some knowledge that he's throwing us at some truth.
There are people out there who have differing opinions on that. I'm sure you can find somebody that would come on and tell me that I'm wrong and all three of them are wrong. But this is my thing. Those guys, to me, have proven that their process works. The end result, which is all that matters. All that matters is the performance of the steel for the end user. I've never heard anybody complain. All I've ever heard is people rave. Like Kyle talks about Alex Steingraber's crew wear is the best thing he's ever felt on a stone. That's pretty big. That's saying a lot, dude. Kyle sharpens a lot of high-end knives, and for him to say,
I do have room, Kyle.
That's the best he's ever sharpened. That's what I wanted. I want Kyle to sharpen my knives and text me or call me like, Bubba, this is some of the best shit I've ever touched. Because I'm trying to emulate what those guys have done.
And you're trying to get a professional's feed on how it feels.
Right. And I told Alex, I said, I was so concerned with my plate temperature because I've heard that your quench plate temperature is the fastest way to affect your HRC. Now, I'm not going to tell you which, but actually the other two I talked to, Brian and Steve's like, well, it's not quite that simple. You'd have to heat treat like 3 or 4 blades in a row before it matters. But my point is, before I asked that question, I decided to, as soon as I took my blade out of quench, and for those of you who watch the live streams have seen it, I take my quench plates and I dip them in really cold water. I've got freezer packs in there. I've checked the temperature on them. They're almost always about 60 degrees when I take them out of that bucket. And I told Alex that I did that. He's like, Shane, I don't do that. But don't you dare stop. He's like, you somewhat customized your protocol. You got the answer that you were looking for. So don't you dare stop. Don't stop spraying them with air. Don't stop dipping them in water because it worked. And if, he's like, I'm telling you, dude, even though it may not affect our heat treats, but if you change it now, something will change and you'll be mad at yourself. So stick with exactly what you did because it was perfect.
Well, because think about it. Doesn't this make sense? If you're getting a 3 degree or 10 degree recommended difference, couldn't that be somebody's oven just performs a little bit different than yours?
Yeah, and I was very peculiar. I couldn't test the interior temperature of my oven. You pretty much have to trust that your oven and your controller are correct. The only thing I could affect was the temperature inside my oven when I was tempering. I never trusted. Like I turned the oven off, I set my temperature, I let it reach temperature, and then I would keep checking the temperature inside the oven, and I realized very quickly that the oven at the shop is about 40 degrees off. Well, 40 degrees could be a couple of points. That's a lot. And then I realized that my oven at home is about 25 degrees off. So like if I set my oven at home to 300, those blades will reach about 325. Guys, that's anywhere from 3/4 of a point to a point. But now I know, to set my home oven at about 290, the blades will hit about 302 degrees. I've never been that peculiar about doing anything, in all honesty.
Happy New Year, Dr. Drew, dude. If you're on the East Coast, Happy New Year in Dreamland. If you're somewhere west of that.
Stevie, I know you get bored hearing this shit, but I did call Stevie. I had to call somebody and let them know. I called Kyle and he was asleep, so I called Stevie to let them know
You called me.
My results. Yeah. Well, I was
awesome, dude. I think there's so much. There are two things. Like when we have our "What do we learn" section at the end of the stream, whenever it is.
Right.
I mean, to go with what Erica said, I've heard a lot of people say not so nice things about, at some point or another, all three of those gentlemen that I personally have never had a problem with, but I've heard things, right?
Yeah.
And
I
seeing,
heard her say negative things about John at BGM.
I'm not even talking, I'm talking, well, her too, but I've heard, just general chatter of, somebody has a problem with Alex Lefty, for example, or somebody has a problem with this person or that person. But then you see in real life that these guys are, sharing what they've taken years to perfect with you because they want to see you succeed. To me, I think
Right.
that's awesome. I
It
think
is.
that shows that you probably have a lot, well, maybe not as much with Steve, but you probably got a lot of things that you and Alex don't agree on. You're probably polar opposites of. And you and Brian probably have things y'all are polar opposites on, but y'all have knives in common. You've got the love of a good heat treat, getting what you pay for, and spreading the word to a community that I think in a lot of, I'm ignorant and I'm blissfully ignorant. I don't know the difference because my cat food bags aren't made out of chainmail. But I do want to know and learn. I've told Shane this. I mean, almost, and I'm glad I didn't, but I've almost bought a couple of books. I did order one book, Shane, and it has nothing to do with heat treats. But it's
Well, that Larry Thomas video, he talks about that. He's like, look, I'm not explaining the hows and whys. He's like, I'm just explaining the process. If you want to learn the hows and he's like, you don't even have to know the process. You don't have to know any of it to make this work right. You just have to follow an exact set of instructions. But I am getting very interested in learning, well, why does this happen and how does this happen? And then you can just buy Larry's book, the knife engineering book, and it explains all that to you. But if you don't want to read, there's plenty of stuff on the internet.
Well, I give Laren huge props because metallurgy is a profession, a degree that's not easy to obtain. I don't think. I think it's pretty.
A doctorate in anything is not easy.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You got to give a thesis to your peers, and they've got to not laugh you out of the fucking room for one. But anyways, I think anyone who has, I've got an uncle. He's my uncle. Who's a metallurgist. And instead of doing what a lot of metallurgists do, which are work for this company, that company, Laren's the type metallurgist who likes knives. So he's put some of his knowledge of what he knows about metallurgy into stuff that I guess knife people can get a lot out of. I can't because I don't read well and he doesn't have an Audible book yet. But my uncle started with a couple of other guys, this plating company, metal plating. They didn't even really know what they were going to plate, but he knew a lot about metal. And this was back late 80s. And in early 90s, the Gulf War was firing up. And they started working their metallurgy stuff in their shop, plating shop, and they ended up developing and getting the contract for all of the armor-piercing bullets that went into a certain ordnance that the government was buying by the fucking gazillions, right? So it basically set them on a path to try to make better, because Huntsville is a defense town. It's a space town, but they were trying to push materials that are common materials, i.e. knife steels, and do it in other areas. And to come up with something that you coat lead with that goes through armor, and some heat treats or some, properties of metal to at least enhance the lead.
Kyle, you feel free to interrupt anytime you want to, buddy. Welcome to the live stream.
Howdy, Kyle.
Hello, gentlemen. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Glad your phone's working, Shane.
I was at Meatheads and I left it in the car.
I'm just giving you shit. It's okay.
We were having a little get together, but
I figured as much.
You're not on the East Coast, are you, Kyle?
Yes, I am.
Are you really? Well, Happy New Year, buddy.
I just wasn't. It wasn't. I wasn't feeling the vibe. I just. I wasn't feeling like getting drunk tonight because I got stuff I got to do tomorrow. So I checked out early. I got a new knife today.
Shane's all grown up.
Yeah, I got a new knife today.
What'd you get?
It's a SOG something. I can't find a name on it, but it says Magnadot on the blade.
Kind of like the serrations and a little.
Yeah, I don't think they were trying to play off the Magna Cut thing because I think this is older than that. It is a Chinese-made SOG, but I got this because what I used the knife
that was a signature mark. That's who made it.
Yeah.
Shane's thinking for a second, guys. He'll be right back. Have I frozen too?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, good. That's true. That's true. He's not an actual knife maker, Todd. And I wasn't saying that. I think getting information from a lot of sources and have somebody like Shane or Alex or somebody who can take that information and then tell people like us what it does to the shit that we cut with is kind of a gap that I need filled.
See,
for sure.
I got mixed feelings on that because I truly respect Larry and all he just put into this, right? But in the same sense, I have some issues with some of his testing philosophies, and he has a personal interest in making money off of like some of the steel, like Magna Cut, for instance, and he's got relationships with some of these companies. And I'm not saying that's affecting his judgment. Don't get me wrong. Don't take it that way. I'm just saying that there is a conflict of interest in that, where it's not a true, non-biased, double-blind testing.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. Do you see what Mad Yako put up, Shane? I'm listening to you.
I did, and I looked it up, but I can't find it anywhere.
But Kyle, I think there's. I wasn't taking it that way that you were saying that.
I know, but people get bent out of shape when you start to saying that about someone's work, and I'm not I'm not going after his work. I just think that
there's more to the story than what can be put in one.
I think there's better ways it could be done overall, and the other one side of that is, well, why don't you do it? Well, I don't have the setup, the time, everything else. I think there are more avenues that need to be taken as far as getting accurate information.
Yeah. Well, Tyler, this knife is garbage. I don't know if you guys can see the flat spots in the edge where the edge is rolled, but I just looked it up, and it's 55 to 57 HRC 7CR.
But I bet it cuts shit, doesn't it?
No, it don't. There's literally flat spots in the edge, but I bought it for $10 used from a buddy of mine. I'm going to use it because I'm going to sharpen it on my belt grinder just to use it to cut shit around the shop. But I thought it was funny that I bought a Chinese-made SOG but I don't want to ruin my good shit cutting around the shop.
No, not if you don't have to. I mean, I would think a box cutter would be good to have, right?
Yeah, that's funny you mentioned that, because when I came in the other day, there was a box cutter laying on my stainless steel foil that I make my packets out of. And I knew, the only person who could lay there was Meathead, and I thought, I wonder if that'll cut that foil, because I've really been struggling to cut the foil.
Without ripping it?
It cuts it so effortlessly and so cleanly. And I was like, why the hell didn't I think of that? Why didn't I at least try that first?
Dude, go bougie.
Yeah.
It's almost like Shane doesn't have any scrap material, or he's a knife maker. He couldn't make a shop knife.
I know. I haven't been able to keep anything.
Well, I'm trying to get caught up.
My first knife that I'm going to keep, and it's going to be mine, I plan to heat treat tomorrow. So, yeah, I've still got another. All the knives I've done. Meathead had to move my knife making table today, and he did some cleaning up because they were having a party in the shop. And he found countless knives that I've shaped out. I remember them, but I don't remember what I did with them. But he found them. So now I probably got another 12, 15 knives to heat treat. I thought
or were they knives that you were planning on keeping?
They were knives I was planning on keeping, but they didn't have a customer. So I just kind of set them to the side. Really what they were steps. They were progressive steps towards something that I was trying to design, and I didn't quite hit it. It wasn't what the result wasn't what I was looking for. So I just laid it to the side because, I knew it was still good steel. I could reshape it or do something different with it. But yeah, I've got more knives to heat treat tomorrow. I'm going to finish them. If they sell, they sell. If they don't, they don't.
And you can probably shape one to cut what you need to cut.
Right. I definitely know for what I do. This is actually the worst blade shape I could have bought. I'd be better off using it this way because a razor blade shape or a Warncliffe would be what I'm getting at, when I go to open my steel, they tape it a lot, and it takes forever. They put so much on it, it takes forever to unwrap it.
You need a little shape like that.
Right. So I end up just running a knife blade up a chunk of crewware to get the tape off of it, and it just destroys the tip. What I do now, Patina? Damn it, Shane.
I think they were talking about what Ant said because your quote kind of implied this.
When you want to get shit done, you buy Chinese knives. Yeah. But that's the thing. I know it's not going to get shit. This guy sells a bunch of military surplus, and he buys pallets of shit. And he had it up on his little Facebook auction site for a little while. Nobody was bidding on it, so I was like, "I'll give you $10 for it." In all honesty,
modified drop point, right?
It wasn't even worth $10 because it's only a $20 knife, brand new, and the edge is really beat up. So I'm going to have to.
Where'd you get it? Do you not have a Walmart close to you? You don't, do you? You have to go to gas station?
We have 2 Walmarts in my town, but the
Ooh, fancy.
I've got a buddy of mine that runs this site called the Tack Shack. You guys can feel free to follow him on Facebook. He's a really good dude. He does
have to get on Facebook, and I've got some skeletons in my closet. That place is like a goddamn boneyard.
He gets a lot of military surplus stuff, but he also gets a lot of cheap Chinese stuff. But you can find some. Like I bought a tablet from him. I didn't care how good a tablet was. I just needed a tablet. Bought a brand new in the box tablet for $30. But he's a good guy, and you can find some rare shit on there too. A lot of times we'll have those Air Force K-bars and 30-round Glock mags for $10 a piece, stuff like. And he does ship. So
10 rounds.
I had already bought
this
some
is YouTube.
Stuff. I'd already bought some stuff from him, so I just added that to it to help him out mostly. But I got something I want to open for Patina while I'm on here. So
I'll make you big when you get ready.
That's what I was saying, Patina. Me had supplied me with a nice utility knife. So
Shane, if you want, I've got a nice thin knife I can sharpen, and a fixed blade here I can sharpen and send back to you.
You need your Mora, Shane.
You're missing the point. I've got Moras. You're missing the point. I don't want to make myself a nice knife and then destroy it because I'm literally bearing down and dragging it across steel.
And it's right though. All utility blades are made in China, aren't they?
Probably. Well, the majority of them are 14C, so even if they're made in China, they're at least Swedish steel, I guess. This is not a big deal, John. You don't have to put me on full screen. I just wanted to show it to Patina. I'm hoping it's what I think it is.
I'm hoping it's something that your wife ordered that is going to humiliate you.
I hope not. I order enough shit to humiliate myself.
Stanley might have USA made blades, Toyota, and tools. I bet they get them made somewhere. Maybe somewhere it's not China.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
What you got there, buddy?
It's just my grinding mask.
Ah.
Now I have a face shield, so I can stop getting beat in the face with little pieces of ceramic. So
I think that's a great addition.
Yeah, I hate shot glasses, but the stuff still comes in around the edges. And that I can wear my reading glasses and still have a full face shield.
All right. Rumble fucked us again. Not that I care.
I got a knife this week too, Shane.
What'd you get, buddy?
It's not for me.
You might not have been in here yet. I was telling El Cap Addict I did get it back in. Thank you so much, and I will PayPal you shipping because you didn't have to pay to ship that. I should have sent you later. Toyota Town, what Toyota and Tools? I'm going to make you a mod. It's going to take me a second, and you can drop that link in the chat if other people want to go to it.
That was the opening knife, by the way, guys. If you were wondering, trusty old Buck 110.
Well, I bought a knife. It's not for me. It's for my buddy.
Hold on, let me look at it. Give me 1 second.
What'd you get there? Is that a Kamado?
Yep, the micarta version.
Oh.
Hold on, I want to look at it. Don't go anywhere yet. I'm trying to get this chat pulled up so I can make.
Just to say, Kyle, we can't see anything but the handle, but we can now.
Well, we need to get Kyle a monitor. Toyota and Tools, you are now a mod, so you can share that website.
Yeah, I would be very interested in that website.
Yeah, I think a lot of us would. You are now I say you are. I can't find the goddamn mouse to move. There we go. I'm sorry, Ed Harrison, if you're in here, I did not just say that. I apologize, Lord. I did not mean to use your name in vain. I am an idiot.
Todd Carr, your nephew, one of the knives your nephew bought came from my town. I don't know the guy.
You, Lenny.
He bought quite a few.
Yeah,
and they're all shit.
From that same guy.
So what you got there, Kyle? I can't see it now that it's laying down.
This is the Sharice.
Oh, come on out.
Yeah,
with the
micarta. Yeah. So the buddy who did Jeff's Cerakote work is a knife guy as well too. He's more into the pews than knives, but I had mine on me that day, and he really liked it. So I reached out to Sharif and said, "Hey, can we get one of those?" And I got it for him. That way, he's do some work for me. So.
Yeah, I like it, dude. And
I
tell you,
I thought that was odd though, Todd, that your nephew's getting a couple of knives that came from Gadsden, Alabama. I hate that they were garbage, according to Kyle, though.
Well, he's bought like a large flat rate box full of stuff, and it's all like that. But more power to him. I'm glad he's wanting to get into stuff, try stuff.
Early on in your knife collection, it's that's step one.
You got to start somewhere. Yeah.
I remember my favorite knife for years that I carried was a Kershaw Cryo. Yeah.
The worst cut I've ever had with a knife that took me to the hospital and made me throw up while my wife and 8-year-old daughter were driving me to the hospital, my ex-wife, because I couldn't look at the hole in my hand, was a Kershaw chive. What'd you call it? What Kershaw did you say it was?
Mine was the Cryo.
It's
assisted, right?
Yeah, it was an assisted knife.
I had one of those. I had a Cryo early on.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, that might have been a Hinder design too.
It is. It's a Hinder design.
Here are two of the knives that I got from your hometown, Shane. This little guy.
Oh, yeah.
That's a buck. And then here's a wonderful Gerber.
That's almost as high quality as this SOG I've got. That's really what I ought to do. I ought to just sharpen this thing and send it to Todd Carr's nephew. That's what I should do. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. Todd Carr, hook me up. Is Todd out of the country?
Yeah.
He's in Canada.
Okay. I'll send this to you, Kyle, and you can put an edge on it and send it to Todd. How's that sound?
That sounds horrible. Thanks.
Oh, it'll probably take you 45 seconds to sharpen this.
Louis.
Todd, here's another package I got today, or actually yesterday.
That's funny. Was that SBB? Was that the initials?
No, that's actually why I wanted to come on here, because Louis was talking about her.
5 of these guys.
I would be willing to guarantee you that is a absolute lie, and she's probably going to say that she got death threats from some Russian money launderer that she busted, and that's why she's in witness protection. But yeah, everything that comes out of that girl's mouth is a lie, guys.
Yeah, I don't. Was she actually in there, or was somebody in there speaking for her?
Yeah, that's a good question, Louis. Was that somebody speaking for her, or did she say that in the chat?
Solid Pakistan. Oh, God. Did you see that's dripping?
Oh, my God.
That just dripped oil and shit all over me.
Is that Todd Carr's nephews, too?
Yeah, this is 5 of them that he got in one package. These
the
XM8 is great, and I've got a 3.5 inch, and I've got 2 3 inches. My first Hinder that I ever got, I got from Brother Dark Gravity, who I cannot get to come on here. I wish he would, because believe it or not, Dark Gravity had about 7 years of his life in his steel career where he was a heat treater for knife blades. He's got all the heat treat protocol books from these little manuals. They look like kind of like a physician's manual or a psychiatry manual. They're bound, they're wire bound, but they're just one page after another of each steel and different heat treats for different applications. But he sold me my first timber, my little 3-inch.
Well, Todd, I wasn't trying to give him a good knife. I was trying to give him another shit knife to go with the ones that he's already bought. But
Since we sent the precedence.
Yeah, I'm going to send it to you. Is this thing integral?
Shut up.
Dude, it's seamless. If there's a seam there, you can't see it. It might damn well be.
Oh, it's definitely probably a milled piece of plastic that's just 3D printed or something.
He's not shy on knives. There's a one that tells you it's a Barlow. You got that one. You got this thing.
That's got some color to it.
Hey, man, for a young kid, though, dude, that's going to be exciting having all that stuff.
Yeah, because again,
that's what I'm saying.
It's
about quantity.
It's experiencing different things.
A Rough Rider.
You know, I'm gonna bring up an ugly that got me almost fucking ostracized from the community. I felt like, but I didn't give a shit because I turned 50 years ago, and I learned then it doesn't matter what other people think of me. But anyways, Josh 304, what's up, brother? I had not bought that Ethan Grove 225. I would not own a Strider and 2 Strider Protex. So my point is, starting out with a knife that's a basic knife or a knife that doesn't cost as much might get you into better knives. So I'm all for get whatever you like.
It worked for me, John. You know, we've talked about this before. I owned that effing Growl Strider, and it led to me spending good money to buy a DOC. People say that's bullshit, that it doesn't work. I'm not saying it works for everybody, but I owned that, and I knew that there was something more premium out there like it, and I ended up buying it. So it worked for me. And when I bought that effing Growl, there wasn't a chance in hell of me paying for a Strider yet.
And I couldn't afford a Strider at the time because I was buying shit like effing Growls. I wasn't going to carry it out and try to pass it off as a Strider. But I'll tell you, I did a disassembly on it, a bearing upgrade. It was a damn good knife. Was it heat treated good? I don't know. Probably not. But it was a very well-made knife.
I didn't cut enough with it to care.
No, me neither.
Mostly, I flicked it open and thought, man, I wish some motherfuckers would. I mean, that's what that knife was best at.
But it's kind of, that goes back to, again, Erica's overarching idea. Why do we care if people, I know it's not ideal to support clones, and I know there are a lot of moral major issues, but
fuck clones.
Somebody can't afford a knife. They don't necessarily want to pass it off as a Louis Vuitton bag, but they like the style of a knife.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of quote unquote clones in gas stations. They're not exact clones. You can
then save up and buy the real thing. I mean, don't support intellectual property theft. Or buy something that you can't afford and then save up later and get something that you can.
But we're coming from a place of knowledge and understanding of how wrong.
If you don't know, that's different. Yeah.
Right. If you're somebody, I'm talking about Todd's little relative here who's getting into knives, right? So you might not even think that you'd ever spend over $600 on a knife.
I didn't want to start now. Yeah. I mean, I don't think any of us did.
My first Grail was the 940, and I was stretching, and that was only like 3 years ago. I was making good money, but I was like, I can't spend that on a knife. Are you crazy? Yeah. Meanwhile, Dark Gravity, Shane helped me with this too. I had cases of fucking shitty knives that didn't seem like they cost a lot, and they got my dopamine running when I'd order them. But if I took those and I hadn't bought them, I had my Grail sitting there just in a bunch of cheap knives.
Let me tell y'all something, man. My best friend here, you got most of y'all seen Meathead. Meathead will not buy a high-end knife. When he came to me and was like, hey, I broke another CJRB. What do you think I should get next? Because he abuses this shit. I'd love to tell him to buy something American-made, but he's not gonna.
No.
He's not gonna. And I asked Kyle, and he was like, dude, tell him to get the Miron, Valona. He's still carrying. I checked it tonight. It's still sharp. I don't know how it's held up. Now he's had to regrind the tip a little where he's
think about how many percentage of people use knives in their lives versus how many people are knife enthusiasts. We're a very small.
My point was, when I mentioned that to you, John, I was only addressing people who were just chasing that dopamine rush and now own 30 budget knives. Now you
It
have
was
no.
accurate, dude. It was 100% accurate. And then you and Dark Gravity changed my journey, my hike into the knife community, because again, things that seemed preposterous, I'm staring at preposterity in quantity, right? I'm staring at it. So it was like, no, you will spend that much on knives. Why wouldn't you spend one on a quality knife?
Right. Patina, you guys have got me wanting to join the 0640 club. I'll on 0640 before it's over.
I got one. I'll sell you cheap, Shane.
Do you?
Yeah,
Oh.
I got it from it.
Just so you guys know, the reason I have on shades is because Joe was right. I don't have on my reading glasses. I can't see the chat, and these are actually reading glasses. These are the only ones.
These are blue blockers. If you look at these are not shades. You can see straight through those. See it? But when I put them on, because I've got a blue light up here, and I've got two green lights.
Sure.
Yeah, those are a little bit shady.
Yeah.
But I always wonder, I mean, if you're sitting and lights are shining on you, shades, you can still see clearly. You look like a badass. Sure we do.
No, I don't.
We are fucking badasses.
Todd, your nephew got 17 fucking knives for $100. No, 8? Yeah, 17. He's got 2 more fixed blades. Look at this handle, Shane.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And that side's different.
You know what that looks like?
Wow.
That looks like a bald man knife and tool shape. And I know it's just a knife shape, but that's not a bad looking knife at all.
Has anybody else heard anything about that knife company that was selling knives that weren't heat treated? Have we heard any more about that?
No, I didn't hear about that to start with. What do you know about
that? That was your the one knife that you had that you bought off the Shed Knives or whatever it is.
Yeah, Shed Knives.
I bought 2 Shed Knives. Are they not heat treated?
No.
He doesn't.
Is that why he's dropped out? He was talking about his floors, and now none of them are. Because you know, Bob DeMarco's the one that I saw him at Blade Show 2022. I like the big knives. And then I saw his knives on Bob DeMarco's, and all Bob said, because Bob was in his backyard with his wife, chopping shit with it, and Bob said you need to take your hollow grind up like at least 1/4 inch. And then I remember I haven't seen
nobody that I've heard of. Nobody has had a complaint with the performance of the knife. And here's another thing: I'm not trying to start any drama. He wasn't hiding this.
No, he came out and said it.
He came out and said he's like, I can't tell the difference between them heat treated and when they're that thick. And hologram, it probably
and
would.
The only hologram
it would require a lot of use to be able to tell. But you know, so I'm not saying that he was trying to rip y'all off. He never hid that fact. Now he didn't come out and say I don't heat treat them, but when asked, he was like, no, I don't heat treat them.
Well, I wonder is he, because I mean he was so visible on social media. He came on Friday Night Flicks one night after I bought those a couple of weeks afterwards. But is he not making knives anymore? I mean, because he was getting ready to release
the last I heard was he was going to start heat treating them since
people were asking. Let me grab these and just show y'all what I'm talking about.
Scotch, I got one here you might like. This one's kind of fancy. Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Gold.
Joe, some people don't actually use them. You know, a lot of people don't actually use them, and that's fine. You know, I'm not bad mouthing the guy's stuff because, like I said, you know, he wasn't advertising that they were. But also, I don't consider like Mija gets aggravated at me. He's like, "Well, what about this knife?" And I'm like, "It's not a knife." He's like, "Well, what is it?" I said, "That's a 20 piece of steel. It's not a knife until it's been heat treated." That's my opinion. But
thank you, Night's Edge. Happy New Year on the East Coast. We are 14 minutes from the Central.
Yeah, we're 14 minutes away here in Alabama.
So to be honest with you, I don't know if I ever thought or knew about heat treat. I guess I would have just assumed it.
Somebody said that you mentioned it back then, but I don't know.
That they weren't heat treated. Maybe he told me they weren't. I don't know. But all I know is this is, and I can't remember if it's what the steel is. Let me go to his website. But anyway, this thing is
Yoda, that's a batch of knives that a child bought, and Kyle is proxying them for Todd Carr.
Yeah.
He's showing
but you see this one is USA, Shane? Tiger USA? That's what this guy is.
What?
That's USA. Tiger USA.
A lot of Chinese companies put USA in the name, but that doesn't mean that's where it's made.
Look right there.
What does it say? Made in the USA? Well, hats off. I wonder who did that.
Designed and engineered in the USA.
Oh, but made in China.
That it doesn't say, but I would.
Yeah, that's what it means. So it's 1 point. Damn it. That's how short my memory is. That's pathetic. It is.
Joe, I'm guilty of that, by the way.
0.216.
I've admitted that for a long time. I am one of the loudest about it, and I don't use. I've said it 1,000 times. I've never cut 1,000 feet of cardboard. I don't need a knife that'll cut it, but I want a knife that will cut 1,000 feet of cardboard without going dull. But yeah, you're right, Joe.
So it's 0.218 thick.
Yeah.
I think I want to say it's CPM 154 or 154 CM. I forget what blade steel it is. But
and the great thing about that knife is it's still heat treatable.
Sure, but I mean,
you can heat treat it because nothing's been done to it.
You just take the scales off because the scales are removable.
Right. You take the scales off and heat treat it.
Blade Binge had these, and they were very inexpensive for what they were at the time. Because keep in mind, I'd been buying folders, so not only were slip joints kind of a shock to me, but at first the fixed blades
Is that
were
very inexpensive though? Because that's literally, I'm guessing, around $14 worth of steel.
Oh my God!
$15 worth of scales. It's
water
jetted, laser cut. He just bolted the handles on, and it probably took him about 6 minutes to do that.
Yeah. And that knife, I want to say, was $200, or maybe it was 110. Hold on, let me pull up this side.
When you take out all the work, there's really not that much money in knives. It's hard to make money in knives because of the hours that you spend in the shop.
And I don't think anybody's saying there's anything wrong with making money on knives, right?
No.
It's hard to make money on knives.
$138. So he does have 2024 again. Let's see what it says here. Let's see if we talk about heat treat.
What's the same thing with the TKL knives? They're the same way.
Yeah.
He just slaps handles on them.
Right. He heat treats them.
No, he doesn't.
He has
somebody heat.
Oh, he has them. Yeah, they're heat treated, but he's not doing them.
Yeah, if you have the marketing set up, guys, you can have the knives water jetted, heat treated, ground. All you got to do is bolt the scales on and sell them.
Right.
And hats off to TKL because he's been able to sell them. He designed a blade,
and he sells a lot to the government. And he's a tactical dude.
Yeah, I'm not bad mouthing TKL at all.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I'm just saying that he has them done and he just slaps handles on them.
Right.
That's his model.
He designed them too, right? Or he works with Jared to design them.
Right.
He'll work with somebody because I know he gives credit, like on that Outer Limitless Accomplice. It's a Doug Outer design. I don't see anything in here about heat treat.
Well, I don't know if he'll work with anybody. I think he's working with people that he thinks is going to give him the most exposure, which again is a smart business practice.
154 CM. I think I enjoy him and Suzanne. I think they're nice people. I talked to her more than him.
And they give back a lot too, seems like.
Yeah, they seem to. Let's see. Sharpening the heel of the blade, tipping on the spine, sharpening choil, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't say anything about heat treats. Let's go to the
specs. Don't have HRC either.
Because you wouldn't test HRC, right?
No, there's no point in testing it if you didn't.
Where in the heck is this soap, water, scale, blah, blah, wood handle knives, rope handle knives, storing your knife? Shane, did you get that link that I sent you from Tim Kell from their page that talks about that weird heat treat process that I didn't understand?
If I did, John, I don't remember. I know I haven't looked at it.
No, don't worry about it, dude. It's no rush.
I am curious to see what he has to say because, actually the last 2 days I've spent talking with those three guys.
Because it seems like you would never go 10 days.
Our entire conversation has been about bullshit.
Where did I find that?
Spread about heat treat. That's just like, I brought up Jared's knife in K390 being a lower HRC because of the coating. And very quickly I was told, don't be an idiot and believe any of that because K390 is one of the hardest steels there is to affect the heat treat. And the DLC has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. They could have DLC'd that knife and it been 67 HRC. They just don't know how.
Well, see, there's a weird thing about that though, Shane, because I had a conversation with
that knife tempers at 1,000 degrees, so the DLC did not affect it. They just didn't treat it well.
I understand that. Hear me out. I had a conversation. I'm not going to say with who it was until I get to talk with them about it. But I had a conversation with one of those three guys about DLC and PVD, right? Because it's the same process. It's just different application, right?
Yeah.
So they said they had not seen a blade reach over. Now, again, this is production, right? They said they had not seen a production blade reach over 63, or no, 62, I think it was, with DLC. And they attributed it to, they thought it was that the properties of it were not letting it get harder.
Check your Instagram, Scotch.
But that was also production as well, too.
Right.
So,
and the thing with production knives is they're stuck with whatever HRC Peters is heat treating the other 10,000 parts in that oven. Right. They're stuck with running it at that HRC. They don't get to pick the reason why MagnaCut was so easy for everybody to jump to 63 to 64, because MagnaCut's not being used for anything else. So when they heat treat MagnaCut, it's all knife blades. So Peters can decide, well, okay, we'll do it at 64 because this bigger customer that makes us a whole lot more money doesn't have parts in there saying we only want it at 61. That was
I just wanted you to know you're welcome.
And that's why I got so mad at Rick Hender, because it was so easy to achieve.
Right.
And he didn't do it.
Does he heat treat his own blades?
I don't know who he treats for.
But like if Peters heat treated for him, he'd be at that same.
All he's got to do is ask.
Yeah.
Right? Guys, literally the only difference, if you follow the steps exactly, the only difference between me heat treating crew wear at 61 or 65 is the turn of a knob. I either turn that knob to 300 degrees or I turn it to 400 degrees. That's the only difference. The grind, it's immeasurable. It's literally if it takes more time to grind. I did notice it took me a little more time to grind 64 HRC M4 than it did 62 HRC Nitro V. But what are we talking? I mean, it was such a immeasurable amount that it doesn't really matter. If that's what your customers want, then that's what you should just do. You know,
well, I want to go back to that for a second. So on the DLC, you're also comparing, so like DLC on K390. K390 being carbon based, it's going to temper it.
Stupid question. DLC, did it go on before heat treat, I guess, or after?
No.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
It on the K390, it is actually based off of carbon steel, so it's going to temper much higher than stainlesses. So if you have and it reaches around 400 degrees, if I'm not mistaken. So if you take DLC on something that is already tempered, right, and you're going above that temper range, then yeah, you're affecting it.
Right.
It's not going to get.
But not on K390.
Right. I'm not. Yeah, I wasn't arguing with K390. I'm just saying, but based off of.
Happy New Year, Jesse.
On these different steels, it'll make a big difference on some of them, but not other ones.
Right.
The other issue too is it gets misused as far as because it stands for diamond light coating is what DLC stands for, but people are also saying it makes the knife tougher. It absolutely does not make the knife tougher. It'll make the abrasion resistance to the wearing of the actual finish tougher, but it doesn't make the steel tougher at all.
Right. I think a lot of people get confused just in the general community, because I did until I read a little bit about it. I'm still confused, but toughness is not the same as edge retention.
No.
And DLC probably affects neither.
But it's measured by side load, pounds per square foot of how much they apply side load to it before it snaps.
That's why when Dark Gravity made the mistake of trying to straighten out his maximum factory second.
Yeah, that's never going to work because it has zero side load ability.
Right.
It doesn't have any lateral strength. Now, if you're cutting in a straight line, it's perfectly fine, but it has zero side loading ability.
Cheeto.
Because the reason why this conversation came up is I kept showing you guys my knives out of Quench because I love that vulcanized look. And I asked Steve, I was like, how does Medford manage to keep that vulcanized look on his blades after they're ground? And he said, well, because he's heating it up. He said, what you're seeing is beautiful. However, it's also decarb, which doesn't get hard. It's absolutely, not only is it useless, it has a negative effect on a blade steel. So if you want that vulcanized look on your bevels, you're making less of a knife to make that happen. But a lot of people buy Bedfords just for the way they look. They don't care how it cuts. Because I wanted to do that. I wanted to be able to sell a knife with that vulcanized finish, but I'm not willing to do it at the cost of ruining the steel.
Right. I wonder, so depending upon the temperature of the flame, how it reacts to the blade, I wonder how hot you would have to get it to change the...
How are you, buddy?
The finish.
Yeah. Give it a blue pill.
No, but Edgy American, this guy Shane Gables is fucking shitty. I would make a video about it.
Who the hell is he talking to?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay, Greg. Happy New Year, buddy.
Oh, Greg.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to make a quick call.
Did you get a call from Arizona?
No, I made a call. I called Arizona. I've got him in speed dial.
This is the thing, though, man. If I wanted a Bedford Praetorian with a vulcanized finish, I'd still buy it. It's beautiful, and I would just have to not care how long it holds an edge.
And they're thick. I mean, they're thick, though, right? So
yeah. Scotson thinks that he's using them as fine.
And Scotch, he uses them. Scotch is cutting fucking metal with metal. He's cutting metal bands.
Yeah, I want to do it, and like they were telling me how to do it. There's like, but vulcanized is that color is decarb. So if you want decarb on your edge, go for it. But I don't want that, so I won't ever offer it.
I think that's true, and I think and I say I think that's true only because I've heard that. I think that's why some of the fixed blades are at a lower HRC, is so that they will have more side load, I guess you would say, for beating shit, bushcrafting maybe.
Yeah. And so what you're talking about is it's actually increasing the toughness of the finish, but not the toughness of the blade, because it's not affecting the carbides or anything, the makeup of the blade.
Anything in the powder metallurgy is not being affected by the DLC because it's applied after all that shit has hardened.
Unless it is baked on at a higher temperature than temper.
Right.
That's where, but it will affect a lot of steels. Every steel that you do it to, it's going to affect differently. I only brought that up because with K390, it just wouldn't affect it.
Right, because it's carbon based.
That was another thing that the community has been told that was not true. Now, does Jared know that's not true? Probably not. That's just what people making these knives told him, but it's not true. There was just a lack of heat treating knowledge.
Happy New Year, guys! Hold on.
10.
We're already there.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. We're 37 seconds into it. Go ahead, Shane. Didn't mean to break you off there.
Oh no, you're fine. Kyle, were you supposed to talk sharp tonight?
No.
We're just talking life, talking knives, talking New Year's.
No,
talking.
I didn't mean to step on your toes, Shane. I just came on to talk shit.
I was the same way. I want to step on your.
No.
And Joe, that's what Lancelot's saying now. That's the case with a lot of people, and that's fine. And I'd be glad to make knives I don't have to make a knife with super high HRC. If you tell me, hey man, I just want it to be as tough as it can be. Actually, I have a couple of customers right now that have requested that.
There's probably a different recipe that you just tweak.
Right. I'll just heat treat it differently in order to achieve that. But
so that to me, I understand Joe likes his 1095 and his basic stuff, but my philosophy on the HRC is not so much for saying that I'm worried about chipping versus rolling. I want the optimal out of that steel, and then I'll base the geometry based on the toughness. Yeah. So if you want a tough steel, start with a tough steel, properly heat treat it to the optimal range, then use your geometry to affect how tough it is. I mean, if none of us should be worrying about getting something that can't be sharpened with a diamond stone. That's going to come back regardless.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I just I agree with you there, and that's why I said
ordering from you.
At first I was a little Just keep in mind, guys, the guy that did this HRC testing for me is a very old school machinist, and he thought I had failed. He was like, "Why would anybody want a knife this hard? It's going to break." I'm like, "You're right. This is what they want."
Thank you, buddy.
Because he's from that same chain of thought, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I agree with Kyle. If I wanted to make you something very tough, I could still make it.
A high
That
HRC.
Nitro V that I heat treated at 64 HRC is still tougher than 59 HRC 1095. Because when you look at the charts, as the HRC starts to go up, the toughness goes up with it. It's just when it gets to a certain number, that toughness starts to drop. With different steels, it drops at a different rate. Nitro V falls off pretty hard at 64. But then when you compare those foot pounds on how tough that Nitro V is at 64, it's still tougher than 1095.
Considerably.
ABL, 14C. There's only a handful of knives, 440.
I'm going to direct you to America's comment section with that information, please. Go ahead.
But those steels you can heat treat to a very high HRC, and they're still tougher than most of your simple carbon steels like 1095 or W1 or whatever.
Hell, Nitro V and 14C are tougher than crew wear.
Right. Yeah, like that. Yeah, exactly. Not that Nitro V at 64 that I was concerned about toughness. When I look at the chart, I'm like, well, shit, it's still 20 pounds of, 20 square pound of toughness above crew wear or M4 or whatever.
Right, because there are different properties that you
have to watch. There's always those two sweeping lines. There's HRC, which equals edge retention and toughness, and most people, when those peak together, that's where they're going to target their HRC, and that makes a fine knife. If you're into super high edge retention, though, you can push that HRC a little higher. You can go as high as you want until this number drops to your threshold. Whatever you decide.
What I'll say is you can offset the effectiveness or the defectiveness of that drop by using your edge geometry for the task that you're trying to apply that knife for, right? So even though your toughness went down, you can. Is that what you were saying, Kyle? That your geometry?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the optimal performance of that steel should not be wavering. It should be baked into. That's what it should be treated at, and then you adjust everything else accordingly. So if you want a tough steel, you start with a steel that's tough, and then you make your adjustments accordingly. Right. You don't go around the opposite way and take a super mild steel and try to make it tough. That doesn't make any damn sense. Also, the thing that people don't talk about, and they're like, "Oh, we don't need to have the tough steel for a pocket knife." I get that to a point, but the other thing is that people don't consider is when you have a tough steel, you can do more with it. You have more leeway as far as what you can do with edge geometry, because the tougher the steel and depending upon the carbide, whether it's vanadium or whatever the carbides are in the steel, you can create different edge stability with it. Right. So you can grind a knife thinner than you could with a different steel. So again, you're taking multiple aspects of these steels and creating the perfect scenario for what you're using it for. It doesn't have to be one steel for everything. And that's where I think a lot of people get into the misunderstanding. What's the best steel? There is no best steel.
Right, because it's an application based. Like I think someone said earlier, an axe is going to be totally different than a knife, right? Because they're totally different tasks.
Tools. They're tools, and that's what people don't realize as far as just saying, "Hey, everything should we bought up apparently all of the fucking 20 CV in the world has been using that for the last 4 years." No, 20 CV is a decent steel. It's not great, but it's not the best for all around for everything. And I think that's the misconception that a lot of these knife makers and knife manufacturers get into, is trying to please the hype train instead of just saying, this is what the knife is designed for. It's a tool. What can we use and how are we going to create it to make it worthwhile?
Right. Yeah, because I've told everybody, unless you specify, these the joke wolves I've got coming in K390, they will not withstand side load. You will break it. that's not what that knife is made to do. You know, if you want a knife made that you can pry with, and a lot of people do, well, we'll talk about a different steel if that's the case.
You just led into what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you what was the best heat treat for a pry bar.
It's still around
60.
No, I mean, like I said, when you watch that HRC and that toughness climb, on that, this is a very round number because it depends on the steel, but 59 to 60 is a good
You just
number.
want the highest toughness number is what you want to try to cook that.
You look at the chart and you watch the toughness climb, and when it reaches its peak, if you want it as tough as possible, then that's where you should stop, regardless of what the HRC is if you don't care. You know, but I'm trying to make knives right now for people that have the same passion that I do. Even though I don't need it, I've admitted that 1,000 times, but I want something that will cut
Happy New Year, Fed.
Possible.
Thank you, brother.
If you're paying,
so long.
Ed's a fine example. That fixed blade I made Ed is not super tough. It should be some of the highest edge retention 154 he's ever used, but it's not the toughest one.
You don't need to be prying paint cans open with it.
No, it'll break.
Right.
Or if you're Grateful Panic, you could cut your hand off.
Yeah.
Well, and see, that's the thing. So, like, people will get caught up on, like, for instance, 14C. It got put into the industry as a budget steel. And it is 100% not a budget steel. It is a mid-grade steel at a budget price. And people were using that and claiming it was a budget steel just because it was cheaper. It has zero to do with its capability.
Which one's that?
14C. Well, okay. The 14C, Nitro V, AEBL, it's all the same family. All three of them are virtually identical.
Joe, I don't know anything about Lynch's pry bars, but I know that titanium can be, we just looked this up recently, Kyle. Titanium can reach, 61, 62? It can reach a high HRC. I don't know what they do it at.
And it's very rarely run that high, though.
Yeah, very rarely.
Pries are going to be not like, I was kind of thinking about when Shane did his review on this pry bar that was so funny, a big pry bar, you know, a little pry. I think I've used my little pry to pop scales off a knife. I haven't used it for much hard stuff because I think all my pry bars are titanium, come to think of it.
Yeah, I mean, steel would be the way to go. So, like, if you're using think of it as like if you're using a big pry bar, like a breaker bar, you're not going to want that in tie because it will snap.
Oh yeah, yeah. The whole tie pry bar thing.
That's so you can anodize it and make it look cool and all that shit.
Right. It's kind of a fad to begin with, but that's the reason why they make them so small so that you can apply a ton of torque to it.
Right.
You know, it is made just to pop a paint can lid with or
open a beer.
Yeah, they're not intended to be hard used.
Tina, I have a couple that I don't know if they're treated. They came from Countycom. They're little steel pry bars, little knife pries. They're not what you would pry something with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about making some. I've got some 8670. I was thinking about making some super tough little pry bars. I mean, I've got to figure out if it's going to be worth my time. But I own a Steve Clarey custom steadfast hazmatic. I got it so sharp that it cut through the yeah, that's good shit.
Yep.
Paul Mills, thank you, brother. Happy New Year.
Matt, that would come down to what it's made of.
Thank you, Paul.
You know, without knowing what it's made of, I mean, there's no titanium pry bar that's going to fall into that category, though.
If you want to pay for it, I'd probably say tungsten, but.
Yeah. Well, tungsten is snap too, but yeah, I don't know.
Not under
just got the answer.
Straight load.
That's the answer right there, Ant. It's a Strider.
Well, there's that, I guess.
Yeah. If you want a good pry bar, get you a Strider.
Tungsten is so dense, but it's also so heavy. That's the issue with that.
Yeah. I heard it's off 3V. I don't even know if he's made anything in 3V. He may have. I know that W1 kitchen knife that I got from him, you know, W1's not an edge retention type of steel, but it's ground so thin that it wouldn't matter if it had a secondary bevel on it. It cut without an edge.
Two things about A to Z.
Basically, it's zero grind.
But Super Steel Steve did you know what a Pena Bravo is?
Yep.
Thick ass knife. Well, he did a hologrind, one of his earlier hologrinds, and there was no secondary bevel on it. He ground it so thin there was no room for it. And Jeff was like, "How am I going to sharpen it?" I was like, "Why are you going to sharpen it?
Yeah.
Thing will cut through goddamn anything." But guess what? I told Jeff about the Cerakote. He's like, "Oh, dude, what a deal! I was expecting it to be more."
And
I cut him a deal on it. That's why.
I know you did. But if I thought you could have gotten 50, I thought he would flip at 25. I was too harsh on it.
And every operator, every actual door kicker and special forces guy I've talked to will tell you that Mick is an American hero. They will all tell you that what you heard, what you read, was him being a scapegoat for something. It's all bullshit. So
they wouldn't keep getting military contracts if it wasn't.
Absolutely not. And I don't care about the military contracts. I'm talking about guys that serve and guys.
But I'm just saying they wouldn't.
And yes, he did steal a car in a foreign country to get his crew out of a situation. But don't believe everything you read, man. That dude.
Well, that's also bullshit. You should have some leeway as far as protecting your life and others.
Yeah.
And that goes back to what did we learn about Erica's video that y'all are all going to watch later.
I will watch it later.
Don't believe everything you hear. And if you do, it's okay, but don't let that totally change your opinion of somebody that you've never met or you've never had a personal experience with, because you might cost yourself a great friend or a great acquaintance.
Yeah. Me and Erica get along great now. You know, when we have conversations, it's not about knives. We disagree on a lot of things on knives. I disagree with how she handles a lot of situations, but she's trying to build a channel, and nothing builds a channel faster than drama. You know, it's just like the fact that, I gave up being mad at Bees. I gave up being mad at Bees for how he's building his channel. I gave up on being mad at Cole for how he's building his channel. Those people are trying to create content, and they're going to do whatever gets the most clicks and views. I don't care about that. You know, I just care about how I interact with them as a person, and I don't have an issue with them. You know, is she full of shit sometimes? Probably, but she posts
and 100% does.
Yeah.
Sorry, Shane. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just saw that comment. I was like, it does, because if he had any type of dishonorableness, he would have zero chance of getting a military contract with them again.
Because we all know that the military is not looking for the best price.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just too many guys, like legit guys, that I've talked to that back Mick 100%, and that's all I need to know. Because if I have a group of people, I have to pick whose opinion I want, and one of them is a columnist online or for a newspaper, and one of them's a government official, and then there's a handful of these dudes who have bled next to him. I'm taking their word for it every fucking time.
And I take your word for your sources.
Right. So I don't, and I've talked to plenty of them that have told me that Mick was railroaded. You know, lots of people have been railroaded. Look what we did to Oliver North
or Eddie Gallagher
or Prince guy that ran Blackwater, whatever.
Yeah.
Scotch, you can't drop facts like that and not leave the RV and fucking click on the link.
What's Scotch?
Unless that's common knowledge.
What did he say?
Can't you read his thing at the bottom?
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard a custom knife maker took $15,000 from the dealer for an order. It's been a year and no knives. I don't doubt that, man, especially if you're depending on other people. You can't run a knife company if you're depending on anybody to do anything else. It very well could take a year.
Yeah, unfortunately, you hear too many of those, though. And that it gives a bad name to everybody else.
Right.
Yeah, and if people are talking about it, probably wasn't told it was going to take a year or over a year. Yeah. And I think if things come up, this is Javon's, the way I've kind of had to been forced to run business when I was in business.
That's just like all the rumors about John Willis at SOE going to prison on some arms charges. He did. That's 100% the truth. But what John Willis really went to prison for is not running his mouth. He went to prison because he wasn't willing to rat. So there's honor in that. And that's why he doesn't get military contracts, because he can't. But when these special operations teams get unlimited budgets and they can buy from whoever they want, they buy from that guy, because they know that he spent years in federal prison covering the asses of some guys doing a job. If you guys didn't follow all that, how Obama tried to put every fucking special forces operator in the country in prison after Afghanistan. And I don't want to get into that. Never mind, man. That was fucking.
It's a long story.
Yeah, you ramp people up. Their only job is to kill people, and you send them in the country to do that. And then 8 years later, you start questioning why they did it, and it just makes no sense.
Well, he's sitting there ordering drone strikes from his comfy chair,
right?
Killing innocents. But yeah, anyways,
I'm always going to take the word of the guy in the trench, the guy bleeding beside you. I'm going to take his word every time. Now, you don't have to. I'm not trying to convince anybody.
But why would somebody in that position lie? Why would somebody that was in the trenches next to somebody put their name on the line and the honor of that's what I'm saying. I mean, the brother, you wouldn't cover up for somebody that had dishonored your.
Yeah.
It just, but again, I urge you guys, and I'm not a fan, but I might reach out to her via DM and tell her that I really appreciated that video. I thought it was good, even though I was about to fucking roast her in the comment section with a really well thought out. I'd written it down. I think I threw it away. I had it on a little piece of paper because it was only about 3 sentences. They're poignant because the first 5 minutes, you got to get past it. So when you start going, holy fuck, not this again, just go forward a little while and it'll all kind of settle down.
I've got a buddy that worked for Blackwater, and his first day in country in Iraq, they had him on the roof-mounted machine gun going through Baghdad, and a guy stepped out from around a corner with a building with a RPG, and he lit him up, literally sawed him to pieces. After the fact, you got to do after-action reports. So they go over there to confiscate the RPG. It was a piece of black plumbing pipe. Did he kill an innocent person? Yeah, he absolutely did. Should he go to prison for it? In that situation, when you see a guy step out from around a building with a piece of pipe over his shoulder pointed at your Humvee,
and you're protecting your people,
and your buddies have been blown to pieces multiple times, you do what you have to do. And that's exactly what he did. Does it suck? Sure it does. But that's just there's no such thing as a fair and just war. That's just the way.
No, wars are fucking crazy. And if just to not change the subject, but I saw a video yesterday. Have y'all heard of the vampire drones they're using in Ukraine?
Yeah,
I've heard a lot about drones. I haven't heard them
called. The vampire drones fly at night, and they're thermo imaging.
Oh, okay.
And they were dropping because they show these guys arming them. They're big, and they make a weird noise, which partially they can silence it, but it strikes fear because you can't see them, and it's night, and they can see you. So they do stuff like they'll see a column of tanks, and they can see the window that's open where the heat signature is, and they fly that motherfucker in there.
Right.
So I mean, it's just like fish in a barrel. But now they're dropping robotic dogs, dude. And they're not armed yet. The robotic dogs are dropping for reconnaissance.
Right.
See, that's ridiculous, though, because for reconnaissance, you can do that from 60,000 feet. You don't need to be.
No, and this is in cities. So, like, if they're like these dogs are walking through rubble and shit. So, what this drone does, this drone's about the size of a go-kart, a little bit smaller than a go-kart, but it gets to about, I don't know, 3 feet off the ground and hovers there. And that goddamn fucking thing falls down flat like a sack of potatoes. And then the drone flies off and then whoop.
John, they've been preparing this for years. They were able to modify the Bradley fighting vehicles, the controllers and that, to Xbox controllers.
Well, they can do that
because the 19-year-old kid that they've got running that thing is way better with an Xbox controller than he is something designed by a military weapons expert. He can fly that drone right up your asshole because he's done it 1,000 times on Call of Duty, and it all looks the same to him.
Exactly. It's a simulation.
There's a complete disconnect between the people that he's killing. It just looks like a video game. They just do what they've been doing since they were 12 years old. And that's why they're so good at it. That's why all those Ukrainian drone pilots are 18, 19, up to 22, 23-year-old kids, because they're really good at what they do. I don't know how it's going to change the landscape of war in the future, but it's altered it to a point.
It's already changed it. It's already changed it, because if you look at, and I made the mistake of, and I know that the internet's not real, right? I know a lot of it's just crazy, but you have to look at different sources. So when I see something that's, to me, interesting, like what happened at the Mandalay Bay in 2017, and then I go out and I look at independent sources and look at inconsistencies in the reporting, you go, what the fuck? So there's all kinds of, I'm crazy to think that, I think there'll be a time when all wars are run from bunkers with Xbox controllers.
And I agree with what you're asking, because there's not an answer. I wasn't saying that there's a right
or a justification. Situation. There's no justification, but at the same time,
that family lost their breadwinner. It's horrible.
However, war is hell, and war is horrible.
Right. However, I'm just saying, if you were in that situation, and the last 10 times you saw a guy in a robe with sandals on point a black piece of pipe at you and your friends, and people died, the next time you see that, you're not going to give them a chance to fire. That's what happened.
And it's also a split-second decision too.
And what also I think people don't think about, and I know I do just from when I used to hunt, you got to think that guy who made those shots in that split-second decision is living with that too.
Oh, absolutely, he did.
He's not high five and go.
Why do you think I know the story? I only know the story because he lived with that decision.
Yeah.
He didn't tell it to me braggadociously.
No, just, I mean, again, nobody wants, and I think, yes, there's a voluntary army, but I don't think anybody is volunteering, maybe a few, because they just want to go crash out on somebody. Right. I think people want education. They want a skill. I know when I got my ADHD diagnosis when I was 42.
Do you think Dakota Meyer at any point in his life thought, what I'd really like to do? I'd like to straddle a guy and crush his brain with a rock.
Right.
No.
He probably never thought that in his life, but when put in that situation, that's what he had to do. If you watch an interview with him now, you could tell that dude's still a little messed up. It's just what I'm getting at is there's not a right or wrong. There's not a right or wrong in that situation. There's just
I think they're right or wrong, but I don't think they're made by the people that are the operators on the ground. I think the right or wrongs are happening for wrong reasons. I think it's all
right or wrongs all happened way up the chain of command.
And they happened long before that incident ever occurred. I mean, here's my thought on the greater scheme of it. And I think war should be swift, just, and ending. It should not be, it actually causes more loss of life by extending a war the way a lot of times we do it, solely for the fact of making money versus saving lives. If you want to save lives, you go in there, drop a big bomb, and it's done. Period. Yes, does it kill a lot of people once? 100%. But
a lot of innocent people, but it stops wars.
Correct.
Yeah. There's no right answer there. And Ant, you're right. No, you didn't put yourself in that situation.
And what's so horrible, guys,
there's nothing dishonorable about that.
If you look at nature, if you watch any cheetahs, alligators, all that shit, humans are barbaric. As long as I think people have written on caves, they've been bashing each other's skulls in for this or that. Yes, we've gotten more evolved, but does that mean that basic, whatever the fuck it is that makes us an apex predator, do stupid shit like that? I don't know. I think that's a lifelong question. I think as scared as I am of AI, I think if AI, which I know AI will be corrupted because everything else is, but if AI wasn't, then AI could solve a lot of this bullshit. Because if it takes history and it analyzes it, and
is there any AI involved in all this drone warfare? I'm sure.
Oh, probably. Yeah, I'm talking
it's
about
already having an effect.
Right. I'm talking about like it would be to me idealistic if instead of having a bunch of people on the payroll of big corporations making decisions that affect people's lives, if you had a centralized AI that analyzed all the history and made the best decision it could based on the facts that were given to it, that would be better than people that are voting yes or no because they gain to get this or that. You want to hear something funny? So, my favorite.
Cheeto, the answer to what you're saying is that the two politicians that made those decisions and caused that conflict to happen, in a perfect world, they would just fight it out until one of them died, and that's who wins.
Or go out and duel.
Unfortunately, that's not how
go out and duel. Take 20 paces.
Right.
That's how they use.
Unfortunately, it's a lot more money to be made. It's a whole lot easier to send a bunch of 18-year-old kids out there to do your bidding for you. But that's
what I was saying. And I mean,
that's the world we live in.
Perfect world, you would end it swiftly and save the most amounts possible.
Yeah.
It's
been happening ever since, just like you said, since we were capable of picking up a rock, we've been killing each other over food, land, women, whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And the issue with what Javon was saying with AI,
spreading your seed, spreading your type. It's just crazy.
Javon, with what you're saying with AI. So the issue is, it could be great for a lot of things, but evil always brings more money than good.
I agree. And that's my whole point. And my whole point is, and Crispy Critter said it too, because it'll eventually decide if it has autonomous learning that humans are the problem to the planet. And it would probably logically come up with, if the goal is to save the planet, we need to get rid of humans.
What other sci-fi theory from the past 60 years hasn't come true? I mean, I understand.
Hoverboard skateboards.
That is possible right now. Elon Musk discussed that. He can make you a flying car tomorrow, but every time you blow the shingles off your neighbor's roof, he's going to be pissed. That technology already exists.
That's true.
I'm just saying that sounds like what we all learned from Terminator, but what other theories from science fiction haven't? They've all come true.
I know, dude.
We've grown body parts on pigs, and we've done all of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a different world. And you think about how fast this is, and I forget what they call it, but how fast technology progresses. For example, when we had the Atari 2900 or whatever to the PlayStation 5, and from the Pong to the Atari, how
in the grand scope of things that was hours. I mean, it was 40 years, but in the grand scope of things,
in human evolution, blinks of time.
I remember the first time I played Resident Evil on PlayStation 1, I thought, man, these graphics are amazing. It will never get better than that. And now you go back and look at it, it's all blocky, it's horrible.
Oh my God. Doom was like so immersive. I used to play Doom for fucking hours, running down those square hallways, shooting those pixelated people.
I'm not into time travel. There's people that think that exists too. I don't know because I hadn't seen it. But yeah, that is a good example of maybe of one of the things that we haven't made happen yet. But
here's the weird thing too.
Many others we have.
I think ancient civilizations had technologies that might not have been the same technologies that we have. Have y'all seen that excavated site in India? The largest cave dwelling that's a city that's carved out of a mountain from the top down.
Yeah.
And they're like, they knew something we didn't. We couldn't do that now. Like the pyramids,
We
probably could.
Yeah.
So we
have sonic imaging and things like that would make it a lot easier than just a bunch of people with fucking shovels.
Yeah. But you're right. For us to say that we know how they did something or how smart they were is pretty ignorant to begin with. We don't know what those people knew.
No, and I do
we don't know what equipment they had, although it may be biodegradable, so there's no record of it.
Yeah.
They clearly were capable. How can you say they weren't capable of building this object when it's there?
It's been there for fucking ever, dude.
Clearly, they were capable of building it because they did it.
And what's funny is
there's no
the face is off of it. So it used to have mirrored granite all the way up it.
And the fact that they all point exactly the same direction, from the ones in Egypt to the ones in South America, that's pretty amazing when you think about it, man.
It is. And even if it's done with just complex math or vectors or whatever you want to call it, there's a lot to be said for mass extinctions that wipe out not just a civilization, but their history, the knowledge. Yeah. And people have to start back at zero.
We're still doing that to this day. Like Al Qaeda was just doing that just a few years ago. They were going to these towns, and that was one of the first things they would do, where they would burn all the history. They were depleting these people's histories. And that's been going on for
they blew up that
big
statue. I remember like 20 years ago, they blew up that big
because that's the ultimate flex. That is the most gangster thing you can do. To defeat a man in battle is one thing, but when you delete the record of his
from history
and his entire race, that's the ultimate gangster shit.
Yeah,
and that's what some people are interested in doing.
So going back to technology, what people don't realize, in the last 50 years, nothing that has came out technology-wise has ever been cutting edge. And if it's been released to the public, it's a long overdue.
I mean, it's old by the time we see it.
Yeah, it's way, way outdated. I mean, when you go buy a brand new TV, before you even purchase it, it's 3-4 years behind technology,
right,
or more. And that's,
you don't think something as corrupt as the government wants to have better shit that's better than what 100%. You have?
100%.
Yeah.
So but I'm saying everything is that way. It doesn't matter, washing machine tech, whatever it is. When you buy it, it is outdated.
Yeah, I have an uncle
exactly
that had to go from the CIA building to the FBI building because their satellite, believe it or not, the FBI satellites were better, and literally could read name tags. From space, could read the name tags on soldiers' uniforms that were kicking indoors in Iraq from space. How long have we known that was possible? I mean, we know you can see Google Earth, you can see the roof of your house, but could you read
No, that's a whole nother magnification. That's a whole nother crazy level of technology.
And we will have access to that 30, 40 years from now and think that it's brand new and it's awesome. But we've never faced a time where you weren't able to hide things anymore. And now we're not able to hide shit anymore. Everything's out in the open. The only way to battle everything being so open to the public is to create so much garbage to keep you from concentrating on it. And that's what the CIA is doing now. That's why they've got us arguing on the internet over menial shit that we don't even deal with on a daily basis. Some of us may never even run into those.
It doesn't affect. No.
But you have to keep the attention off, because used to they could hide shit. You think about the fact that they had all those people working on the hydrogen bomb, and none of them told anybody. Like they kept that shit locked down into one little town, and nothing leaked. You can't
do that without fucking total. I mean,
you can't do that now at all. I mean, it's just not possible. There's too many ways for the word to spread.
I don't want to bring up
the only choice is to keep us looking at the fucking airplanes flying over New Jersey, telling us that they're drones and there's missing news.
50. There was one today I saw that came out of the fucking sea, that somebody on a boat has a video of this fucking size of a car coming out of the water. So I don't know if a submarine's launching them. I don't know if y'all watch YouTube ads. I do. And I get a lot of these. Are they Boeing or are they?
And you're right. They just hide it in different. They're having to hide it in a different way. Is what I'm getting at.
Have y'all seen those Lockheed Martin ads that are on YouTube? They're so weird. It's this really pretty lady in an elevator.
Yeah.
And she goes up and the doors open and you see this hangar with all these things that they look like fighter jets, but they don't, right? They're futuristic. And then I don't know if they're a publicly traded company. I don't know why this ad exists, but I see it all the time. Then she goes down the elevator and opens it, and you see this big ass manta ray thing underwater. That new sub, have you heard about that? Our new sub that looks like a manta ray that's undetectable by enemy ships. But there's just so much crazy shit. I don't know if I told y'all, in Huntsville, we've got Redstone Arsenal here. And about
you guys know that we wouldn't have cordless drills today. The only reason they exist at Lowe's today is because they were created for NASA for the space program decades ago.
And turned into
it turned into us being able to own a Milwaukee cordless drill. It's that way with everything in life. The technology is so far ahead of what we can imagine. We don't know what they're capable of, and it is scary.
What's interesting, I don't know if y'all, and I'm not agreeing with him or disagreeing with him, but Tucker Carlson's an interesting character. That dude's an ex-cocaine addict. He was wild.
NASA.
He's a deadhead. He's gone to like as many dead shows as I have, and he now does not own a smartphone. He drives a carbureted Ford Bronco, and he lives kind of off the grid the best he can. And he said, you think about it, with autonomous Teslas that will drive themselves, Tim Dillon said this, the government can shut your car off at any time. There will be no more high-speed chases. Everything is closed circuit. You're always on camera. All of our cars know exactly where we are because you've got GPS in it. So
you don't need it in your car. We've got it we keep it in our pocket all day.
Right.
That's funny. Lindy brought that up. Don't forget about Tang. Tang was invented for the astronauts.
Yes, Tang. I used to love those commercials. I love.
I wanted Tang, and looking back on it, it didn't even taste that good.
Dude, I wanted it. I wanted it.
I drank it because the astronaut. It was made for astronauts.
I rotted all my baby teeth out with that shit. It was awesome. Prettiest, most acidic, fucking wonderful substance. I don't even think they can sell it anymore.
That dehydrated ice cream they used to make was the worst shit ever.
Oh, that bar of just like flavored soap.
It was chalk.
Yeah.
Insane stuff though. But I was walking the dog 10 years ago. I was still married. It's probably 15 years ago. And I just walk around my neighborhood, which is a little residential neighborhood by our neighborhood pool. But behind our neighborhood pool, there's a little swamp. And that swamp is supposedly really toxic because it's a big swamp and it's on the weapons testing side of Redstone Arsenal. So there's a lot of waste and stuff in there. Well, anyway, it's the edge of the Redstone Arsenal. So I'm walking the corner down there and I hear nothing. And coming over the treetops to my right, from here to the top of my ceiling, is a goddamn thing with a guy sitting in it with fatigues on. It doesn't have a shell. It's got 4 rotors, making no noise, and it fucking comes over those trees from the swamp, goes out, turns to the right, which is south of where I was, and then goes back over. Didn't make a sound, dude. And
you live in the heart of technology that we're not supposed to know about yet.
Dude, I used to work when I was at Spectrum. We worked in what I call a black building. It's called, I forget the name of the buildings, but there are 2 buildings that look identical across the street. And most of the occupancy are defense contractors. So when I walked in for the first 3 years, there's an office. I've told this story before, that on the right, there was a huge office. They had like weapons, missile type things, models in there. They had screens. I mean, it was high tech office. It looked like a ton of money was changing hands in there. And I'd greet those people. Sally, I think was the cute one's name, Sally. And I'd see a couple of guys that would come outside and I'd say hey to them because I walked by it every morning going upstairs to the office. One day, came back from Christmas, walked by, the place was fucking shuttered. There was nothing there. And I'd only been gone like a week. So a week later, I come back, totally similar weapons in there.
Yeah.
Technology, but in different places. And Sally's in there.
With a new name on the door.
Yes. So basically what happens in these type of towns, these defense contractors work through these contracts. And then it happened not just in that office, smaller offices too. People, you'd see the same people, but the door would change.
Right.
And all of them had key cards to get in, but there's a lot of crazy shit that goes on up here.
Yeah. That they will fucking shoot you for walking through their own door. I remember when the Gulf War kicked off, I spent days on a rooftop beside a my buddy with a fucking Madus. We were probably 250 yards from the front gate, but we were direct line of sight at the front gate. And I just remember thinking, all we were waiting on was a click of that mic and them telling it, So if a car pulled up at that gate and they told us to fire, we were supposed to just fucking unload without knowing who's in it. We were supposed to destroy the vehicle and everybody inside it. And I just remember thinking,
that's a lot of power to have, is knowing
it
that
is.
your ears.
And dude, that's nowhere near as top secret as some of the shit you're talking about.
No.
Offices with civilian employees that they would kill you for going through the wrong door.
Yeah, exactly, man. I'm telling you, it's and people disappear, because Huntsville is such a, people come in and go out. You would never know if somebody just got reassigned or got, whatever. Because we all know, I think it's even coming out now that the government's been involved in some fucked up shit.
Hell, Javon's car doors disappeared.
Yeah, I know how that happened.
No, I ground
woke
that.
up one morning and the car door was gone.
I ground that son of a bitch harder than Shane grounds that K390 against that retaining wall. I learned something yesterday. Show you how out of touch I am. I did not know Nick Saban retired last year.
Oh yeah.
Did Alabama win yesterday?
No,
they got beat.
Good.
They got beat. It's hilarious.
I love it.
I'm the most hated man in Alabama on Facebook right now because I have been seriously rubbing it in.
I was actually rooting for Bama.
Yeah.
See, I was rooting for Michigan because I worked with a lady for the 9 years I was at Spectrum, Kathy, and she graduated from Michigan. So she was a huge Michigan fan.
Fuck Michigan and fuck Kathy.
Yeah, okay, I wanted to.
I hate them. Sorry.
I wanted to in the first 3 years. She kind of added some pounds towards the end, but it was still definitely doable.
Yeah, but to the end, all that hour we spent of conspiracy theories and talking about evil stuff, that in my opinion, the best thing we can do, because it's really we're powerless against it. The only thing we can do is to continue to try to live our lives as enriched as possible and be as kind to people as we possibly can.
And Shane,
all that's left, man. If we worry
true.
about all that other shit and whether we're right or or you're wrong,
that's what they want us to do.
Nothing from it.
That's what they want us to do. That's what the narrative wants us to do. Yeah. And that's what this gets into. And my daughter and I, Pat, Happy New Year, buddy. My daughter and I, we're super close, but since she just got out of college, we have a lot of different ideas. She's gotten some information that I could be wrong on my information. Anyway, we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. Well, she was in town yesterday and we were just talking, and I told her basically what you need to think about is if you want to change for the better, the only way we're going to enact change is change your neighbor, make a relationship with your neighbors. You do it from a local level. You get, that's the only thing that we really have any control over. Cheeto, I totally agree. And I was about to leave a nasty, nasty comment on the beginning of that video, but it's actually a good video. It just talks about, I have to watch it again before I give it too much. Y'all go watch it. I'm going to link it here again. And y'all let me know what you think.
I'll definitely check it out. I'm always open to hear what she has to say.
Well, it made me think because one of the things.
One up on me, Shane.
Because I can tell you this: if you put aside the things that you agree or disagree with Erica about, and you just get to know her and have a conversation with, she's one of the sweetest human beings I've ever met. And she really is.
That's the point that she makes. Not about her being sweet, but you don't know just because you have a preconceived notion that this guy's bad for this reason or this gal's bad for this reason. You might be denying yourself the chance of a lifelong friend who you have so much more in common, even though you share something that you totally don't agree on.
Right.
What I don't get, and the problem I have with it, if you couldn't fast forward it, but she gets into this whole thing about the reason she doesn't monetize and the reason she doesn't do this, that, and the other is because she's now made great relationships with these small makers. And she's able to do objective testing and get the truth about these steels. And I'm thinking, bitch, you're doing one goddamn knife with your testing you're not getting truth. You're getting one set of results based on your variables.
That's still more than most people are doing, though, John.
I agree. And if you say I'm doing more than most people, I would give that something of a totally different words that came out of her mouth. But for her to say that allows me to now be really
she is a little high on her opinion. I'll agree with that.
That's the only thing I meant by it. I mean, again, the last 2/3 of the video, I think if everybody listened to it and thought, it would take me no more energy to be that way or attempt to be that way when I see it fit. You don't have to be an absolutist, but say, I'm gonna try to be a little bit more, tolerant is a good word.
It was like, probably over a year ago when she was talking about that her testing was more, I don't know what the word I'm trying to use. That her edge testing was, had more validity than Outpost 76 because not everybody's just cutting cardboard all day.
Yeah.
Well, as a statement, that can be true. However, if she's not cutting the exact same
material, she's not
over
getting
and over in the same
conditions.
Just keep this in mind. Keep this in mind, guys. Your edge retention can change due to the temperature outside.
There's so many factors that people don't consider. And so, like, I lost a lot of respect when, to me, okay, people can argue, I don't care. But to me, there's truth and then there's not. And to say that, this is my experience and truth is bullshit. When you sharpen a knife and you're only using a 240 plate or a 400 plate, you're not doing any refinement after that. And you're going to say that you can tell a difference between 63 and 62 Nitro V, you're full of shit.
Yeah, that
point blank.
That's why ego is so destructive. Humility is the way, my friend.
Yeah, but that's just the way we're wired too, man. I mean, I've done things in my life that I regret. That I've tried to be really good to people that I didn't know. Was that because I'm a good person, or was it because I wanted to feel better about myself? I don't know.
We never do know.
I think we're just such complex creatures that there just aren't any answers that we can carve in stone.
Because the truth is, we don't understand the potential of what we're capable of seeing, knowing. I've never done DMT, but I know that it's made in our bodies, and if there are things that are so outside of what we think of as science and normal that exist in reality, we're primates.
And that's truer than you even know.
What I miss?
Except for Kyle, who sucks in his own story.
I'm kind of the victim of my story too, even though I don't have a victim complex.
No, I don't feel like I do.
I'm
my worst critic.
Well, you're a perfectionist, and that's for something that like you do.
No, it's everything, Javon.
Well, you shouldn't. You should be less hard on yourself. And I know that's easy to say. If you live it, it's totally different. And it can be crippling. I shouldn't even really say anything because I'm kind of dealing with, for the last year, I've kind of been dealing with that same. I've kind of been in a weird headspace.
Yeah.
So I definitely get it. But I also know.
Todd, you stay out of this.
That when I did turn, maybe it was 51, maybe it was when I got divorced, but there comes a time, and I think the weaker we are, the longer it takes. But if you're by whatever you were taught or whatever you believe, and we're all different, you're doing the best that you can. You're being a good person by your definition. That's really the best you can do, unless you're arrested because you're so far off track and you have to be rehabilitated, and then you learn or you don't. But in most cases, we're all just trying to figure it out. And Dave Matthews said it best, he quit giving a fuck at 50 because he realized at 50, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And this is a guy that's got millions of dollars, Grammys.
He don't just not know what he's doing. He don't even know what the fuck's going on around him. And
no, he's lost. He's like, what the fuck? Why should I, this is all.
Especially when you spent your whole life just trying to make these numbers exceed these numbers, which is, your income and your
you're outgoing. Yeah, exactly.
We don't have time. Yeah,
and in all truth, you started out because you love the art. You know, you just want to probably get laid when you're doing it in college.
Yeah.
At least that was my story, and I stuck to it.
Every decision I ever made up until recently,
2 weeks ago when you got reformed,
revolved around, is this going to get me laid?
Shane, I will say this: 2024 has been an impressive redemption arc for you, and I'm proud of you.
I appreciate it, man.
I would say, and believe it or not, in the drama channels I watch, there are people that get the Redemption Arc Award of the Year, and there are people that get the LOLCAL Award of the Year, which is the lowest of the low, people who've fallen from grace, so to speak. But I think Shane's Redemption Arc has been goddamn impressive. I'm sorry, Ed. I said it again. I've got to get that word out.
It's in here anyway.
Well, it doesn't matter. He feels it, and I shouldn't say it. It's fuck is a great word. I love that word. It can be used in so many different contexts. I can use it in a sentence 8 different ways. But yeah, I just think that you know, to jump around with my ADHD brain, I think I told y'all Friday, I didn't know this, and somebody said it could have been hacked, but Elon Musk is also the #1 Diablo 4 player in the world. And it was also proven by this thing that he put on Twitter. They went back and checked his play logs that he broke a world record. I know, Ed, and I apologize, dude. I said it twice tonight. I'm getting better. I'm conscious because every time I slip up, even at home, if I say it to myself, I'll think, what would Ed do?
Yeah. Well, see, that's a positive impact.
It's a huge positive impact. Ed's been he doesn't know what a positive impact he's been on my life. But, you know.
Go to the bathroom, wash your mouth out with soap.
I was the first grandchildren of 9 that my grandmother picked me up at 2 years old, walked me to the sink at a family get together, and washed my mouth out with soap. And can you guess what I said? And I found out afterwards from my mom that my dad caught it, not with soap, but a lot worse than I did, because she knew I was a parrot. But can you guess what I said when I was 2 years old and got my mouth washed out by my Catholic grandmother, who gave 2 envelopes every Sunday and Wednesday? They gave her a special plate with like 8 other women at the church.
No,
GD. And I probably didn't pronounce it correctly, but it was close enough for her to go, not even say anything, just grab me under one arm. And she was probably 60 at the time, walked me to a sink. And back then they had counters that were 40 inches tall.
Yeah.
I think she even jammed my little shoulder, sticking me over the sink, and then just stuck a bar of ivory in my mouth.
And if we're not, I'm in trouble, man. I don't know that I can have a conversation without saying fuck.
We're not
allowed where your grandkid gets it.
I asked my mom this 2 weeks ago. What determined? I understand GD or any taking someone's spiritual head in vain, but what makes fuck or shit?
Well, I'm not opening a can of worms here, and I refuse to go any further down this rabbit hole. But you know as well as I do, it had to revolve around religion that we decided fuck was a bad word. There's no other explanation.
But what does it mean? Who defined it?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. So it's just a word that sounds it, but you all agree that it rolls off.
Like in Ireland, little children use the F word constantly, and nobody.
And in England and in Australia,
cunt hasn't been deemed a bad word.
No, and cunt's a term of endearment in Australia or in England. I'd walk up to you and go, "What's going on, cunt?"
We still is here to some
people. As humans, we have a really weird relationship with words anyway. You know, some people don't agree with me on this, but I think there are certain racist slang that I feel like it's silly to let it bother you. Because if you took that power away from it, it would go away. You know, there's certain terms that we're not supposed to say that I don't even think would exist anymore if people just took that
power out of it.
Take that power away.
No, yeah.
You know, and I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that's just an example of the weird relationship we have with words and emotion. And
I can see that was used for generations to hold. I can see that.
I get the gravity of it.
Like what, like fuck. Somebody at one point, probably in modern times, wrote fuck on the wall or something, or duck, or misspelled duck. And somebody probably said, well, I'd like to, I don't know when it was first used as a sexual term, But I don't know.
That would be good to research. Was it even a sexual term to begin with? Do we even know? As with every other word in the human language,
origin of word.
Is that what it referred to 200 years ago?
Every 10 years, you have new slang. I expect
everybody to put this on your test. It's going to come up later on. What do we learn?
Ankara says right here, for unlawful carnal knowledge was a law from a long time ago. F-U-C-K, for unlawful carnal knowledge. Maybe that is where it came from.
Here's the thing, though.
16th century German origin comes from Swedish dialect, possibly from an Indo-European root, means strike. Have sex with someone. Two people have sex. Ruin or damage something. Treat someone badly or unfairly. Fuck you. Fuck, plural nouns, fucks, the act of instance.
Yeah, but we're referring to a modern source.
Yeah, but I'm saying, all right, look at this, though. Look at this graph. This is interesting. Guys, this is going to be on the test later. Can you see that graph?
No.
This is the frequency. This is the frequency. I'm going to tell you what it's saying. It's saying in 1950, barely anybody used that word.
Right. And my point is, every 10 years you have new slang, and it's just a matter of what sticks.
Look at in 2019. Off the chart. But what I want to find out, when did it become a bad word?
Because the censorship of it had kind of faded by 2000.
And see, that's not what I asked, but I said, why? I'm not talking to you, Shane. I'm talking to this definition. It says, why is the F word so common? And it says swearing in public is part of the new normal. I want to know origin of fuck as a swear word, a swear word.
And this is the big thing is people need to stop worrying about words hurting them.
Right.
Because they don't.
No, I agree. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I learned that as a kid. Okay, the Oxford English Dictionary states that the ultimate etymology, what does etymology stand for? Is uncertain.
Etymology, that's the study of language history of, yeah.
Okay, but the word is, quote, probably cognate, and that's the end quote. What's cognate mean? With a number of Germanic words with the meaning involving striking, rubbing, and having sex is derived from an old French word that meant to have sex. So fuck is French for to have sex. Mersalt, I'm disappointed.
But it also said striking. So I mean, you could hit a nail with a hammer and say you fucked it.
When did it become? But when did it become a bad word?
I had a good question. What was the scale of that graph, John? Was it in number of times used or
the frequency of it being used? The comedy. And there's a book called The F Word, written by the editor of the Oxford Dictionary. So we could find out its meaning of fuck throughout time. I'm gonna pull that up, but then I'm gonna go back and I'm going to. All right, guys. So what did we learn? If you want to find out, now don't click on this link because I'm going to be a shill and I'm going to give you my Amazon affiliate link if you want to buy the F Word 3rd edition by Jesse Schiedhauer, who talks about the history of the F word in this book. And it's only going to cost you $15.77. So if any of y'all want to get it, this is my shill for the night. Use my link.
Add it to your affiliate links, Don.
I didn't ask AI, but I'll show you guys something. I think I still got it here, and I want y'all to test this for me. Let me see if I still got the link. Do y'all know that I have a Tippy AI on Instagram that answers knife questions?
No, but that's scary.
I want y'all to ask Tippy a question. Hold on, let me pull her up.
Let's not say we did.
No, this is going to be short. You're going to ask her an HRC question, and she's going to prove how really uneducated
I've already seen Larry and Thomas already did a video on AI and HRC, and it's fucking ignorant.
I know it is. But ask something different. I mean, you don't have to ask her something like that. Hold on, let me find this.
Happy New Year's to people of the Midwest.
Happy New Year's. It's 101. I missed it again. I missed it every time. Damn it. All right, guys.
Patina still has another hour, don't it? Don't you have another hour, Patina?
Yes, they've got 2 o'clock. It's going to be midnight there. All right, so this is Tippy. Can y'all see that?
I see her.
All right, so you can ask her any question you want to. What's your current grade? Have you ever had a knife-related fail? What's your go-to knife? Or ask her anything about a knife. Ask her, I'll type it in. Something silly. What's the most popular blade? Ask her something. Let's ask her. What's her current?
What defines a clip point blade? Just for sure.
What defines a clip? I want you to watch how fast Tippy's paws come back with its answer.
Yeah, but she's coming back with answers that were amassed.
Right, but
information that may or may not be correct. That's my issue with AI. Is it's just taking an average answer of what people have entered, and those people may have been incorrect. I don't think AI is ever going to be. Well, it's can't be perfect because nothing is, but.
All right. So she says a clip point blade is defined by its curved or clip tip, typically straight edge near the spine before curving downward to meet the point. Classic Bowie knives showcase this perfectly. Does that make sense? And then she shows a picture.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's accurate.
Not to Sharif.
No, not to Sharif. This is a clip point knife.
Let me see, because I heard Sharif talking about that the other night. I thought that is because he said a Bowie would be. Tippy said a Bowie would be a good example.
Right.
But a drop point would be what you just showed me, right? Because it drops from a point straight down to the tip. Isn't that what you just showed me?
I just showed you a clip point, a buck 110.
Yeah, but after that, you said Sharif would, or maybe.
I'm saying he thinks everything's a clip point. Doesn't matter. It depends on how you hold it.
Right. It isn't a well.
Sharif's idea that not a clip point, a clip point. That's what we were making so much fun of. He just tilted the knife down a little.
I watched him do that, but I didn't understand because again, I'm an idiot when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I'll learn from you guys. That's one of the things that I really enjoy. What's that?
That's my new red mica powder for my.
I thought that was pink cocaine, dude. I was like, Shane, when did you get on that shit?
Oh, if I had a jar.
I knew you were a big Puff Daddy fan.
You know, it's weird. I love to joke about cocaine being a hell of a drug, but it never did a damn thing to me.
I wish I could say the same thing. It cost me.
I wish it had. I wish I had the same experience everybody else did. I
wish I had the money back I spent on it.
This mica powder is so fine that it will get down in the grind lines. I've wiped this twice with my t-shirt. That's how fine that shit is.
Oh, is that dust from where you ground it?
No, that's mica powder. It's what tattoo ink, paint, fingernail, everything is colored with. It's just it's like a
dye, like a dry dye.
Yeah, it's just a dry dye. But it's like the consistency of baby, probably even finer than baby powder. But I use it for coloring epoxy when I do epoxy when I'm making handle scales for my knives. I've got some extruded aluminum coming.
Ah, you mix it in with the clear epoxy?
So I cut the honeycomb out. I put it into the mold. I mix just one little tiny, well, kind of like a cocaine spoon size of this in with the epoxy, stir it up. It turns the epoxy bright red. Then I'll pour it over that aluminum honeycomb, and that's what C-Tech scales are.
If you put one of my cocaine spoons in there, they'd be burgundy.
Well, C-Tech scales.
Crimson Tide, baby.
C-Tech scales cost me $20 a set, but with this and buying epoxy in bulk, I can make a set of C-Tech scales for about $4.50. So, and I really like.
I'm doing it right now, buddy, and I'm glad you said that because I just saw your message. All right, let's.
It gets in your, and like it's just a dry powder, but it'll get in your fingerprints. You just can't hardly make it go away
because it's so fine.
Yeah.
All right, check this out. Ed Harrison sent me this. I have no idea what it is, but since it's Ed Harrison, I'm going to trust it. Can y'all see it?
Jeffrey Dawson, I mostly use eye candy.
Can y'all see it?
Micas.
Let's take a minute and talk about the word fuck. Because it seems that the word fuck pisses off a lot of fucking people. Every time I use the word fuck in one of my videos, I'm bombarded with wonderful comments and messages from folks who've had a Bible jammed in their fucking armpit most of their lives. They feel that they're quite a bit more righteous and certainly a lot holier than I am because I use the word fuck. Therefore, they have the right to tell me what a heathen that I am and how uneducated I must be, and oh, yes, a plethora of wonderful things. Nowhere in the Bible,
I love this, Ed.
and certainly not in the Ten Commandments, is the word fuck mentioned. The Ten Commandments do say, "Thou shalt not use the Lord's name in vain."
That is true.
I don't.
I do.
Ever. So if you have a problem with the word fuck, that's your fucking problem. And I suggest you get the fuck over it. Because you know what? It's just a word. It's a wonderful word. You get to use it in a whole bunch of different contexts, and it always makes sense. Remember the time that Jesus walked into the temple and saw all the horrible things going on? Money lenders, whores, and all the rest of the horrible things that were taking place in that room. And he got himself in such an outrage that he reached down, took a short coil of rope, and fashioned himself a whip. And the Bible says that he went through the temple, kicking over tables and whipping and lashing in a horrible fashion on the fellas that were committing the atrocities. I'll bet you he was using the word fuck when he was chasing them out of it. Y'all have a wonderful day. And stay the course.
That is gosh darn perfect. I've got to forward that to, how can I forward it off of here?
I bought a lot of these.
Well, howdy. So let's take a minute and talk.
I bought a lot of these mica powders in very small containers, like sample sizes.
Well,
it'll last forever. But then when I found the colors that I really liked, I go to Eye Candy to buy the larger. Look how pretty that blue is, man.
It almost looks like an eyeshadow, dude.
It's in eyeshadow. It's in everything. Anything with a color, this is where it comes from mica powders.
Is that from like some kind of rock that they dye? I mean, what is?
I have no idea, man. I know the.
You did remind me of George Carlin too, Richard.
I know the pigment that's required to make red is the rarest, the most expensive. That's why, like Corvette red car paint is $100 a gallon more than others. But
will that last you forever? That little jar?
Last you a long time. Like that spoon is literally. The scoop size on that spoon is about that big.
Oh, that's not even.
Tiny.
That's not even.
I'll add that to 8 ounces of liquid epoxy, and as soon as it hits and you start to stir it, it's beautiful.
We should all aspire to be more like Ed.
Yeah.
And I say that with 100% sincerity.
Because I don't know if I'm going to make it to West Coast New Year's. I've got shit I've got to do in the morning.
I'm glad you jumped in and shared knowledge with us.
I had a really good time. I appreciate it.
I figured it was just going to be kind of me rambling about weird shit and what I was thankful for and what I was looking forward to.
I'll get off here and give Kyle more of a chance to talk. But
have a good night, dude. Are you doing anything tomorrow? Or are you just chilling? Are you going to be at the shop?
I'm hoping tomorrow is my last 10-hour heat treat day, but
text me if you go live. For some reason, I don't know if it's just because I mainly watch on my TV. I don't get notifications. And I checked, and I've got your notifications checked.
Yeah.
Just
I don't know how all that vertical stuff works, but I'll text you and let you know.
Just a thumbs up, and I'll know what you mean, and I'll just try to jump on and find you because I'd love to see that.
I'm not getting burnt out on doing the vertical lives or the lives of the shop, but as far as during the heat treat, because I'm just sitting there most of the time. I don't know that it matters, but I feel like it's not the most entertaining content. And to be honest, I don't do it to necessarily to share it with you guys. I do it because I don't feel lonely.
Yeah, well, that's why you go live. And Shane, you're a great storyteller. I mean, some of your best content, not to take away from your knowledge, but is spin that midget on the hip is still one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. And it wasn't a story, it was your reaction to the story. Your pure, unadulterated joy that you couldn't contain talking about it. So
I will admit,
you talking about Meathead, or you talking about what you did between getting from home to the shop is a live stream that people want to watch.
Well, that's just
TV streams are as good as any, and they don't talk about knives.
That's the result. That's the result of being an idiot and putting yourself in situations where something can happen.
Yeah, you're a resilient individual because you survived those situations to have the stories to tell.
Yeah.
So that makes you an elder statesman who can spread not just those stories.
This makes me a cat that's ran through 8 lives. I feel like my time's coming, but
I forget who said it, but when it's all said and done, I want to slide into the grave sideways with all my tires down to nothing but just metal. You know, just live it up, do the best.
I will certainly accomplish that.
No, man.
I won't. There's no point in me even being an organ donor. I'm not going to have anything worth using when I'm done.
You'd be surprised, dude. And I think the evolution of people from what we were all at some point to what we're hoping to be better tomorrow at becoming is a great story in itself.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, because I think Shane is a wise man, Josh. I think stories, especially stories that, and I know we talk too much about drugs and shit, but I'm an addict, right? I'm a not active addict, but I've always got that in me. I know I've got the propensity to eat a Hinder's worth of pain pills and do an 8-ball before the sun comes up. So I've got to kind of be on the guard. So we talk about that because I think there are a lot of us that are kind of like that. So stories can help, hopefully, younger people maybe not make the same mistakes, you know? And it wouldn't have worked on me because I had to learn for myself, right? I had to go down those paths and take my lashings myself. Because I was, at the time, I thought I was smarter than everybody else. It wasn't going to be me. Yeah. But I think stories about life, I think another thing that we have in common, more so than we have in differences, we probably all struggle on some level. And I'm talking about humanity. I'm not talking about just the knife community. I'm talking about humans struggle.
The knife community exists because of struggle. We all came here needing something.
Yeah, I agree.
This goes way beyond knives. You know, we all had a void in our life. There's no other reason for us to spend as much time here as we do. You know, so I appreciate it for that. But I'm going to jump, and I appreciate you guys. Happy New Year's. I love y'all.
Happy New Year, Shane. I'll talk to you next year, or I'll talk to you this year. Because it is this year, unless your Stevie is. You do have to learn from your mistakes, you know? And for me, because I'll always be in AA, but I'm not as active as I was. But one of the things is it kind of becomes apparent that a lot of people, when they ask, you know, if you could go back and change all the shit that you put yourself through, would you change it? Some people are like, sure. I look at it differently, that had I not gone through the good, the bad, the ugly, and then the ugly that I kept going through, I would not have had the capacity, I don't think, to change that part of my life. I know there's so much more I need to change and get better at, but that's something else I took from AA is all I can hope to be is better tomorrow than I am today, right? And I'm not always going to be that. I'll have much worse days where I'm a worse person than I was yesterday, but to try to learn a little something every day. That's very true, Jeffrey. And that, not to jump to a different tangent, but that was my euphemistic, idealistic version of AI, right? That AI could apply the mistakes that have been made in the past to prevent those mistakes from happening in the future, right? But I totally agree. I mean, if you're perceptive, the problem for me was...
Hey, Javon, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My earbuds are dying. I got to bounce, buddy.
Okay, buddy. Come back in if you get some charge. You got to kick the door in.
All right, man.
All right, buddy. Love you. Later. Mad Yako, I'm so proud of you, dude. And my first sober New Year was not that long ago. And my first sober relationship and kiss with a girl was like 4 years ago. Everything changes and it gets better. All you got to do is just get through tonight, get through tomorrow, and keep. For me, I think because I didn't go to rehab, I went, I weaned, did some things I probably shouldn't have done, but went pretty much cold turkey. Was sick for over a month. Didn't sleep through the night for like 90 days, but it was such a hell that it's got such a deep, deep burn in my memory that I think it's strong enough to keep me sober. I just never want to go back there because I can remember the exact time, the exact day that I realized I was no longer a recreational user of narcotics. I was a functioning, professional, full-fledged addict. I had to have them or I would be sick. And everybody's different. That's why I get so surprised. Not really, I guess, because I was going through a lot of life changes, which might have made it easier for me. But I still had the same connections. I still have the same connections if I wanted to get them right now. But I'm surprised so many people relapse, remembering how hellish it is to get off of that. Yeah, I tried to make me go to rehab. Never, I always used to joke when I was in active addiction that rehab was for quitters. The whole time, because I was in active addiction for about 8 years when I knew, I was I was an addict long before that, but I was in active opiate addiction for 8 years when I was conscious of the fact that I was not able to carry on my daily function without it. And I knew all along that something was going to I was going to have to either hit a hard bottom, which I kind of did, and get sober. And how was I going to do that? I really didn't have the guts to ask for help. I thought that it was a sign of weakness. I did a lot of research and I learned, for one, that I couldn't die. I could get really sick, but I could not die from detoxing off of what I was on. And I just made the decision that it was unsustainable. I couldn't financially sustain it, but I got to the point where I was like, I'm going to do 12, 9, 5, 3, 1, a half, then I'm out. I'm done, never again. And my ex was still, she had a much lower need. She was still, I would say, an addict, but she was not taking nearly the quantity I was. So she would every day offer, me, and I was like, no, I'm not doing those anymore. And I was just sicker than shit. So it's hard. Yeah, and let me tell you something. I'm not, Pat, I look at caffeine, I look at aspirin, I look at THC, I look at psilocybin, I look at several substances that are called drugs as not being dangerous, or to me personally, not affecting the course of my life to a point to where it can kill you, Paul. But I guess I know, well, that's a good point, because Jerry Garcia had a heart attack detoxing through rapid detox. But I've heard that to go cold turkey, the only thing that can be fatal is alcohol and benzodiazepines. But I'm sure there's special cases when anything can. And, to me, we're all fighting something, whether it's food, whether it's gambling, whether it's perpetual sadness, whether it's addiction, whether it's alcohol, whether it's sex addiction, which I guess is a thing. Whatever it is, we all have the battles and we all want to be better, but it's hard because life is hard, right? So anything that takes the edge off, it's easy to find comfort in that, kind of like a warm blanket, right? At least for me, it was. My experience was I did it to forget. I did it to have a good time. I did it to take the edge off of everything I was doing, because I was doing it constantly, from morning till bed. That's true, because Jeffrey, the bottom line is, I saw the greatest video. Willie Nelson, I'm not a country fan, but I'm a huge Willie Nelson fan. I grew up, my parents listened to him. I've always loved him, his personality. But we're all gonna die. And I've watched my grandmother, two totally different grandmothers. One that was German, that was very much a drinker, had a lot of fun. She wasn't an alcoholic, but they drank every day. It was part of the culture. And she outlived my Catholic grandmother, who got a rare form of cancer. Matisfaction, Happy New Year, buddy. Is it New Year's where you are? I thought you were. Happy New Year to you, buddy. It is. It's 2:00, Stevie's New Year. But that's true. I wasn't saying, and it's edgy when I said, I guess that's an addiction too. I wasn't, and I know it sounds like I was, but I wasn't doubting that it was. I was just trying to equate it into my experience, because like I said, some of my biggest regrets were not taking that move, especially when I found out that later in life that the person wanted me to make that move. I held myself back more than most people, so I get it. It just didn't affect me like other stuff did. I mean, when I was a kid, alcohol was the kicker for me. I mean, alcohol is what started it all for me. When I learned that, since I was a kid, I was diagnosed with hyperactivity disorder when I was like 1, and I was never treated. They tried to treat me with some kind of medicine back in the late 60s, early 70s, and my parents took me off of it. But when I got re-diagnosed as an adult, I found out that that was something that I have at such a high state that it was pretty much crippling to me in social situations, made me very awkward. And alcohol, since I came from German descendants, I was offered a beer when I'd go down to Cocoa Beach, Florida when I was 9 years old. So it wasn't taboo in my household. So drinking was something that we did, not a lot, but I learned early on that alcohol made me have a personality and took a lot of the anxiety away. Now that becomes destructive over time. But I was always looked at alcohol as part of life. And that's the thing I hate the most about my situation is alcohol is a great substance if used in moderation. I think there's even scientific studies that show that red wine every day is pretty good. And I heard on the radio the other day that there's a lady that just turned 105 and she drinks Fireball whiskey every day. And that she thinks that that's the reason that she's lived so long. Well, the bottom line is people's genetics cause them to live long. I know people who never had a drink in their life who died young of rare ocular cancer. But I think if you can function sober and you never go down those paths, I think that's the best outcome you could ever hope for. Because I know some people who just aren't attracted to that. They don't feel good for whatever reason when they experiment, or if they don't experiment because they've got something that's keeping them from it, addiction that they've witnessed in their life or whatever. That's a gift. That's great. And I also think that I'm very responsible 100% for my addiction, even though they call it a disease. I can see that some people might be more predisposed because I couldn't stop once I started. But had I not made those choices to try this or try that, because I liked everything I tried, I wouldn't be in the situation that I am today or 10 years ago or 20 years ago. It would have been different, right? And I think there's no way to argue that my path was the right path, but my path was my path. And if given the chance tomorrow to erase it and go back and do it right, like I just said, is the best way to go, my story could not be my story if I changed that. So I was one of the few people, there were several, but I didn't want to change anything because I learned, like somebody said earlier, you've got to learn those lessons. I learned some powerful lessons, not through just getting sober, but through late-term addiction, through prayer. I mean, I learned so much that I wouldn't have been taught. I wouldn't have received the lessons had I not been broken down to kind of like my basics. So yeah, I think like Shane said earlier, not just everybody in the community, but I think everybody is fighting battles that none of us know about, which is just a great reason for us to come together. And it's fun to rib each other about stuff, because it's playful banter, right? But I can only imagine, like back in Grateful Panic's lives, like if I was in a funk or if I was in a bad place and the chat was very argumentative, it wouldn't feel as safe of a space for people to talk about things that were really bothering them or really on their mind. A lot of people come into chats because things are on their mind. They need fellowship. They need somebody to vent to, right? It does, Matt. It keeps you accountable for letting people know you're an addict. So, I know that if they see me doing anything, they're going to hold me accountable because I'm going to feel like shit, right? I also think that to be able to tell someone who's ready, I mean, you can't make people not do destructive behaviors if they don't want to quit. But if somebody wants help and you're willing to listen to them and say, hey, man, I was where you are or even worse. He's in Huntsville somewhere, Ant, where I am. He lives in my hometown, but I think he works for a whiskey distiller here or a bourbon distiller, but I don't see him anymore. But I just think it's, life is a tricky road to navigate. And there's so many different perspectives. Because for me, I was able to indulge from the time I was young till my mid to upper 30s without consequence, right? So, yeah, I think Panic's a piece of shit. I would not piss on a fire to put him out, but I don't talk about it because I'm a positive guy. But anyways, like I was saying, I had to go through it pretty much because so much enlightenment did come from some of those experiences when I was not having consequences for my action. I was having consequences, but I wasn't realizing it. He's probably going through some stuff, who knows? He's busy. I loved his lives. I mean, again, I met some of the greatest people in this community that I'm friends with today through his lives. But should he be on fire and I have to piss, I would not piss on him. But that's just my story. I got to get better at that, though. I'm going to go back and watch Erica's video, and maybe I'll reach out. I probably should. Because the bottom line is, why hold grudges? Why not try to, well, there's certain cases when you do want to, maybe, but yeah, I'm not going to go there. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, the forgiveness, Maddie, there's a lot of there are a lot of layers there. Most of them aren't talked about. And they won't be. I'd be happy. Stevie and I've talked about them, but it's just forgiveness is one thing. Disappointment is kind of a deep thing. And sometimes it can be so far reaching that it's easier just to forget than forgive. And when I say forget, forgive forget the whole situation. Nothing, Ant. It was an absolute, it was just one of those things, right? Weird things happen, weird situations happen. Nothing earth shaking, earth shattering. It was just personal shit, He stayed here for a while. He lived with me for a couple of years, year and a half. And you just find out a lot of stuff, right? And I'm sure he found out a lot of shit about me that he didn't like. So it's just their layers, kind of like a Mexican pizza. Except it's layers of shit. which Mexican pizza is too, for all practical purposes. But what are you going to do? So we are getting close, 28 minutes till Washington. Let's see. I could be way off. Hey, Alexa, what time is it in Washington State?
In Washington, it's 11:32 p.m.
I was right. I was right. So, Maddie, you're in that weird time zone that sometimes y'all switch back or y'all just never touch your clocks. Because I think everybody should never touch their clock, personally. I don't touch mine because Apple does. And living with people is tough. And there's a line from a band called Widespread Panic that I actually used to help them load in. They're a great band, not to be confused with Grateful Panic. He did take his name from part of them. But there's a line in a song about Charlie Brown. It's called C. Brown. And in his heart, he knows that sometimes a dog can be as good as any man. And being a dog owner of a dog that's no longer with me, humans, unfortunately, we have the capacity to disappoint by our nature. And we're complicated, right? Relationships are complicated of the same sex and of opposite sex, right? And I think for me, and I need to practice this more, and I've learned a lot taking care of my dad, what I do is tolerance. I think it's easier to coexist with tolerance. And I think the older you get, the smaller your friend group gets. And for me personally, the less exposure outside of a professional level do I really put myself out there, which is kind of weird. A lot of that's YouTube because I enjoy it. Before I had a channel, I was spending a lot of time in chats because to me, it was kind of a safe place. I was not in early sobriety, but I was definitely not, I was no longer in a relationship. I found it just to be the easiest place to be me, right? And not have to worry about pleasing people. Because a lot of people, especially like if you're in your 50s, and this is a Johnism, this is probably not true where y'all are, but I found that when you're halfway over the mountain and you meet a significant potential other that's the same age or close, everybody's broken to an extent, right? So there are reasons that people are single. And it comes back to tolerance. You know, I guess I know, not from experience, but from what I've read and witnessed, that the perfect companionship, marriage, friendship is give and take. It's growing together. Constantine, Happy New Year, brother. Growing together, evolving together, and being tolerant that you aren't the same person or that you're not going to control, that someone's not going to fix you. And I think we're all, to an extent, a little bit codependent by the way we're raised, that's what we're supposed to do, right? But goes back to, not to quote 50 Cent, but he was asked on Jon Stewart's show about a month ago, a bunch of stuff about his life, but the latest magazine article, 50 Cent has adopted a life of celibacy. And Jon Stewart comedically asked, is this true? And he was like, yeah, it helps me take complications out of my life that I can, basically, he's a gangster. He doesn't need relationships for what he's got or whatever, but does have a kid. And the, Jon Stewart says, not Jon Stewart, what's the guy's name? Steve Colbert says, so how many times have you been married? And 50 Cent said, and I thought this word was great, and it's because I have a perception from my 20-year marriage. I'm not talking about anybody else's, but he says, I've never been a happy hostage. And he says, what do you mean? He goes, I've never been married. He goes, why do you say a happy hostage? And 50 Cent just smiled. And that kind of struck me when I thought about it, how it applied to my life. Because you've got to be willing, which I wasn't emotionally capable. I put a lot of it on me and how I reacted. I was in addiction, the whole 9 yards. But, you fall in love with somebody or you think you do. For me, my clock was ticking. A lot of friends had gotten married. I'd gotten out of relationships. I found somebody who seemed like the timing and the person. And I'm not saying I settled. I am saying, had I been sober, not that I was like stumbling drunk, but had I been of clear mind, I probably would not have made that commitment, but I would not change it because I've got a beautiful, wonderful daughter. However, I learned that as people change, as you go from just being a couple to being married to being parents, that if you lack that basic communication and willingness to, and I was the one guilty as much as she was of learning that I'm not going to change somebody, nor is somebody going to change me, but we're going to coexist and learn to appreciate each other for their differences. And through time and that communication, things merge more. We didn't really have that. And that's just for me at this stage of the game. I'm not going to say never again, because it'll happen, I'm sure, but I'm not going to take it seriously. It's going to be kind of like what I learned about really not giving a fuck of trying to please somebody to be something. Because when we court or date, there's so much, what do you call it, pageantry and gamery. I think I'm just going to, should I go down that path, it's going to be straight down that path with the weed eater. I'm not going to be sugarcoating shit. I'm not going to be mean. I've never been mean. But I'm not going to be a people pleaser. I was always, one of the things, I was always guilty of being a people pleaser. And one of the things in Erica's, good night, Edgy. Dude, I'm so glad you hung out, dude. Yeah, I'm going to, my goal is to add 15 pounds this year to finally get up to about 140. That'd probably be a healthy weight for me, unless it goes to my chin. Then I'm getting back on the Ozempic. But, yeah, it's just, it's kind of just a trip, right? Why the fuck am I getting so much of spotlight tonight? I'm half drunk and God, I wish that I was wired differently. Cause I think if I could have ever just stopped at that third Crown and Coke, drank a couple of waters, then had the fourth Crown and Coke instead of just having them consistently, or a Crown and water or Scotch and water. If I had a stop button, alcohol's in moderation is a great, great libation. So guys, I've still got an entire double shot and a whole nother grape lemonade, but I don't know how late y'all want to stay up. Well, I know we're staying up to wish Stevie, even though he's probably asleep or not here, to wish the West Coast Happy New Year. That's funny. Oh, I used to love whiskey sours. There used to be, I mean, that's the whole thing that I got, every now and then when I was just drinking, even before when I was just in college, just drinking to drink, tequila killed me when I was 22, maybe. I was on LSD and cocaine, so I couldn't pass out, but I was violently sick of tequila, and I had sheetrock all over me because we'd run through some walls in an apartment. It was one of those nights, and I ended up laying in the backyard of my buddy who used to have been my roommate, his apartment. It was fenced in, and he had a black lab named Ben. And I'll never forget, about 5 o'clock in the morning, I must have fallen asleep because I opened my eyes and it's dew on the ground. And Ben, the lab, is laid out there. This is why a dog is better. And Richard, had I not put myself through the hell, it used to be one of the funnest libations I participated in, but too much of everything was way too much. Ben is laying out there. He stayed with me all night and he's just staring at me. I mean, he's laying on his paws, staring at me. And when I turned over, he started licking me. You could tell he was out there like, dude, you're about to die. And I'm thinking, man, I'm not eaten up by mosquitoes because this was in Auburn, Alabama. And I guarantee you that mosquitoes were staying away from me because my blood alcohol content was so high. For 3 days, I was miserably sick. And now, even with 8 years of sobriety, I can't smell a margarita. Now, which this was in the 90s when I had my experience, but this was before Patron and some of the more refined tequilas that are good. They don't have that same smell. I probably have partaken in Patron or some of those other tequilas, not as a drink, but maybe as a small shot. But gin was the same way. Gin did me in, but whiskey was always my friend. Vodka was always my friend in the sun. I liked beer when I was on the beach or in boats. But yeah, it wasn't that I would get in trouble every time I drank, or I would even be a problem every time I drank, but I always drank too much. And the times that I did get in trouble, which were spread out through the years, and I did run into different issues. They were always because of alcohol. Cabo Wabo, is that's Sammy's, right? Sammy Hagar's? Ooh. And Yukon's Yukon Jack and Mountain Dew. I didn't know this, but tell me if this is folklore or if this is true. Wasn't Mountain Dew originally made as a mixer? I think I heard that somewhere. Not that it's true. I was a mezcal guy, Mad Yoko. Mezcal was that shitty tequila that was brown that had the worm in the bottom. And after we drink the tequila, we would always take the worm out, put it on a baking sheet, put it in the oven at like 300 degrees for about 7-10 minutes, and then we'd smoke that motherfucker out of the bong. We were idiots. Some of the best alcohol I ever had was in Mountain Rest, South Carolina, which for those of you that are movie buffs, it's on the Chattooga River where they filmed Deliverance. It's where North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia all meet. And it's in this national forest. And I had a fiance at the time that I ended up not marrying. Thank God. She married a good friend of mine. They're still married. But we stayed in this cabin because we were going to fix it up for her dad. We didn't fix it up. We just stayed up there and hung out. Well, what we learned is Deliverance was a movie that was about those Appalachian people and all other kinds of shit. You have to watch it. I even forget most of the plot because it was one of those that freaked me out when I was a kid. But we learned that there was a whole group of people that would come by the cabin in either cars, and they would never come back out because the log road took you down to the Chattooga River where people fished, and there were a couple little campsites. But what we learned is there was this huge campsite that literally it was like a tarp city where there was cooking going on there. There was moonshining going on there. There was all these fucking outlaws in the mountains within 2 miles of this cabin that my fiance and I were living in for 6-7 weeks. So we got to meet this old guy. He was super gruff, looks like a lot of us, beard, rough, mountain dude, and he was living in this camp. And one day, I don't even remember how we met him, but he ended up on the porch with us. And in my better days, because I had a ponytail, I was a hippie, but I considered myself cultured. And this guy was what I thought at the time, a guy that was an outlaw. So anyway, I smoked Marlboro Lights at the time, and he smoked something else. But we struck up kind of a friendship. And I had a car, he didn't. We had a car up there, and it turns out that he was married, that his wife, because we took him down to his house several times. He'd go down there to bring her groceries and stuff every weekend, was in a wheelchair because she had gotten shot by a sheriff in 1975. It was a mistaken identity shooting, and it broke her back. And this guy had just taken to the mountains for serenity. It was a weird thing. So anyway, we get to know this guy. I forget his name, and I can't remember his first name, but I'll never forget. It was my birthday. It was July 22nd, 1992, maybe 91, 89, something like that. And here he comes walking up the fire road, and he's got a mason jar. And he comes up because the cabin downstairs was where it was just a flood zone. And then you'd come up to the cabin and it was all up on the second story. And we had a wraparound porch. So we're sitting there, and dude, this cabin, bats could fly through the wall. I mean, we were supposed to be like redoing the cabin, but we weren't. It was just rustic. There was no running water there. It did have power, but it was rough. So we're sitting out on the porch, and he brought this moonshine, and I never really had much moonshine, and I'd always thought it was horrible, but it was so smooth. So what happens is we sit there and we drink about half this bottle of moonshine. He wanted me to keep it. He said, "No, this is for your birthday." I was like, "Thanks, dude." And it was late. It was like midnight, and to get back to the camp was about 1.5 miles. And I didn't want him walking at night. I was like, and I was kind of nervous because I didn't really know this guy. He was a rough dude, but I was like, "Hey, man, you're welcome to stay here," because we only had one bed in the cabin, but then we had that whole porch. He was like, "Oh, dude, if you've got a blanket, I'll just stay out here on the porch." I was like, "Fine." And I had a pew up there, and I was kind of nervous because I did have my lady at the time, but we went to bed. He went to bed, woke up the next morning. He was gone. I walked out on the porch. The blanket was folded up perfectly and sat in the chair. Every one of my Marlboro lights was smoked except for 2. And there was a $5 bill under my Marlboro light box with 2 Marlboro lights in it. And cigarettes were like $3.80 at the time. So, and I talked to him afterwards. But what I learned is you can't judge a book by its cover, because this dude was such a good human being. I mean, yeah, he smoked a lot of my cigarettes, but he woke up because he was an early morning guy, right? I mean, we weren't. Was real quiet, had his cigarettes, his morning cigarettes, probably had his coffee, however he made that, and then slipped out, but left me cigarettes, couple, because he knew I'd want them, and he knew I had a car and I could get to the store, and he left me money to replace them. And it was just like, he didn't have to do that. I would have been, if the blanket was curled up and the cigarettes were gone, it would have been fine. But that was a part of my life that was definitely a trip. I mean, I should write a book. Crazy, crazy shit. No, we've got 11 minutes, buddy. I'm watching it on it's 1:49:46. So we're about 10 minutes away, and I'm going to try to nail this one where I get the 10-second countdown and we ring in West Coast. We still got Hawaii, right? Or is Hawaii on Pacific time? Which way? See, I'm not good at global positioning. So everybody east of us, it's already New Year's, right? So how far does it go past California before it gets to the first place as the second? It's actually 11:50:25 on the left coast, Devil Man. But thank you for the update, because when you put in that comment, Hawaii's 3 hours behind Pacific. There we go, Kyle. Do we stay up to ring in Hawaii? So is Hawaii the farthest it goes? I don't know where the date line is, I guess. I know when you're flying like to Europe, I know somewhere it's tomorrow there, right? Hawaii is at 4 my time. Well, I could do that. That's only 3 hours. You remember Ed Harrison and I went live for 10 hours once. And I was thinking back when I was feeling guilty about us not doing Knives Live, and I wanted to do something for him. I almost did a 24-hour stream, but I didn't. So I think I could do a 24-hour stream. I think it would be boring for anybody that watched, because I don't know what I'd talk about, because I don't talk about anything anyway. I should probably be talking about knives. Oh, guess what? Y'all want to see some new knives? It's January 1st. I can officially show you guys. So Kaiser fixed blades, right? I've got some Kaiser knives that are being released today. This is the Kaiser hair. It's been out for a while. It's about a $50 Nitro V, little small bushcrafting knife, about 7 inches. Well, they also have the beaver. The Beaver is a little inexpensive D2 EDC fixed blade. Very, very cool little knife. I've sharpened this to see how the D2 was. Very slicey. I think it's around 42 bucks. But I'll be doing videos now that I can show these knives and unboxings. Let me grab these 3 folders and we'll unbox them together. Hold on. So one thing I found interesting, and I would like to see it become a thing, but I'm not sure if this is how these knives are going to ship or if these are just how they came to me because I was going to review them. So these were sent to me from Kaiser. They come in this little box, which I think is great. I think for these knives, shipping them in a little box is fine. But this is the Momo. Y'all have probably seen the Momo before. This is the budget Momo. So let's get into this biatch. So it's got all the same stuff. It's got the little Kaiser card that we've all grown to know and love. It's got the knife, which we'll look at in a second. And it's got the little cloth. And it's got a sticker. And it's got extra hardware, which I always commend. No extra pivot. It just looks like extra body hardware. But the Momo, do y'all know what the Momo looks like? 153.55. God. All right. So this is a budget. I don't know the exact cost, but we'll look it up if y'all are interested. And I'll do an unboxing. So this is the big knife. My understanding is from the original Momo, it's kind of loosely inspired by a Kardashian or Kardashian. I forget who the designer is. So I'll get the design when I do the review, but this is 14C, 28 inch. It is this G10, kind of weird G10. And look at this Momo, Maddie. I got another one to show you. This knife is a big boy knife. It is a slicey knife. It has got some of the sickest action. And I hate front flippers. So that's the Momo. That's one new Kaiser. So there's another Momo in the group that I like better than this Momo. And then there's a knife I've never seen before. I peeked at these, even though I couldn't show them. I didn't want to fuck with them. So I've just let them, they've been sitting over there. So give me a second and I'm going to show you the next Momo. And all these are available today, the first. And we'll go see what they cost here in a second. All right. That's the Momo. Then we've got my favorite, the mini Momo. Again, I like the little box. Again, for their value knives. Less impact, right? Less waste. So this guy is what kind of has me a little bit excited because this is not my style of knife. Front flipper only. Just not my normal jam, right? But I learn from experiencing things that I didn't think I'd like that, this little guy is the perfect size for me. And it's not small. You're going to see. So this is the mini Momo. This one's in my Carta instead of G10. It's also, no, they're both 154 cm. The blade's a little lighter, but the action is still perfect. And it's going to be size-wise This is a bug out. Maddie's very familiar with this bug out. He's got it too. So the mini Momo, which is a clip point, according to Bloody Sharif, is the same size as the bug out. So it's not a tiny knife. It's actually a good size knife from Smith & Sons, Axiom and MagnaCut. I do not. Hold on a sec. Oh. No, but I'm going to pull it up. I love a knife that ideally, and this is just me personally, I like a frame lock. I like a deployment hole, or good studs, or a deployment slot. But basically, I like gentleman EDC knives, but I don't carry them that much. I would consider this a gentleman's EDC knife. I carry Kindrers. I like knives that I can flick with my finger that are, whether they're premium knives or budget knives. I could go get it over here. My favorite budget knife, my best budget knife, in my opinion, is the Civivi X1, which is just the Brian Brown budget Jaeger. But what's weird is, like I was saying earlier in the live, like today, I'm carrying a folder, my TRM Bulldog, which I'll do some cutting with this. I carry a slip joint every day, but I rarely ever cut with it just because it's the third one on my mind when I'm cutting something. So I carry a slip joint that just is really a pocket dropper, but what I use most, and this is a little on the small side, a 6-inch to 7-inch fixie that I can drop in my pocket. So this knife, if we break out our bug out for size comparison, yes, it doesn't fold, but with a deep carry clip, you can get these things pretty deep in your pocket, right? So I'm not using it because it's tough and it's more, if you want the strongest knife, use a fixed blade. It's not that. Because I like slicey fixed blades. But like this knife, where'd I put this sheath? So this little knife that I was showing you that I'm carrying today is 6 inches. Got a 3-inch blade. A little bit small. I can't get all 4 on it, but it's kind of more mini bug out size probably. But this is what I carry it in. So this is a Straight Line Knives, which is a new company out of Italy, which I think is Viper Knives because there are a lot of similarities. But what's great about this is I can drop this in my pocket. This is my pocket, right? I drop it in my back pocket or my right pocket. And then let that flap go down. And that's what I've got sticking out of my back right pocket or on my 511s on my lower pocket. But it's much easier for me to open a package or cut with a little fixed blade. So ideally, and it used to not be like this, I love having a primary modern folder because I'm always West Coast. God damn it, I missed it. I said it again, Ed. I'm sorry. Jeez, fuck. West Coast time. Now I get on these rants where I have no self-control. Happy New Year's, West Coast. Happy New Year's. And it is the January 1st, 2025, 2 minutes and 3 seconds into it, and I missed it. I missed it. Fuck. Did anyone else see the half? No, I did not see that, Jeffrey. Let's see if we can find it. I'm a huge fan of both the Demko, but I prefer the Snex only because I like the knives it's been used on. More so, and I love Demkos. I'm not anti-Demko. I don't want anybody to think that. I've got a bunch of Demkos. I've got 4 20.5s. I've got a Flytanium Arcade, which is a 20.6 in my opinion, because it looks the same except for the hole. And I've got a Shark Cub. The link lock. The link lock is what that is called. Can y'all see that? I'm having a hard time seeing it, so I know it's not doing it justice. I'll try to get a bigger picture. Staying true to the lineage, blah, blah, more than just a comeback folder, blah, blah, blah. Put there up, blah, blah, blah. Not your typical Jones folder. Where's it talk about the lock? Overbuilt proprietary link, LINQ lock, patent pending, provides a positive and extremely secure lockup. All right, so I'm going to go find a video. Let's just go through these pictures. It is a beefy knife. Looks like you got something right here. I love the grind. I love the slot. All right, I'm not getting, here we go. So it's like a double axis spring. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Save image as. Link. Lock. Downloads, bump. Bump. If I can make it bigger, and we can see what it's about, because I'm a little bit interested. All right, let's do this. Let's stop sharing that. Bear with me, guys. I'm not ignoring you, even though it seems like I am. Open this picture. Make it bigger. All right. Now let's try to see if we can tell what we're looking at here, because it looks like it's got a double axis spring type thing going on, but I don't know what that's engaging with. Let's see. All right. Zoom on this mofo. All right, so we got a lever right here. Are y'all looking at that? Can y'all even see that? All right, y'all can't see that. Good. So you pull back on the lever. The spring's pushing this forward. Stop, block, lock bar, link. What's the link? That's very interesting. I love innovation. I don't know, because I'm an English psychology guy, so I don't know shit about design or engineering. But that looks very, very cool. And on top of that, I've been noticing half-breed knives for a while, and I like them. Yeah, the bends, you don't want to come up with the bends, dude. Wish they just went with a coil spring and be done with it. I agree, Todd. I'm I've got a old Kershaw called the Kershaw Mini Mojito. It uses not this ball lock, but I love these coil springs. I like this so much better than an Axis lock. But my Mini Mojito, the blade stop catches in on the frame, and it's got a little ball bearing right here. And you literally, where the lockup, where the blade stop is, you pull that forward and it lets you close the blade. Hold on a second. This is a history lesson. This is going to be on what did we learn? And then I'm going to show y'all another Kaiser. Hold on one sec. Let me grab this old ancient Kershaw. Actually, this is the first Kershaw that had speed safe. Sorry about that. Could not find it. So this is a unique lot. This is a Ken Onion Mini Mojito. And if you see right here, it's got a little ball bearing, a spring, and this stop. So another thing on this early speed assist, this flipper tab has a safety. I don't know if you can see that little black piece there. Over on that side, the little black piece is kind of like a Glock pew pew trigger thing. So it's a little recurve, USA made, but you've got this stop and you've got the spring that goes into the blade, and you just go, bonk, and it's assisted. So I can also use the thumb studs. Wicked recurve. See if I can reverse flick it. But that is an old Kershaw Mini Mojito. Good luck finding one of those. One of the first weird knives I bought. I bought this before my Blur because at the time in Alabama, you couldn't get automatics. And I was a speed freak or speed safe freak. I wanted everything to be assisted because I didn't care about the action or drop. I didn't learn about that until I found this knife community. I didn't know about Kaiser drop or anybody's. Speaking of, let me put up the Mini Mojito and I'll show you guys the Mini Mystic. Have y'all heard of the Mini Mystic or the Mystic? I hadn't. I had not heard about it. And out of these three knives, it's the most close to my jam. So this is the Mini Mystic. It is a bar lock. It comes with the same little info. Comes with hardware. Comes with, what does that say? The fuck? What the fuck? Action for fun. That's brutal. I think that's lost in translation, but here's the knife. This is shut. So this knife kind of reminded me, for some reason, of Sharif. I don't know why. I don't know what the full-size Mystic would be, because this is a good-sized knife. So it's got aluminum and this clear PEI or plastic, whatever. Got a wicked blade with a harpoon. It is Nitro V. And it's got a very nice bar lock. The detent is good. Whoops. It is on bearings. And again, these are all inexpensive knives or value knives. We'll go look at how much they cost. But I can show them officially because it's the first. So the Kaiser Beaver, which was the one I was most excited of, even though it's D2. That's this little guy. Where's my beaver? Here's the beaver. And the beaver is only 1 inch longer than the Chickadee, but it's got a much taller flat ground blade. It's got jimping in 2 spaces, both up here and back here. And I think this knife, we'll look it up, but I think it's in the 40s. All right. So what I always do is go to Amazon. I'm an idiot. Let's go to Amazon and let's go Kaiser Momo. Kaiser Momo knife. And I may have to go to Kaiser's site. Let's see if they're live here. That ain't it. That ain't it. I did just, this gives away an unboxing I've got coming. I ordered that because it's 3V, and Lee Wolf was kind enough to send me a Kaiser harpoon to donate for a giveaway and to review it. And I really liked it. I showed you one beaver. The gig's not up yet, buddy. It gets weird at 3 o'clock. It's 2:15 now, my time. All right, let's go. Kaiser. If nothing else, I can go to their Instagram, but that won't show us the price. Here we go. The new January arrivals. I never go to manufacturer sites. I try to get stuff locally where it's shipped to me prime 2 days. So that looks pretty cool. I've not experienced it. I think back here, this first one was. All right. So that's the Mini Mystic. That's the Mini Momo. That's the Momo. And that's the Beaver. So let's see how much they are. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. January 1st at 9 p.m. Guys, it's 9 p.m. Eastern. Uh-oh. I'm early. Whatever. This is on their website. So let's look at. I want to find how much they cost. All right. So the Mini Momo and Nitro V, Mini Momo and 154. What was our Mini Momo? Let me find our Mini Momo. It's right here. Retails for $79.95, which means I don't know what that means. It'll come in at probably close to that. But that's the Mini Momo. And then we've got the Mini Mystic in acrylic and aluminum, and Nitro V is $75.99. Very cool knife. Yeah, it slow rolls really well too. This and the Beaver's $47.99. And it's also, you can get this guy in micarta. So you can get black, green like I've got, or you can get natural with a black blade, or kind of this gray with a stonewash blade. Where is our regular Momo? Oh, here's the Momo. Mini Momo, 79. The Momo is 75. That doesn't make sense. So Valdemir Legzachev is the one who designed the Mini Momo, or the Momo. That's the one I've got right there. Those are the 4 configurations it looks like it's going to come in. And it's a big knife. I will tell any of you that the Momo is 9.35 inches overall. That is a big knife. The Mini Momo, which kind of fits me, is still 7.35 inches. And then the Mini Mystic is 7.58. And Paul Munko designed it, whoever that is. And they call this a clip point, Sharif. Even though to me it looks like a harpoon, but I don't know why you would call it a harpoon. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? So they call that a clip point, I guess, depending on how you look at it. All right. And then the Beaver is only, I think, 6 inches is how I measured it. Yeah, you do have this little sharp area between the jimping. You got jimping here and jimping here. This is kind of crowned where you can't get a good strike, but you can get a strike there. Right here, you can get a strike. And it is 6 inches even with the 2 3/4 inch blade. But it's got a really big place for a lanyard hole. Nitro V, 6061. So yeah, those are the new Kaisers. And I didn't get to check out this premium one, but this looks kind of like this looks like somebody's knife. This is the Weed. What? Weed? This is by View Hunan Nam An. Say that 4 times fast. Like the blade, like the studs, but I would have to feel them. It looks like they also become a stop. No, they're not touching. So this is a harpoon, but the Mystic is a clip. Okay, I got it. What's the blade steel? Blade material, Z-Wear PM. All right, y'all, talk to me. What is ZMPM? Have y'all heard of Z-Wear PM? I'm going to Google it. Z-Wear PM knives. Looks like it's close to 3V. Z-Wear carbon steel. Z-Wear PM. Does anyone have experience with this steel? Blah, blah. I'm not reading message boards. Yvonne's Iceflix, do you realize you're not sharing? Yeah, I was just reading on the backside to see if I could find out what Z-Wear. Here's what I can share. Here's what I'm looking at. I'm trying to figure out. Let me go back to it. So this knife, this premium one, this new Kaiser release, It'll be for sale tomorrow at 9 p.m. Where was it? So that's S45, S90V, S35, or Z-Wear. All right, so we've got blade steel options. Interesting. So this is, to me, the most exciting of the knives I've seen in the lineup, because this is $189. Carbon fiber, S45. Again, I don't know what the ergos are on it. I don't know much about it. I've never tried it, but I like it. I like the looks of it. And from memorial, blah, 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 blah. To that, you share what we had done. So he had a conversation at a party and came and designed a knife. Sounds like there was some toad licking going on. I'm trying to see what the length is. 7 inches, 7.09, S45. Okay, so price-wise, if I want S35, it's $169. If I want S90V, it's $179. If I want S45VN, it's $189. And if I want Z-Wear PM, it's $179, the same as S90V. And it's not sharing. Damn it. Damn it. It was sharing the wrong screen. This is what I was trying to show you guys. I apologize. But that top knife is the FEWEED, the FOWEED, whatever the FOWEED is. But what I was trying to show before I cut y'all out is it's available both in S35 and $169, S90V for $179, which is the same price as Z-Wear, and then S45. And it looks like, unfortunately, your carbon fiber, like this purple haze, only comes with the S35. No, what? All right, so they're not being S35 blade, carbon purple fiber. Okay, so it looks like you can pick your, but you can't. So if I get the S35, I get the Z-Wear, is it going to be that green? Or is it going to be available in any 4 of these? Z-Wear, gold, camo. So I haven't seen that green one yet. Toxic Storm. What was that one? That must be it. Or is this it? Nope. Toxic Storm is probably this one right here. Yeah. Pretty cool knife. I'd be interested in checking one of these out, even if it's on a pass round. Because one thing that looks cool is the lock bar access. That's something I noticed in one of these pictures. Hold on, let me find that. It ain't got no bearings. It ain't got no pivot. What the fuck's that? A little titanium inlay? What is that? What are we looking at? What's going on? What's going on here? All right, there it is. Nope, it's the other side. There it is. So see how it's got one of those that you just go right at it, but it's got jimping on both sides, and it's kind of concaved out or whatever you call that. Anyway, so those are pretty cool. I'm probably stoked the most for the Mini Mystic and the Beaver, because for some reason And I wish I knew what my sickness was, but I'm just all out fixed blades. I don't know why. Lawless. Good to see you, buddy. Traditional style knives. Those are great, buddy. I've got one in my pocket right now. That's what's awesome about knives is there's so many different types and we all like different stuff. And in my opinion, that's how I find out about cool stuff is stuff that I'm not aware of, but you guys make me aware of. Traditionals are the way to go. I just am bad, I guess, because I'm addicted. That I will carry a fixed blade, a folder, and a traditional with me. And this isn't, I guess this wouldn't be called a real traditional. This is a modern. This is the Tuya Queen Anne's Revenge. Kind of little spear point, bigger slip joint. But I love a traditional knife. I like to play with it. I like to cut with it. But again, my go-to when I reach in my pocket, like I might be carrying this Boker that I'll just drop. Here's my example. So that was my straight line. So with the Boker, I just drop it in my pocket, put the pocket clip down over it. And even though I'm carrying it in my back pocket or as a secondary carry somewhere, I'll find myself pulling it more because it's just easier to get to and easier to make the cut at the time. But I still always carry a primary folder just because I like them and I'll use it at least once or twice a day. Ouchie needs a wrench. Hold on, Paul. Let me get to it. And y'all keep me on the time. It is 2:29:20. So we've missed the US. All right, let's go back to Happy New Year, everybody. I am very, very thankful for, even though this year was kind of a crapshoot for me, work-wise, I am very, very thankful for the year. Had a great time hanging out with the channel. I've had a great time making content. And you guys have been responsible for just amazing, amazing growth for me. Whoops. Bear with me, guys. I'm behind the scenes. All right. Ouchie, I had to find you, buddy, in a different chat so I could put the sword on you. With great power comes great responsibility. Looks like you were getting dropped in the old timeout. That's just so y'all know, when people put you in timeout, it's a term of endearment. Usually, Edgy's one of the best of he'll always put people in 10-second timeouts. If he didn't put you in timeout, he didn't love you. So don't hold any grudges. Or we'll go back and we'll watch the rest of Joseph. Where are you, buddy? Because I was trying to figure out how far west from me the timeline goes where it's still New Year's. I wonder. All right, let's put some different fireworks up here because these will go away after tonight. Just like my snowy, I kind of like these better. That is a lot of minutes. Or maybe that's next year because I don't know. I don't do math, especially complicated math. That's probably a year. Mark took your power. No, Ouchie, you got the wrench now, buddy. So the only people, well, I learned this. I'm not going to tell you where. Let's see what Ouchie's put up here. Hold on. Because if it's obscene or it freaks me out, I'll take your wrench. But I know it's not going to be. So let's see what it is. Where'd it go? That looks yummy. They say I can dine in now, but I can't get delivery. Or I have to reserve a table. American restaurant. Where are we? Let me zoom out. Let me zoom out. Oh. Where are we? Sorry, guys. I'm tripping. Not really, but I'm just tripping on trying to find out where I'm looking here. Okay. California. California. All right, what I'm going to do is I wonder if I can scroll this map. And so y'all said Hawaii was at 4:00. Google Maps shows the ocean floor. Bizarre. Bizarre. All right. I'm not getting what I want. I'm just getting more distant from you guys. So I'm going to type in Hawaii. And I'm going to click there. And it's going to take me to it. And I'm going to zoom out so I can get an idea of that part of the globe. So in Japan, is it already tomorrow? It's 10:33 in Hawaii. So, hey, Alexa, what's the date in Japan?
It's Wednesday, January 1st, 2025 in Japan.
Okay, so it is already the 1st in Japan. So I guess Hawaii, y'all tell me if I'm wrong, is our last happy? Is that how it works? Is that how it works? Because it looks like if I zoom out here and click on the map, here's California. Here's probably 3:00. What the fuck's this out in the middle of the ocean? When are we? What is this? This is a porta potty in the middle of the ocean? Visual Art Brazil. What the hell am I looking at? This is California, right? Guys, this is weird. Y'all seeing this? Is that translating over when I click on these dots in the middle of the ocean and it's showing me these points of interest? I think that's weird. All right, so in Honolulu, we've got a couple hours. But then you will notice once we get over to Japan, it's already tomorrow. So y'all probably already knew that. Little island. And maybe that is an island out there. I don't know why those dots would be there. So yep, we will definitely ring in, or I will ring in a Hawaii New Year, and hopefully I'll catch it on time so I can do the countdown. Not that anybody cares, because I don't think any of us. Well, Andrew's in Hawaii, I think. Y'all remember Andrew from God help me out. He made the killer scales for the Swiss Army knives and for a lot of other knives. Hawaiian Knife and Gear is in Hawaii. Lawless, you don't get a wrench, or you don't have a wrench, but let me check you out, Lawless. Let me go behind the scenes here. Let's see what's going on with you, my brother from another mother. 10:36. Yeah. So we've got an hour and 23 minutes. I can do it. I can sit here if I'm talking to myself. I do that now on my members. I call them something. My weekly musings, where I just sit right here and record a front-facing video, just talking. So I've proven, because I do it on every video. That's what's so weird. When I'm talking about a knife, I'm talking to myself. You know, Tippy, the cat, will just sit there and look at me like, and she always will like walk across because she thinks I'm talking to her. So yeah, it's pretty whack. Y'all go follow Mad Yaka. I'm gonna pull him up. We'll take a peek at what you're going to see. Boom. Sorry about the sound effects, guys. Just how my atypical brain works. Sorry, not sorry. But remember, Erica's whole premise is I can love you, but I don't have to like you. And I thought that was profound, because I think that's words for all of us to live by. Kind of like, what is it? Don't hate the player, hate the game. So here's Mad Yako's page. His link is in here. He's chronically undersubscribed, underfollowed. Got some killer navs. Love the tactile. What do we got? Very nice. And he's got the Hanks. So all these Hanks that we're looking at are Mad's Hanks. See, I was right. That's the Golden Designs. And that's where that lock comes from the Tri-Stash. That's that push button frame lock. I like that knife. I like the look of it. But like I said, when I reviewed the Tri-Stash, totally objectively, I think it's the best creator knife I've experienced. It fit my jam, I guess I should say. Y'all go follow Mad. He's got some freaking chicken tenders here, man. That's voila. I was more excited when I thought they were chicken breasts. I like the ocean's cockroaches, shrimp. There's Mad. He's been on the show before. Oh, check out the scales on his MSI. Very dope. Y'all go give him a sub. Sub to Mad. Oh, dude, I'm happy to. Y'all, that's why if you've got a wrench, Josh 304, you don't have a wrench. Let me wrench up Josh. Y'all have a wrench so that you can share with others, and I'll try to highlight them. Your socials, you might, just don't share shit that's going to get me in trouble and take your wrench away. Because I'll see it before I share it. And I can always go back and nick the live. Ed Harrison, how are you holding up, buddy? Happy New Year, man. Is Todd going to bed? Good night, Todd. Happy New Year, buddy. I hope you have a great, great Wednesday. I hope you're not having to work. I wish I was having to work. Rage hadn't started yet. I'll give you some direction. Doing sounds good to me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. Hold on a second. Let me go to my browser. I gotta get another monitor. Hit the like button. Help people see my videos, and I'll get a monitor. Poker. Why can't I read? I told y'all the bad thing about me tonight is I fell asleep this afternoon. And I have I woke up like an hour and a half before this, so I'm kind of wide awake. Kind of sucks for me. Poker. So I'm kind of loopy. I like that knife. I like that style. Do yours have the cap lifter or the little blade? Case cutlery razor. Let's check that out. Because if I haven't seen them, I want to learn about them. Because there's so many dang knives that we see that I see the same knives over and over. When I see and am experienced, because everything I've ever come to know, that's a pretty knife. Is this it? I'm gonna share it because I don't know. The razor jigged, and yours might not be jigged, but this is coming up as a case razor. Stop sharing. Share. Whoops. Share. See, I like that. But I don't know if yours is a double blade. I don't know. That's probably the least, and I don't know shit about shit. So I'm not saying I know about other stuff, but where I'm the least knowledgeable, and Pocket Metal will attest to this, he'll probably say I'm downright ignorant, and he wouldn't be wrong, is traditionals. I don't know the patterns. I don't know the shapes. I don't know the blade configurations that are historically accurate. You know, I just, it's kind of, I just started dipping my toe in it. Uh-oh. What happened? I made my StreamYard go tiny. That was weird. That was weird. You have the top cap lifter. Awesome. Pretty little knife. Is that front blade so you can get it from the front? Like, isn't that called like a, I think Pocket Metal told me, like people who had a hook after the Civil War, they could open it with one hand or something? Is that why that's got that little thing at the tip? I might be totally bastardizing that story. A single blade, that's pretty. Good night, Joseph, Jeffrey. Happy New Year, guys. If y'all are checking out, I don't blame you, but I'm not seeing it, and I apologize. That's because I'm jumping around different pages and I shouldn't be. They're called one-armed bandits. That's right. And if I'm not mistaken, which I probably am, but that came around after the Civil War, or was it before then even? I don't remember because, again, I'm uneducated when it comes to traditionals. But I was very fascinated with them, and I'm still interested in them. Because they're sexy. And then when I see one that catches my attention, I like to jump on it. I think my favorite, whoops. Is this my little GEC Barlow? Just because it's US. I like this one, and I think I've got an 87. I'm not good at the numbers, but I think this is 87. I could be wrong. So some of you GEC guys, tell me what this one is. And I'm sure the blade will tell me. Cyclops. 86, Cyclops. Yeah, with one hand needed a knife as well. Thanks, Lawless. Great information. And that's the kind of history I think that's cool. And I can see how, like my buddy Pocket Metal and a lot of other traditional purists, I think Patty Potato Peelers, who I love, is the same way. They like real traditional knives. So when I say real, I just mean not modern, right? Like a modern traditional that's screwed together. I think for traditional means a lot of things to a lot of people, but I know in my buddy Pocket Metal, it's kind of how it's made, that the patterns are being, historically represented. I think it's cool. I think it's very, very cool. What else do I have to show? That up. Yeah, I did not know, and maybe I did. I'll have to go back and watch my video because I remember we had Jake Billings from Shed Knives. I bought these off Blade Binge after meeting him at Blade Show, but he might have said these aren't heat treated because I know Bob DeMarco reviewed them. I didn't review them. I just bought them and showed them. But I've jabbed this thing in a lot of stuff, and it's thick, so it's not super slicey. But I would think I would feel rolls. And I don't feel any rolls in it. But I think it was like $130. And like Shane said, he could heat treat it. And then I'm really impressed with this knife that was sent to me. I did ask for it. I reached out to Dave Warren Knives, Tuya Knives. And this is a new collaboration called The Strength. And they also have it in a lot of different crystallized titanium, which is a little flashy for me. This is just black DLC. I don't know if you can see, it's got a little high point on the front and the back. It looks like a black line, but that's actually a high point. So if you look back here, see how it's kind of bowed out there? But it's an integral. And it's multi-deployment. So you've got a flipper tab, low profile, M390 spear point blade, DLC coated. You got a front flipper, very well jimped. The jimping on both of those flippers are great. They're sharp. And then you've got the thumb studs, which are money. It's a little tight in the grip. Not for me. My buddy A to Z, who's got a big meaty hand, he might have just been bitching because he does that too. But this is, I have to go look at the price. For an integral, it's not priced outrageously. Paul, let's look. Let's go to Tuya, because I know the DLC is cheaper than the, let's go Tuya knife. Again, Dave sent me this one to check out. He also sent me the Queen Anne split joint. I sent back the ones I'm going to show you that are what they call crystallized titanium. I've never seen it. I'd never seen crystallized titanium. If y'all saw Lefty's video, he had one of those strengths in crystallized titanium. $440 is retail. But the crystallized are $499, I think. There's those. Huh. I'm not seeing a crystallized strengths. Maybe they're sold out. But here's a crystallized Queen Anne's Revenge. This is what that material looks like. And it's not anodized because when you look at it, let's see if I can find a single knife. When you look at it up close, it's got almost a texture. It's almost like, have you seen granite countertops? Sure you have. How it's got the little like pieces of stone or crystal or quartz that go through it. This is very similar. It's not my jam, but there's supposed to be a bunch of colors of these strings, unless they all sold out. I've always, oh, here we go. We're going to find them over here. I've always been a fan. I've got a Tuya Big Belly. I had a Tuya Mutt. I gave that away. I had I have a Caladan. I love the Shocker. I've never tried one out. I think that's a sexy knife. I don't know if y'all have ever seen Tuya at shows, but they make very good knives. The Big Belly that I have, and I'll grab it here in a second, is a favorite of mine. So I'm not seeing any more of those crystallized titanium strengths. So maybe they're selling out. I don't know. But like, here's a Voodoo on sale for $199. That's a hollow grind. The blade hole, deployment hole looks too big. It looks like one of those hot dog down the hallway blade holes that would throw your finger through there. But let me show you what turned me first on to Tuya. I also had a Tuya CXBX or something that I gave away. Hold on one sec. Let me grab this one. So when this knife first came out, I was early in my collecting. It's been around for a while, but they just released it like last year before Blade Show, not this year, in a budget, in a G10. And I don't know if it's 14C or D2, but what's interesting about this knife is called the Tuya Big Belly. It's a bar style lock. You've got this little titanium piece here. You've got a carbon fiber body, which is just that stacked carbon fiber, but it's unibody. So it's an integral too. It's carved out of one piece of carbon fiber, except for these two pieces where you take the pivot out. But the blade on it is sick. I always thought it was a sexy knife. It carries great. And for a bar lock, it's as good as my TRMs. Watch it just shut. It does not bounce. It's got snappy detent. I can't reverse finger flick it very well because it's got such stiff detent. And I can't get my finger in there the right way, but I can thumb flick the shit out of it. And it is, I remember Cole had this knife and he had trouble getting his to sharpen up. I put an edge on this one with my TS Prof. And it's very slicey. But Tuya makes good knives. They've always, to me, made original looking products. The designs they have. And Josh, this was an old one. This was, because I'll be honest with you, the CXBX, which I think is still on their website, I was not a huge fan of that knife, but it was one of their budget knives. Let me go back and share this. Because one of y'all won it. I'm not sure who. So here's the here's that knife I just showed you, the V2, which is in G10 and 154 cm, but it's the same unibody construction. Mine was like 350. These are 159. And you can get a red one with the black blade. They're only 5 in stock, so they're not a lot to choose from there. But the knife I was going to show you, if they still have it on here, they might not. Nope. It ain't on there. This is a good knife. This is that Jim Skelton design. S90V. It's available. That. I've got that one right there. And then the American flag color. If I was going to choose, I would probably go with that one. But it's got a really nice spear point. S90V. It's a Dave Warren, Jim Skelton collaboration. but I don't see that older Sabu. I know what I can do. We can go Javon. I can show you a picture of it. What was it called? Bad thing is I have so many shorts to pull up. Cebu.
Hey guys, I hope
God, that's an old video. So that's what this guy was. And this was only about a $70 knife. I can't listen to myself, but I can. It's full-size knife, G10, titanium clip, flipper tab, Warncliffe blade, nice finger choil, really good action. My camera was shitty, or my iPhone, whatever I was using. But then it's got the middle finger flicker. So they've come a long way just recently, but they've always, in my opinion, kind of been very original. I'll grab the Caladan, he's got a couple. This knife, when I first got into knives, I was a flipper tab only guy because I didn't know how to reverse finger flick, didn't really like thumb studs. But this knife is what really made me appreciate flipper only again, because no matter where you flick it, whether you light switch it or push button it, it snaps open. What I don't like about it, when it's closed, I think it looks like a bird. Oh. Looks like a bird to me. But opened, it's a thick, wedged out S90V blade. Liner, well, concealed liner lock, concealed frame lock. I think they're on the ball. I don't know who their OEM is. I don't know if they say who their OEM is. I'm sure Dave would say. Lawless needs a wrench. Thanks, Paul Mills. That's just my first double shot. I've got to get on my grape soda over here. Let me find Tyler. Hold on. Lawless. Not Tyler. All right, Lawless. I'm in with great power comes great responsibility. Let's make sure. Let me check something real quick. Yep. Let me get you a wrench. Keep in mind, never take it personally when a brother puts you in timeout. It helps me know that you need a wrench because it gives you like a little bit of a immunity, but it also allows you to be a prick to other people. We don't want that. And there'll be times, there'll probably be times again, because I want to see how many new people I could bring in doing a vertical live, because I know said Stevie gets some really interesting people that have stayed in his community that seem to be really nice people to do some vertical lives. And I like to have people in here with wrenches that are always in here so that I don't mind people coming in and being silly. I don't mind people, if they get spammy or they start just being crazy, I'll put people in timeout, but I can't. A lot of times you get a lot of people in there. Josh, I agree. And he's such a nice guy. I met him my first blade show. He was one of the tables I went to because, again, what's so interesting about the hobby for me is you start off with this small little, at least I did, what was available. Because I was keying in on a couple of channels. Blade HQ is one I watched when Zach and Ben were there. And then Metal Complex, of course, Nick Shabazz, Slicey Dicey. So knowing what I know now, everybody's kind of reviewing the same stuff that's coming out. But as you spend time and you realize one of the greatest things, not to jump off the subject because it's kind of on the subject, but one of the greatest things that's been a result of me not having a job and not buying knives like I was is I've really got to go back and realize that the knives I've got are great. You know, I bought them because I loved them, but they were always replaced by the next knife because I was always chasing the fear of missing out the next new thing, right? Which is great to get it, but it's just going to be just as good in a year, probably better because it's in a couple other variations. So I, by not choice, but by economic condition, quit doing the fear of missing out thing. So I'll pick up a fixed blade here or there. I'll order something off Amazon here or there if I can. But I'm not buying with the veracity that I was. But I've gone back through my collection because I've still got a pretty extensive collection. That there's some great knives that I haven't carried in over a year, which most people won't keep knives in their collection for over a year. But keep in mind, I've got the addict brain, and there's probably a good bit of me that filling a hole with something. I don't know what it could be, because I'll give a lot of knives away, most of which, by the way, are all knives that I bought along my journey. I do. As a matter of fact, Josh, funny you should ask. I only try to work with companies that I bought over the years, and I can't get. Is it Justin? Why can't I think of his first name? I've got him in my. But Asher Knives, I've owned 9, given away 8. I'll go grab the one I still have. I think they are the best per value knife that I experienced. And they do things like what I think are original designs. Originally, I had to send Dirk Warning a whole bunch of my Ashers before I'd given them away because he'd reviewed one particular Asher that was a bar lock and he thought it was a clone company. Hold on a second. Let me grab the one I've got. Lefty did a video calling it the poor man's Rosie. So I decided to keep this one as a keeper because, again, I haven't been able to get in touch with him. And I've never been able to buy one off of his site. I've always reached out to him via DM and asked when he could, get me one. Because for a while, I think they come assembled now. For a while, he was putting them together. This is the Asher Spiro, the first holy Spiro, the first one with the blade hole. Lefty did a review on it, comparing it to his Rosie when he had a Rosie. It's got skiff bearings, so I added $12 to it. At the time that I bought this one's an S35VN in full titanium. It was $115. Now I think they've gone up to maybe $150, and they've got other designs. But I had a Centauri. I had this Spiro. I had a G10 Spiro with thumb studs. I had a titanium Spiro with thumb studs. I had a Nomad 2. I had a G10 frame lock. So Spiro. So I've had 4 Spiros, including this one. The other 3 had thumb studs. They're great knives. I love Asher. I do wish because I text him too. I've got his number. Haven't called him, and he said he had some fixed blades. Let's go to his site. Because I did a review on a fish blade that was donated to the channel. Let's see. It's been given away since. Asher Knives. But I think he's already got as many as he brings in, which are not a ton of knives, I think he's got enough people reviewing them. And that's absolutely fine. Since I believe in them and I bought them all my life. See, I think this Nomad it's evolved so much. I prefer the frame locks over the bar locks, but they did the bar locks very well. Here's the Douglas tie, $145. That's a beautiful freaking knife. 7.4 inches, clip point blade, 20 CV blade steel. Nothing to get mad at there for $145. And then you've got the Spiro Silver for $135. This is S90V. Look there. That silver twill carbon fiber, ceramic bearings, 7.4 inches, S90V for $135. Can't get mad at that. I mean, they're great knives. I've never had a bad one. S90V with twill. It's more the same. There's a Warncliffe. I think the Warncliffe's very sexy. Again, this knife sold when it was in stock for $135 in 3 different types of carbon fiber and a liner lock. 20 CV blade steel. I can't get mad at that. And here's the one I just showed y'all, except you'll notice this one has a different pivot. This is a later version. See that pivot right there? Compared to my pivot. So that's a newer version because mine was $115. I just remember that. So that's the Holy Spiro. And then this Akuto, I've never experienced this one, but this to me is a sexy knife. It looks different. It's got a really dramatic clip point. It starts up at the jimping. S35VN. It doesn't look like anybody else's knife. I'm not mad at it. Is it my jam? Maybe not. And then here's the little buddy that he told me he was going to let me check out, but I haven't heard anything from him, which is fine. But this is a little bushcrafter. It's a little 7-inch knife, which I'd be interested in checking out because I enjoyed his the fixie. There's a crossbar warning. There's the Spiro crossbar. I had that. Here's the Asher fixie that I reviewed and gave away. So this little guy was $110, G10 and S90V. It was 7.4 inches. But a great knife, great blade shape, great blade geometry, nice, smooth, G10. And these are all, if I'm not mistaken, his designs. The Sentry, I had this knife. This has got a different blade. Hold on. That's the 3.0, so this is not going to be this. Yeah, this is the Harpoon. I had this knife. One of y'all want it. Kind of the same body as the Nomad. I don't know why they call it the Sentry. So they've had a lot of really good models, and I think Justin traditional flipper. Zero Soul. I had this. I mean, this is an old one. This was $85 when I had this. This was G10 S35VN, and it had a steel. I think that's steel. The titanium frame lock, black G10, S35VN blade steel, $85. I mean, this was 2 years ago. You really couldn't beat it. The Nomad was a great knife. This is a frame lock. I think this is a stainless steel. Yeah. $75. So I think they're very good knives. and I'm sitting here talking about them, but I'm not sharing anything. I think it's funny that Mark picked up on it, and I hate that I'm such a freaking idiot and I don't realize that I'm not sharing it. But so I had this one and gave it away. That's what I was showing you. That's the titanium frame lock with G10 show side, Spiro or Nomad. They sold for $75. The Sentry was really cool. Gray G10, $84. Had a really nice harpoon blade. The Nomad had a drop point, but the Sentry, hold on. That's the blade that I had. I think they made knives. They still do. I just haven't. A, I'm not buying knives right now. And B, hey Kurt, good morning, happy New Year, buddy. We're holding out, waiting to wish the Hawaiians a happy New Year. But when I was buying knives, I kind of evolved from input from friends that if I wasn't buying so many $100 knives and I would just kind of wait and put that money towards knives that I would really kind of been wanting, I was able to acquire some grails. So I've kind of stuck with that philosophy. If it's not something I really, really want, I'd rather save up for it than buy. Where I used to just love, like I did with that Kaiser mini harpoon. I love the full size design that Lee sent me to give away and review. But I did just I guess I wanted that knife incoming. It's a disease. Kurt, it's good to see you, buddy. I hope everybody has the day off on New Year's Day, unless you have the opportunity to go out and hustle and make some money, and that's something you want to do. I'm all for that too. Okay, so I've only worked halfway through my beverages. You're gonna be Fed, I'm gonna be here for at least another hour. I'm gonna send you a link. Give me 2 seconds. Copy. Fed comes on. We might be on here till the second. No, Ed's probably give me some there you go. Ed, it is not yet. Not yet, but it's almost on its way. It's on its way, buddy. Take your time. Hey, Gareth. I've got a cool knife. Let's see if I've got it saved. I traded a knife with Carco. Another knife he traded me for. Let me go to my photo. Let's go to iCloud. I'll show you all this servant knives. He's gotten me both of my servant knives in trade. And I sent him 2 knives to look at. To see which one he liked better. To trade for the servant. And then he found out which one he liked better, and it was all good. And then he reached out to me the other day. I totally forgotten about it. And he was like, "Hey man, you want to just sell the other knife?" And I was like, "Sure, if you don't have anything you want to trade, whatever you think's fair." And he said, "Well, I got this, but it's fuchsia." And I thought it was badass. It's a chisel grind. It's a Kosh Tools. It's a little guy. And it's different. So I was like, hell yeah. I ain't scared. So what do y'all think of that? That's pretty cool, isn't it? Different. And I like a good chisel grind. Send it to my brother Kyle Coon Lee to sharpen it up, even though he's been telling me, and I hope you guys enjoy Kyle when he comes on and donates his time and shows us stuff. 2025 so far has been fantastic because I haven't been out in the riffraff. I've been hanging out with you guys. Crispy Critter, what's up, brother? Happy New Year. All right, I'm going to be on the ball. Marco Scamma, what is up, my man? Dude, I've thought I've seen everybody, but I'm sure I'm missing people. I'm a little delirious, but not totally delirious because I did take a mega nap this afternoon. It was sitting up. I didn't realize I'd fallen asleep, but I woke up about 8:30, fell asleep probably at, I don't know, 3 or 4. Paul, I have talked to Kyle about that, and I don't know if it's something with his phone. He's working on stuff like that because it would be easier to see it. Definitely hear you there. I love it. I love it. I love seeing y'all chat. So does anybody got big plans for New Year's Day, I guess it is? I'll tell you what I've been doing. Besides hanging out with my dad, I've been spending a good bit of time. My mom lives not even a mile from me. Both of my parents live very close to me, which I'm blessed in that. But there's this little bastard that's come to live with my mom who I've become very fond of. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Here we go. I know most of y'all have seen this. But this is a 3-week, partially tamed feral cat that my mom rescued from where she plays tennis. And this little guy is a miniature cat, but he is jumpy. That's why I look like I'm a cutter. When you look at my hands in videos lately, it's because he likes to grab you. But check out that fierce little bastard. His colors, I don't know if y'all can still see that. His colors, I don't know if y'all are cat people or not. If not, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bore you with cats, but I used to not be a cat person, but they're freaking cool. But like his eyebrows are perfectly matched. This knee, this little triangle, he's got the exact same one. He's just badass. And he's got nothing but swagger. I mean, he gives 0 fucks. Like this picture right here, you wouldn't know it, but he is sizing me up for my weaknesses. I'm sitting on the ground, he's looking at me, and he's getting ready to just swat the shit out of me. Now, most times he'll do it with a soft paw. See how his knees are both, he's got these 2 triangles. But that's Cooper. So I'm going to go hang with him some tomorrow just because he needs somebody to wear him out because he's very clingy. Hey, Happy New Year, Ed Harrison.
What's up, my friend?
How are you, buddy?
Can you hear me?
I hear you good.
Can you hear me?
us? I can hear you. Can you hear me? I hear you. Hello, Ed.
Sorry, I had my volume turned down.
Okay, so you can hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year to you too, brother.
All you guys, it's going to be a great year. That's another
Happy
thing I was
New-
going to tell you guys. 2024, as traumatic as it was a great year because you guys made it a great year. Mad cats are awesome, and all you have to do is say that 3 times. I want a cat. I want a cat. I want a cat. Put some cat food on your porch, and you'll have one. I've got, not out there now, but I think I've shown y'all Cheeto. My neighbor lady, she's not a neighbor. She lives at the corner a block away. She's got this cat that's what do you call those colored cats that look like Garfield that are brown and white?
Color.
Yes. and he's a big guy, and he's got he's got spunk, man, and he comes around because I'll give him treats, and he's gotten where I've got Tippy who doesn't like him at all, but I'll open the door to walk out to give him treats, and that bastard will slip in and just lay right by the door, and Tippy is like smells him or something. She'll come out of the room and she'll just look at me like, you cheater.
Don't like it.
Josh, I'm gonna check it out. Hold on. Let me go to my chat. I've got to go to a different chat. All right, there it is. Quick.
Oh Lord.
I love these videos. Look, all right, I'm gonna share this.
Sorry, I still ain't got no phone stand yet.
You know what else, Ed? Thank you for saying that, because I'm sending you a phone stand that I've got the box and I've got the holder, and I've just got to get the thing out of a bag that I haven't been able to put my hands on. I took to Blade Show. I'm sending you that.
I've had so much going on. I just look. I called Stevie. I was at the post office. Just tell you how bad it's been. They had the Jason auction.
Oh yeah.
And I never mailed my check until Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday, the Thursday. I can't even remember. No, let's see. What is today? Today is Wednesday.
Tuesday. Yeah, Wednesday now. Wednesday now.
I think I mailed it Monday. I believe whenever I called Stevie, and I thought, my God, Ed.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with that, Ed. That money just as good. No.
Look, I'm not that type person, though.
No, but it wasn't, I mean.
And it's just been so damn busy, Javon, around here with it. So far behind, my friend.
Dude, and it's a tough time of the year to get things done, right? I mean, it's been, we've had.
Oh, I got so much. I have got to take a break. And I told Stevie, and he was the second person that I told. There's only one other person that I've told this. And you and the chat's going to know it now, but I'm fixing to have to take a break.
Do it, dude.
I am so far behind. Everything in my yard that has to be pruned in the wintertime before spring, I haven't touched any of it. My gutters ain't been cleaned out. I'm so freaking far behind. It's just unreal.
You're in Georgia, right?
Yeah.
You need a hand?
No, it's supposed to be cold. I was worried because it's got hot for the last couple of days here. And I thought, my God, are we going to have we're not going to have a cold winter in spring here already? Because hell, it was like 67 degrees here yesterday.
We're supposed to get some snow next week, I think. The reason I say is my mom, I clean her gutters out because I'm kind of skateboarding nimble, and I can get on people's roofs with a blower or with rubber gloves and get gutters cleaned in no time.
It's just the principle of me getting on my roof. I can blow them all out with my gutter. Blow them out with my leaf blow out of my gutters. Yeah,
but that's something. I'm not that far from you, and we could spend a Saturday or something and knock a lot of that shit out. Think about it. Let me know, dude. I'm not far.
I got a lot to do, Javon.
Well, I'd stay with you Saturday, and we do it Sunday too.
Got a lot of shit to do. Show you a few guys that I pulled out of my that I've been collecting up for a long time. I pulled out about 6, 8 of them laying in my lap right here.
Show me up.
I'm gonna go through a few of them and show you some of them. That is a Boker slip joint.
Oh, is it a lock and slip?
It is a slip joint.
I
don't want to get cut with it. I don't know. It's a locking back slip. And I'll take that back. It's not a slip joint. It's a lock back.
A traditional lock back. Yeah, that's what I was. Don't cut yourself.
I don't know why I said it's a slip joint. I ain't gonna try to close it with one hand. It's a Boker, and this is another Boker that I bought.
Don't do what I do when I see you set that thing open in your lap. I've done that, and I've fallen asleep with those sumbitches in there.
I ain't gonna go to sleep with all that. I got probably 8 knives laying in my lap.
That's an interesting.
This is a Boker that I bought. Look at the blade on that thing.
What is that? Is it hammered?
Javon, I'm not sure. It's got a texture feeling to it.
The reason I asked Ed is it looks like a platen. It looks kind of like, it reminds me of this big ass knife. I'll probably
it's some kind of texture. It's some kind of texture on it. I'm not sure
be as
exactly.
but mine's bigger.
Has it got a texture to it?
Yes. It feels very slight texture.
That's what this one is. I'm not sure how they did that. I mean, I don't know, but it's trying to read the name.
It's some kind of hammering process, but I don't know shit about it. If y'all don't have one of these, this is the greatest investment. I got this on Amazon for like $10. A rust eraser.
All I can tell you is a Boca Magnum is all I can tell you about it. I mean, I don't know a lot about the knife really.
It's a cool looking knife. I mean, it looks very unique.
It is. Only thing I don't like about this one is tipped down. And you know,
oh yeah,
that's just not. And it's partially serrated. I do not like partially serrated blades.
I'm not.
I've gotten cut.
Even though they cut good for rope and stuff, if they're good serrations, but I've never been a fan because I'm intimidated by them sharpening wise.
I have got a nasty cut from a serrated blade, and I do not like them. I don't even know why I bought that one, but I guess it's bought way before I got cut. I guess probably.
Those serrated will rip into you like a dog biting you.
Oh,
Josh, I think that is an old Boker. That is an old Boker, isn't it, Ed?
It is. I probably had it 15 years, maybe. That's why I said I went back in my gun safe and pulled out a few before I jumped in so I could show some more of my knives, because I always show knives when I jump on here, some of more of my collection. That's the one that I've had.
You probably can't even count.
I've had this one probably about 15 years, maybe too. It's a Rough Rider.
It's got that seatbelt cutter on it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's got a seatbelt cutter and glass breaker. It's a Rough Rider. I can't read the name. I mean, it says Rough Rider. I thought it was a Rough Rider. No, it's not. This is a Smith & Wesson. I'm sorry. I still ain't opened the Rough Rider box up.
Paul Mills, you're a gentleman and a scholar. We will do that in a second, and I'll throw something into it as well. So Joe Isabella Hank.
We'll cut the shit out of it. It's got sharp blade, and I like it because it's got the thumb ramp in the blade.
I like the posture of the blade. It looks like right above the thumb studs, it kind of angles up too. It's 30 minutes from New Year's in Hawaii.
Put your finger on the blade more or less.
Hey Alexa, what time? What's the date in Hawaii and time?
Hawaii is in the Hawaiian Islands, which is in the America/Hawaii time zone. The time right now in Hawaii is 7 a.m. on Sunday, August 11, 2024. Hawaii is 10 hours behind London, United Kingdom.
No, it's not. Hey Surrey. Or hey Alexa. Why did I say Surrey? Hey Alexa, what time is it in Hawaii now?
I got one in mind. I had to turn mine off.
11:30 p.m.
11:30 p.m. Sorry, Ed, go ahead.
Oh, you fine. This one was given to me for Christmas 2 years ago, and it's a case.
Ooh.
Case double X, and it's got a double blade. Was given to me by my first cousins. They went to Smoky Mountain. They always go to Pigeon Forward every year, and they picked it up at Smoky Mountain Knife Works for me.
Dude, that's beautiful.
It's hard. I can't open it with one hand, so it's hard for me to do it and hold the camera. But
I'm setting an alarm on my wrist so I can ring in the Hawaii New Year at least one.
Don't know how much it cost, but it was a gift to me for Christmas 2 years ago.
The handles are beautiful. Are those dyed bone?
I think it is, Javon, to be honest. It looks like it.
They sure are pretty.
It's got a reindeer on it. It says case double X. Trying to read what all it said on it, but I can't read it all good. I'm in a
Josh, I don't know if you saw Metal Complex's video last week, and I think he did another video of it this week, but that wicked Spyderco, this all serrated blade that has a tip that looks like a hawkbill. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
I like serrated. Once you get cut with one,
Oh yeah, that thing.
once you get damn cut with one like I did, just closing. All I was doing was closing the damn blade and got cut, and it just kind of weaned me away from.
Well, you don't get a clean cut. You don't get a clean cut. It's more of a rip. So, like, if you got to get stitches or if it's got to heal on its own, it's going to take a lot longer.
All I was doing was closing the damn blade, and it ripped my ass open.
I don't know if you're in here, Ed, but my worst cut was using a Kershaw chive, which is a tiny Kershaw. I was still married. My daughter was like 8, and I was cutting a cat collar off of a card. You know how they come on a card?
Yeah.
The collar comes flat, and it's got those 2 zip ties holding it down. And like an idiot, I cut towards myself to try to pop those little zip ties and jam that fucking thing right in my palm. Right here, you can see the scar. And what it did is it was such a clean cut. I didn't really feel it, but it opened up and it was like looking at an eyeball in my hand. So I got instantly white. My ex-wife loaded up my daughter. It was about 11 o'clock at night and took me to the hospital to get stitches. And as we're driving down the road, this is so embarrassing, but I'll tell it because I'm amongst friends. I look down at my hand and I'm just looking at the blood gushing out, right? And I just get whiter and whiter. And I might as well have swallowed a whole packet of Levi Garrett chewing tobacco because, man, I was nauseous. My daughter's in the back seat with her window up, thank God. And I'm hanging out the passenger seat, just puking. And it was horrible, dude. It was all because I'm such a wuss. I could never be a doctor. This is it right here. I'm going to show y'all the thumbnail.
I think you were being a wuss. You got cut.
Oh, yeah, but this one right here. Let's see what it's called, and I'll pull it up. Let's go to one of Metal Complex's links. And see if it's going to show it. What is he just taking me to there? There it is. The Civilian. Have y'all seen this one before? Let's see if it's sharing. Nope, it's not sharing. Let me stop sharing. Start sharing. This is the most ugly, the knife I would least want to be cut with, I think. Whoops. Stop sharing. Let's share this. I'm sorry, guys. I've got too many tabs open. All right, the Civilian. There it is. So check this wicked knife out. Tell me that hollow ground serrated thing would not rip you absolutely open. When you close it, Metal Complex showed, when you look down, you can see air through here. See those serrations? The blade actually has a gap, but it's a lock back and it is 9.18 inches long.
Is that the one that sent you to the hospital?
That's the one I was saying. I'm sorry, I hit the mute button because I had to blow my nose. I was watching a Metal Complex video, and this was the scariest looking blade that I would not want to be cut by. But the one that sent me to the hospital was.
Oh, I thought it was that one.
No, it's again, for somebody who throws up after seeing themselves get cut, you'll see that this is the perfect knife for me to, if I could spell. It was a chive, baby. It was this monster.
Cover back on it.
That's what got me, Dad.
Fully serrated. Hey, I got that knife.
Yeah, it's a great little knife. I gave it away.
Kershaw?
That's a Kershaw chive. Little assisted knife.
Mine is a Kershaw, but it's the name of it starts with a P.
Is yours the they've got the chives, the little one, and then they've got the leech or link. What's it called? The Kershaw. Gons, good morning, buddy. Happy New Year. This is the little guy, Ed. This one was
Molly's got one just like mine. Oh God, I can't think of the name of it, but it's a Kershaw and it's a cyst.
Let's do this. Let's just go Kershaw.
Think of the name of it. It seems like it starts with a P.
They got the scallion. They got the leek.
No.
Launches.
No. Looked like that one what you showed, but there ain't no mini.
The leaks are good knives. I had a blur and I lost it. I don't know.
Maybe it's a blur.
The blur is a great
knife.
Yes,
the blur is what it is. That's it right there.
That's a banger, dude. I had a black blur, thumb studs. Got that G10 in the or that grip tape in the handle.
Mine's purple and black. My favorite colors.
Oh yeah. Let me see if I can find
black is my favorite color. So
let's see if I can find that one.
Believe it or not, you ain't gonna believe where I bought that son of a gun. I bought it off of the Snap-on tool truck guy came by one day. I was up at my buddy's shop and
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. They don't have any. Let's see if they got any others. I was just saying because they've got the older models. There's my Chive. There's a serrated leak. I was looking for that blur.
Moving around, I was trying to put some of these damn knives back up before I get hurt.
Hold on, I want you to show us the rest first. Let me stop.
I was just putting up the ones that I had out. What I was trying to put back up. Ones I done showed you.
All right, we are 21 minutes away from Hawaii.
That is one that I bought probably about 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
That's an interesting knife.
Another one that I don't care for really because it's tipped down, but it's I know you probably don't show up on camera, but it's gold. The whole knife and the blade is all gold, Javon.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't have seen that.
So
what's it say on the bottom of the blade there? Is it Smith & Wesson?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I bought it many, many years ago at Tractor Supply. This is one that was gifted to me, and I can't remember who the hell gifted it to me.
Let me see it.
If I can get it out of the box. It's a big boy. It's a triple blade.
Ooh, that's got a pretty looking handle. That looks like paisley almost.
It's got 3 blades in it.
How long is that? That looks like a longer knife too.
It's a Rough Rider stonework. Somebody gifted it to me. I wanted it or something. I don't remember where the hell I got it from. And blue. I don't know if it shows up on there or not. Like I said, it's got 3 blades, and I can't open them because it's slip joint more or less.
Yeah, don't cut yourself.
With one hand.
Hey, Paul Mills, you still in here?
I ain't.
Oh, yeah.
Can't remember what damn channel I don't know, though. I win all kind of damn knives, and I just stick them up and put them up, and then I can't remember where the hell I want them at. This is one, I won my first giveaway.
Awesome, buddy.
My first giveaway, I believe that I ever won them. First, the second giveaway. And I got to meet this guy at Blade Show 2 years ago, and I know you know who I'm talking about. Just by the box.
Brother Doug?
Yeah. I got to meet him at Blade Show, but I won this knife on Peter and Christine's show one day.
Is that the mini?
It's a little old bitty thing.
Yeah, that's a cool little survival knife. That's the kind you can put in an Altoids tin.
That's what it come in.
Oh, did it?
That's what that box was. Inside that box, it's got a little tin.
I didn't realize this until I got to know Doug when we were doing Knives Live, but he has a book on survival. He was was it a World War II pilot or a Korean pilot or just a aviational pilot? And he wanted to put together the perfect survival kit, and he wrote a book about it.
I was trying to think of the name of this thing. It's the RSK.
Yeah, hold on, I'll tell you.
I think it's on it, Javon. I just can't see good in here in the damn dark.
But I can Google it. It's a lot. It's an MX2.
Yep, that's it.
MX2 Perseverance. No, it's not. Hold on. That's a bigger knife. Let me find that little bastard. Hold on.
Might tell
there it is. Pocket Survival Pack.
Might tell it on the box.
Doug Ritter.
MK5.
MK5. That's what it is.
MK5.
That's it. Yeah.
It comes with a little sheath. You can put it in. It's a little fifth pocket dropper, I guess you could say, or you could probably
a neck knife.
You could probably rig it up to where you can wear it as a neck knife. Because it's got holes in the little sheet, like a little plastic Kydex little sheet.
And a lot of times, that's all you need to cut, your cat food or your.
It's sharp.
Guns, I like your thoughts. I'd have to have power for my vape. Hit survival kits, THC, caffeine, and nicotine. Ed, what's your oldest knife? Josh Worth said. Can you think of one off the top of your head?
My oldest knife that I have, I lost it. My dad gave me one whenever I was like 9 or 10 years old, and it was my first old time. My dad didn't give us, I had 4 brothers and 2 sisters, and he gave all the boys knives, but he would never give none of us anything until we got responsible. So I was like 9 or 10 years old when my dad gave me my first knife, and it was a double blade old timer. And around about the same time that he gave it to me, I had a go-kart. And I was always out in the yard working on my go-kart and riding and what have you. And I didn't realize I lost that damn knife. And one day me and my wife was out in the backyard, and for some reason I seen something laying on the ground. And God, you can imagine what it looked like. I mean, it done been laying there for 20 plus years.
Eroded, but you found it.
And I was so sick at my stomach when I found it, and it brought back memories back to the day that my dad gave me that damn knife, and it was just depressing. So it's in my shop, but it is in terrible condition. There's no fixing.
But you could have it restored if you wanted to, couldn't you?
No, it's so corroded, Javon. It was pushed down, and it done been rode over with a lawnmower and pushed down in the ground. It was corroded bad.
But you got the knife.
That is my oldest knife that my first knife. But I have some other knives that's in my gun safe over here that I would have to dig out. This some of my first knives. But when I first got into knives, they wasn't no such a thing as folder knives. All they was slip joints and lockbacks.
Yep.
So that's what a lot of my collection started out as. Up until what? I'd say probably 10 years ago, maybe, or something like that. 10, 15 years ago. No, it's probably
15 years ago is when I got my first Kershaw at Walmart, which to me was totally different because before that I had a Buck 110.
I was still into more. They didn't have a lot of folder knives. I mean, liner locks and what have you until 20 years ago, maybe.
It wasn't even. I don't even know if it was that long.
I don't think so either. I'm gonna say about 15, maybe 10 to 15 years ago.
Take care, Gareth. Have a safe day, brother.
Who was that?
Gareth. I think he's in South Africa.
Yeah, he told me.
Rick Chillian's 24 years old. That's amazing.
Happy New Year, brother.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Gareth.
They was telling me Happy New Year in the chat, and I couldn't respond back because I was trying to get
my first knife. And it's still in my dad's safe. It was a fixed blade, and I probably got it when I was about 9. I was dove hunting with him at the time. I was younger than 9 because I wasn't shooting yet. I was going dove hunting with him, and like when he knocked down a bird, everybody else had labs, and my dad had me. And so he'd point, and I'd go out there and get it. And I had this little case knife that was a stacked leather handle, leather sheath. I still in my dad's safe. And it's got to be 40 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, and my dad's got and I don't know if he got it from a surplus or I think it's authentic because I know it's authentic because he got it from his dad. He's got a World War II Japanese automatic pew pew that his dad got during the war, but you can't get the caliber for it, right? It's just a operational, but you can't get the rounds for it. But he also has an American dagger, the kind that it's green and it says you can or fix it to I guess an M1 carbine.
Right.
And that's probably a 8 or 9 inch blade. But I was talking earlier about Carco and a knife that he traded for before the other one is this guy. Have I ever shown you this, Ed? This is a Servant Knives. There's a maker who's not making knives currently. But this is nothing I would have ever picked out. But when he had it for trade, I couldn't resist it. It's called the Mech Fighter by Servant Knives. G10 handles with a G10 liner, 3V blade with like an acid edge. See that?
Yeah, I see it.
And then this pinky ring.
Has it got file work in the back of the top of the blade?
What's that? Oh yeah, that's file.
Yeah.
Those are jimps, individual jimps in between these ridges. You hold.
Some file work. That's beautiful.
Look at that pinky.
Got that pommel back there.
Oh yeah, with a little attitude adjuster. But again, and what's amazing about this knife is it's got a thick grind. But I put it on my TS prop, I think at 20 degrees.
Slicey. Oh God.
Yeah. And just 3V, if I'm not mistaken, is tough. This is more of a plunger.
Yeah.
But I just think it's a cool knife. I like unique stuff, and I used to not be like that. That's why I think the hobby is so cool. But Paul, I've got I'm gonna throw in some glow in the dark Joe Isabella jank, handmade, cool as shit jank, and then for said Stevie, in case he wins, I'm gonna throw in a support berry sale little knife. And I'm going to include, if y'all want to practice sharpening, if you want to practice knife throwing, the berry sale $29 knife that was sent to me without me asking for it to review it. But we'll make this part of it along with the little one, which looks like keychain knife. Looks like that. And most impressively, the Joe Isabella glow in the dark jank. If Paul, you want to do that Civivi, and Paul says he'll throw in some stickers.
What are you talking about? You finna have a giveaway or something? After
we wish a happy new year in a few minutes, I'm just going to do a random giveaway because Paul had a Civivi in a box that he hadn't used that he wanted to donate. And if he wanted to, Paul could send it to me, and I could put this other stuff in with it, or I could send Paul the address of the winner, whatever's easiest for Paul. I'm sure whoever wins won't mind waiting. So that way I could take Paul's stickers, put in some of my stickers, put it all in a box and send it out. Did I just see said Stevie? No, I thought I did. Guns, I hope you are, buddy. There are not many of you guys in here. So what we could do after we wish Hawaii a happy new year, we do our official countdown because I've got my alarm set on my wrist. It's up to y'all. We can do a random through the chat, or we could do the numbers game. And we don't have to do it and then bounce, we can just do it to do it. Because Paul mentioned it. Sounds like a kind thing to do. I hadn't thought about it. Paul, perfect. Perfect. Awesome, Marcos. So y'all let me know. Just say numbers or random. Numbers. We got one number from Karen. Howdy, Karen, channel member. Yeah, I think numbers, we could probably do that pretty. Yeah, we are, Josh. And 7 minutes. My alarm's gonna go off in about 4, and then we're gonna get up to my time of 3:59. I'm gonna let it go down to about 3:59:49. I'm gonna hit the countdown, and we're gonna not miss this New Year's. We missed Central Time, Eastern Time, and Stevie Time because I was talking about nothing.
I'm gonna hit my camera and I'll be right back. I'm gonna put these up and get some more out, okay?
All right, buddy. I ain't going nowhere.
I can still hear you.
I ain't got nowhere to be. I ain't
I
scared.
can still hear you. I just got my camera cut off so I don't get everybody drunk.
Moving around. I don't know if
Yeah.
you guys probably have more sense and don't watch IRL streaming. I'm kind of fascinated by it because I think it's I've said this before, but I think it's kind of a look into the degradation of society and the youth. But that in real life streaming where people are out walking around, either messing with people or just doing stuff, you know, I get nauseous. I hate when cameras are moving around and it's like they do that shit for hours. I don't get it. I don't get the Ouchie says random. Karen says numbers. So far, Karen was first, and she is. Ladies are always right, at least in what I was taught. You see where that got me? I'm going to throw something up here. And I hate that this can't be clicked on. But that is that. Is that what it is? Paul is the X1. That's my knife of the year, my budget knife of the year. I've got one of those right over there. So if you don't win that tonight, you guys will have another chance because after I do my what I think is the best budget knife, which is really not fair because I've only experienced probably 15 this year, but I'm such a fan of the Jaeger that the X1's blade is identical except for not having a hole being nitro V. All right, guys, it's 3:55. That means I got to watch the clock. I've got to get ready to watch the clock. While I do that, I can ready my number game.
Wish I know how to reverse this camera, but I don't think I can on my phone.
I bet you can. There should be a thing up at the top. It's got like a little. It's got like a little, almost looks like a revolving door where you, at the top right, if you push it, it should flip around to the other camera. Yours might be in a different place though.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I'll show you where mine is. I'll show you what the icon looks like.
All I got's a plus and a box has got.
See that little thing down at the bottom that looks like a recycle thing?
I ain't got that, Javon.
Yeah, that's what flips it around for me.
Yeah, I don't. If I tap on more, all it gives me is comments, recordings, screen search, cancels.
Does not matter, my friend.
I'm on Android, so I don't know. And I don't know how to do it, so I don't want to cut us off.
We can see fine with your other camera.
Yeah, I know, but I was going to flip it around and show you what I had in my lap, but you can't see it. I don't think you can see it, can you?
Ooh, that's a whole tool roll. Those all, what are those? Slippies?
It's stuff that I collected probably 30 something years ago. Probably some of it's probably 40 something years old.
Wow, Ed.
The one that my dad gave me.
Where'd you go? Where'd Ed go? Paul, it's all good. It's going to be a surprise, my friend. And we are going to do the numbers game. 3 minutes. I know, Mad Yako. I'm watching. It's actually 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But I've got to be on the ball. So what we are going to do, he's going to come back. It'll come back. We are going to do between 1 and 100. Not yet. I'll put a start in there before we start. But we're going to do 1 and 100. And it's going to be the closest without going over. But he's back, Mark. He's not down anymore.
I hit the wrong down button. But what I was going to tell you, this looked a lot like my knife that my dad gave me. It's an old timer. It looked a lot like it. Somebody give me that knife, I don't know, probably 30, 40 years ago. And it's this one is a 3-blade. The one my dad gave me was a 2-blade. And it was an old timer like that.
I like that knife. All right, guys, we're a minute and 30 seconds away.
A lot of sentimental things come to me through other people that I just do not get rid of.
No, those are memories, dude. I don't have tattoos, but knives that are given to me are kind of like tattoos. All right, guys, we're at 1 minute, right?
Let me turn my camera back
now.
so I can see my ass.
So in 40 seconds, you're gonna hear a countdown, and we're gonna wish the people in wonderful Hawaii, like Andrew at Hawaii Knife and Gear, a Happy New Year.
Would you believe it? I was fixing to show you one, and the first time that I opened this knife up and got it out of the box, it bit me, and it just bit me a fucking yin.
Oh no, dude! We were just talking about not cutting yourself. It got you.
I showed it to Shane and Vince and John when they was here. I bought it probably 30 something years ago, and I pulled it out.
Blade.
And I pulled it out of the box, and that son of a bitch bit me because you see how sharp the point is, and it just pricked me just then, and my finger chopped off.
Hold on, Ed. One step.
6, 5, 4.
Oh, go for it.
Happy New Year, Hawaii! Woo! Happy New Year, Hawaii! EDC, Andrew, Hawaii Knife and Gear. We got one. Sorry, Ed. Go ahead, my friend.
No, you fine.
It looks like a scalpel.
I have no idea what brand it is because I took it out of the box, and the box is out yonder in my building. So I don't even know what brand it is or anything. It's a scalpel is what it is.
It is definitely a scalpel. Happy New Year, everybody.
It will hurt you. It's got something wrote on the blade. It's
Gon says he thinks it might be a CRKT by what he looks at. Happy New Year, Marcos. Devilman, Happy New Year, buddy.
Wagner Ultrum.
Okay, I'm Googling it. Wagner?
I think that's what it says. Let me turn this other light on.
Oh.
See if I can turn this other light on and get a little light on action here.
Well, I don't want you to hurt yourself.
No, you fine.
I think this is exactly what it is. Broker Plus, Jim Wagner. I think this is it. No?
Wagner Urban.
Wagner Urban. Okay, I found one close. Let's see this.
And it is a Boker. Believe it or not, it's a damn Boker.
Yep. I found one close to it. Urban.
Cheeto, though.
Wagner's the designer because, dude, I found it on Amazon.
This is tip up, too. That was one of the main things I liked about it because it was tip up. You know, I don't like tip down knives. I quit buying them.
Let's do this. That's it, ain't it?
Yep, that's it.
$66.
I don't remember. I didn't give that much for it. I bought that thing probably 30 years ago.
Dude, that is a laser of a blade.
This is a weird knife that I bought.
Oh, let me get back to where I can see you.
I bought it probably, I don't know, 25 years ago, maybe 30 years ago.
That's got a tall blade.
But it's nothing but a blade.
Yeah, it's just got a little like place that covers the grind, it looks like.
It don't have no scale.
Happy New Year, Scott.
You are seeing the whole blade. You can even see the edge. See the edge of the blade?
Yeah.
The scale doesn't cover the blade up. And the other side is just like titanium or whatever.
Yeah, you can. It's fully covered.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, guys?
Never bought one like it. No, I mean, never seen one like it before. It is a Rough Rider.
Going over.
This is another one that I want to buy again because it's a tip down. I don't like tip down knives.
I wonder why we don't, because that's used to be all we used to get, and I don't like them either.
I don't like them.
One and period. Closest without.
I got a lot of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of there are Imperials. Some of them are Imperials. One of them is my favorite because it's my color.
Purple. All right, guys, don't put in a number yet. I'm about to put in a start. And when I put in a start, the numbers are scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Hold on a second. I haven't written the number down yet. So hold on one sec.
Damn, I can't even open it. So I'm going to.
Gotta make sure I don't pick. All right. So this is going to be, when I type in start, y'all start dropping numbers. It's going to be the closest without going over. And Paul is going to send me a Civivi. I'm going to include a couple of little knives from Berry Sale. I'm going to include some Joe Isabella jank. Where's my other jank?
All drunk. I'm making y'all drunk.
No, you're not. Where'd I put my other Joe Isabella jank? There it is. So it'll be a couple little knives, and then a knife from Paul that he's going to send me. And then this is carbon fiber micarta. And this is glow G10 and pink G10. Little jank. Use it as a tie, put it on a pack.
Did you say the number range?
I did it scrolling at the bottom.
I didn't. I can't see it.
It's all right. It's 1 through 100, buddy. Closest without going over.
I'll put in. I probably won't win.
You never know. You won't win if you don't put in. Hopefully everybody will put in. I know some people would probably fall. Paul, it ain't no rush, buddy. It ain't no rush for this, and it's no rush. And you make sure you hang on to the one I sent and make sure you like it. That's what's most important.
Win.
Ed's in. All right, guys, get your numbers in. You got time, 1 to 100, closest without going over.
This is a weird one. I know you probably not going to be able to see it on camera because my camera just don't do it justice.
It looks like the spine's got something going on.
The scales are ram horn.
Oh, wow. Is it Damascus?
Damascus blade. And it has a lot of file work. I don't know.
1 to 100, Gons, without going over.
See the file work in it or not. It's a lot back. See the file work, Javon?
I do. That is beautiful on the spine.
Look at the Damascus blade.
Yeah, that's a looker, dude. I like the contours in the scale too. The horizontal or the vertical contours. Looks like it'd be comfortable in your hand.
And it's ram horn, but they put some kind of, I guess they took a grinder to it or something, put some kind of texture into the scales of it, more or less. Can you see it?
I can.
What I like is that Damascus, man. I'm in love with Damascus.
I am too. My buddy, I got a local buddy who I'm blessed that I get to review a lot of his knives, and he's got very, very champagne taste.
There's file work all the way down the spine, even into the knife. See all that file work?
Dude. Yeah, I mean it's down the lock back too.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Down all the way down the blade and the spine. It's awesome. It's a lot back now.
That's gorgeous, dude.
I bought that probably about 30 years ago. Don't ask me what brand it is because I don't know, and it'd be hard for me to see it on the blade. This is one I love, abalone. I bought that one probably about the same time I bought the other one. Little fifth pocket droppers.
I like it.
It's let me see if I can open it with my other hand. And it's got the Damascus blade too. It don't have all that firework like the other one. But I like abalone.
That's pretty.
Yeah, but I'm just not into slip joints no more, because too many modern knives now.
Well, it's weird. I did the same thing. I jumped into the little fixies, then jumped hard into slippies. I'm still hard in the little fixies, which are simpler. I like modern knives, but slip joints have kind of lost their luster with me. Has everybody gotten in? Has everybody gotten their number in?
I first started collecting knives like I am now. Gerber was probably on top of the game, back then of, getting locking knives. And I bet there's probably about 8 Gerbers in this collection right here.
They're good knives. 10 seconds, guys.
They're cheap knives, but back when I got into them, that's all that was around.
My cold voice. 10 seconds. I'm about to type in stop.
Forgot my voice changer. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Cole was in here earlier. I was in his live night listening while I was driving.
I didn't jump in Cole's live tonight. I stayed off of it.
I was driving, so I just wanted to have something to listen to. All right, stop, guys. Stop it. All right. So, and we don't have to blow out of here yet if y'all want to hang, but the number was 76.
I went over.
All right, let's see.
I went way over.
Let's see what we got. Oh, look at that.
Somebody hit it.
He damn sure did. Let's see if anybody else did. Marcos was 74.
About that.
Kurt was 72. Oh, man. Marcos 74. Kurt 72. Let me see if Josh Worth was 76. On the dot. On the dot. Does anybody see anybody closer than Josh Worth?
I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't know, Javon.
And Marcos, when I put my email address up here, I want you to send me an email too, because I want to make sure you get something for being close. All right. Yeah, Marcos, both of you send me your email. Congratulations, Josh. And then Josh Worth and Marcos Gamma, shoot me an email right there. Congratulations, Josh. Congratulations, Marcos. Marcos got second. Marcos will get something cool too and some stickers. And I'll make sure some Joe Isabella Janks and Marcos is too. I've been bad. Joe is very kind to the channel in sending out jank for giveaways. Unfortunately, I fall in love with this jank, and I give some away. And I've got jank sitting around like this that'll probably go to Marcos. Look at those different materials.
Got a piece of Joe's jank. You know, you sent me a couple of pieces of his whenever you sent me my giveaway.
He makes some of the coolest stuff. Check that out. Looks like a bloodshot eyeball. Josh Worth. Oh my God. Dude, you guys are too much. Congratulations, Marcos Gamma, and congratulations, Josh Worth, for being a freaking amazing human being. You guys are just positive, but still send me your address, Josh. I know you're in Australia, right? Or am I thinking of a different Josh? Send me, wherever you are, send me your address. Both of you guys, send me your address, please. And congratulations, Marcos. Happy New Year.
That's a collector's piece right there, Javon. That come from Cabela's of the 10-year anniversary.
Oh, dude, what is that handle material?
It's some kind of wood's all I can tell you, Javon. But it's the 10th anniversary from Cabela's. It's even wrote on the blade. I don't know if you can see it or not.
That is pretty.
10th anniversary. God, I probably spent $20,000.
Marcus, thank you for always being here, buddy.
I probably spent $20,000 through Cabela's over the years.
Cabela's, I bought a lot of clothes, a lot of hunting gear from Cabela's. I don't think I've ever purchased a knife from Cabela's. I think the only stores I purchased knives from were St. Nick's Knives when I first got into collecting again, and then Walmart before then when I'd get my Kershaws.
My first big it come from Cabela's, and I sent Zach a picture of it because I don't know the name of it. There wasn't no name on the box. And
Josh, do shoot me your email though, too, buddy.
It was my first one, and it's I call it a custom because that's what it says on the box. It says custom bench made.
Oh yeah.
That's the one that come. I don't know if you can read it or not. It says corn squeezing, 200 proof. It's a moonshine knife.
Oh damn, dude! Those things have so much story in them. That looks like a kind of.
I don't know what the brand name is. It don't have a brand. That's what I was looking at before I showed it. It don't have a brand name on it, so I don't know really. It's
Josh, that was an awesome DKSSF.
Says corn squeezing mountain something bootleggers 200 proof triple X.
Man, that summer that my ex-fiance and I were in the mountains, made a believer of me in moonshine. I'd never, because I think I'd always had bad moonshine, but the moonshine that they made up there in the Chattooga River was freaking awesome.
You see that Frenchy sighting?
The what?
Did you see the Frenchy sighting?
No.
Run across my lap with 50 freaking knives laying in my lap.
I didn't see her back. I did not see her back.
Yeah, run across my lap with 50 damn knives laying in my lap here.
I'm surprised I come back out because she usually jumps up.
This one was found. A buddy of mine used to work at a car dealership, and he found this in the trunk of a car, and he knowed I collect knives, and he just brought it and gave it to me. And it is one heavy son.
Oh, I know that, Paul. I know that, buddy.
I don't know what the hell kind it is.
That looks like a case or a buck, not the 110.
It's a lockback knife. I don't know. Let me see if I can open it up.
Don't cut yourself. Don't cut yourself.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. Somebody done a shitty job sharpening on it. Let me see if I can read anything on it, Javon. It says 1994 Beckley Contest First Place Award. This was on the blade.
It's funny you say that. When my ex was in the car business, I was in the car business for a long time.
It's been abused. It's been abused. Even somebody's done a shitty job sharpening it. I don't know. It's probably not showing up on camera, but somebody scratched the shit out of the blade and abused the shit out of it. But I'm proud of it because where it come from, it was found, it was given to me. So
sure. That's like my Buck 110 that had a leather sheath. I don't have no idea how old that thing is. Let me grab it. It was my ex found it in somebody took a test drive, came back, like the detail guy was cleaning the car and found it under the seat. So they kept it out at the dealership for like a month to see if anybody'd come back and get it. And they didn't. And Cindy brought it home. Let me grab it.
Yeah, this one was found in the trunk of a car. And I think I bought this old timer. That's an old timer that I bought. A one-bladed old timer.
I wish I could figure out a way to date this thing.
This is one of them old timers, Javon. This one was given to me by somebody. I think it was given to me. I could have bought it. I don't know. I've had it for many years, but it's got that lock on the inside. You know what I'm talking about?
Let me see again.
Open it up. It's got that lock.
That little lock that's like a liner lock, but it's got a tab.
Trying to get it.
Yeah, I see it. It's kind of like a liner lock with the tab.
That's what it is. It's a weird son of a gun.
Your cat woke up my cat.
Mine went across me and she jumped off of my chair.
Look behind me.
I see her. I see Chippy. Chippy
But
side.
This is what my ex found in that.
Oh, that's pretty.
Dude, it's got the leather slip is in my other room, but it is very nice slip. And I can't tell because all it says on it, Buck 110 USA, but there's no other marking for me to see, you know, how most knives have a number or something.
But
I don't know how to date it. I want to say it's from the 80s.
Did I tell you about that guy that used to come by the feed store? I mean, not the feed store, the grocery store, and he worked for a hardware store. And he was always coming in with stuff, and this was back in the early 80s. Probably, no, it was before the 80s because I got married in the 80s, so it was probably 75, maybe 78. And I was working at the grocery store, and there was this black guy, and he would come in all the time. And he come in one day, and he just started striking up conversation. And we was talking, and he said, "You want to buy a knife?" And I said, "What you got?" And he pulled out a freaking knife, and it was a case or either a buck. And I think I gave him like, God, $10 for it. I mean, it was real cheap, $10 or $15 for it. Well, my uncle lived next door, and I guess I got hard up for the damn money and needed the money worse than I did the knife, and I sold him that damn knife, and which he's passed on now, and his son has got that damn knife, and I wished I had it back because
had a story behind it.
Yeah, I screwed up.
Are there any dots on the side of the stamp?
Oh, this is an Imperial, and it's got one of them locks like I was just showing you just a minute ago, Javon.
It's got a little pick to the side of the 110.
You see that lock? Can you see that lock? This is
Imperial.
It's an Imperial. It's got a real pretty.
Is that
handle.
a translucent scales? Those are beautiful scales.
It's kind of translucent, is yellowish. Almost look like some kind of marble or whatever.
I think it's got a -1 next to the 110 or a T next to the 110.
That'll be
I
a
don't
piece
think
that
I like.
you'll never get with you.
No, I like it. It's good for show. I mean, because this is the kind of knife. What was the one that was a little bit smaller than the 110?
Oh, I'm
You
not
look
sure
just
about
like it. I carried these knives because, like you said, when we were growing up, there weren't modern folders. You know, my first modern folder came from the mall where they sell Chinese throwing stars, swords, and stuff like that.
shit. All we had back when I was growing up was slip joint.
112. Thank you, Crispy. I also carried a 112 around when I was a teenager. Because back then, I mean, we didn't have knife fights, but you could carry a knife to school with no problem. Kids would bring, they
I
had
got
gun racks in their cars.
shit shocked out of me in school whenever I was in the second or third grade. I took a damn knife to school, and I don't think I ever told you this story, but we all had to lean up against the wall, and we was waiting on the bus to pick us up, take us home. And I was, like I said, that second, third grade, you mighty damn little, and to me to have some kind of little knife in school at that age, Mom and Dad, it wasn't no knife. It was like one of these little multi-tool little things.
Yeah.
And, you know, like tweezers and scissors.
Little electrocution tool.
But it had a knife in it too, you know. But anyway, I was leaning up against the wall, and I don't know for what fucking reason I did it, but I pulled that son bitch out and I stuck that motherfucker in that wall socket, and oh my God, I lit up like a motherfucking Christmas tree, buddy.
Did it throw you back?
No, it didn't fucking open my eyes up, and I know better than do that shit. Cause like I said, I was what? How old are you when you're in the second and third grade?
You're probably 6 or 7, 5 or 6.
I was damn young. No.
I was about that age, and you guys know I was raised by Germans because my family.
I don't know. I was in the first, second, and third grade because I was in the primary school, so I don't know. I got 3 of these knives, Javon.
I love that. It looks like amber.
I got 3 of them. I got this one and one a little bigger, and then the one the next size up. Now all 3 got the same scales on them. Don't know what fucking kind it is. Excuse my language.
That's all right. I'm trying to show you guys the shit that I would wear when I would go to Cocoa Beach when I was a little kid. And my
old Forge is what it is. That's an old Forge.
An old Forge. I've heard of them before. I think A.G. Russell used to sell them.
I got 3 of them, and they look like copper. The bolsters.
So these are lederhosen. When I was a kid, my grandparents were from Germany, and they gave me some leather lederhosen. I didn't have these little things on the thing here. I had little buckles. So you wore these little leather shorts. You had these little things, and you looked like a little German kid. I had buckles right here, so I could unbuckle it, and it would come off my shoulder, right? Well, we were in Cocoa Beach, Florida. I was probably 5 or 6, and I was standing by an outlet, and I unbuckled that little thing that was on my lederhosen and plugged that motherfucker in. And dude, and I couldn't get it out. My uncle had to come off the couch, saw it, grab me, it shocked him. And finally it blew the circuit, and my uncle was able to pull me out. But I think that probably caused major issues because I was lit up. I remember it was brutal.
This is to tell you how far it goes back when they was putting holes in knives. This is a tip down knife. And look at the hole in the blade.
That's before Spyderco, isn't it?
Oh, this son bitch is old as shit right here. Probably. God, I'm gonna say it's probably 30-something years old. It's an Imperial.
Another scary, funny, Paul. I had a buddy that I grew up with, and when we were little, we went to kindergarten together, first grade together. He lived about 8 houses away, and he had a little brother that was 2 years younger than him. And I was over at his house. We were playing. His mom was never home, and we were just playing. And his brother was probably 8, and we were probably 10. And his brother was taking a bath, and Jay ran in there. I heard the blow dryer turn on, and then the light started fucking flickering. I run in there. Jay had just turned on the blow dryer and pitched it in the goddamn tub. And I was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I was going to kill Scott." They're close. I mean, it was just so weird. But had that fuse not blown, Scott would have been lit up.
No, that's
No,
right.
spider coal is old. Yeah, they started out with sharpeners. Let me pull that. Hold on.
This was I showed you the orange one. This was another one I bought at the same time. It's camouflage. I think it's weird because there's a lot back and it had a hole in the blade.
Spyderco was founded in 76. 1976. I was born in 67.
Imperial started putting the damn holes in their knives about the same time as Spyderco did because that knife's pretty damn old right there.
Matt, are you 48? You're a youngster, buddy.
Who's 48?
Yeah, 76 when Matt, that's funny. 76 was when I first started skateboarding. I got my first skateboard, Tony Alva. I was 9 years old. I'm 76. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I was 9 years old in 1976. And actually, I got my first skateboard early 76 because I think I got it Christmas 75. And I've been skateboarding ever since. I've got 14 or 15 longboards. Josh was born in 76. That was a good year, man. The bicentennial. I still think I was robbed.
Don't know.
Dude, it's a great 50 is when, and I don't want to cuss. So I said 50. It was really for me, it was 52 because I'm a late bloomer. But you get to that stage of your life where, and a lot of you probably evolved quicker, where other people's opinion of you don't matter. As long as you're being you, you're being authentic, you're being good as you can be. What anybody else thinks, it doesn't matter. You learn. And I think it's because when you get to be a certain age, you think you're supposed to have things figured out. I don't think we ever do. But happy early birthday, buddy.
I don't know if that'll show up.
Will be 50 next year. Might be some good sales. That's true. They'll definitely have. Maybe they'll have some really cool. Yeah, it's awesome, dude. Age is just a number. I know they'll catch up with me. But Jay Adams, a skateboarder I used to idolize. He was in the Dogtown Boys. Dogtown. He was J Boy was what they called him. But Jay Adams has a famous quote that says, "You don't quit skating because you get old. You get old because you quit skating." And a lot of that's just mindset. You know, a lot of it, I ache, like getting up, getting down, falling off my skateboard really sucks now because it's a July 4th, 1976 model.
That's a very unique knife, Javon. It's got 3 different colors of 3 different kinds of woods.
Look at that jimping. Is that jimping on the?
Jimping all the way down the blade, all the way down the knife inside, bolster, lock back. And it's real, that jimping really, really freaking works. I mean, when you choke up on it, that jimping catches you because it's on the edge of the blade there.
Dude, that is gorgeous.
I don't know the name of it. The box is out there in the building. I bought it a long, long time ago. And like I said, I took all the boxes, everything out of the boxes. It's a lock back knife.
I like it. I love the bolster on it. Ed, you're going to have to entertain him for about 3 minutes while I go drop a little liquid in the potty back there.
Well, I can't even freaking close it back. I got you.
All right, don't close it back. Set it down beside you. I'll be right back.
I'm going to close it up, but that son of a gun will get you. It's a beast. That's a bad boy. Jump in the chat. See what y'all chatting about. Good God, I missed 79 something comments. Huh. 2 hours. What's up, Gone? Lord Needham. Paul. Good to see y'all. Aries. Ron. Good to see y'all. Marcos. I've been out of chat. Born in 76. I was born in 62. Got about 10 years on you. You can find something else too. I got about 50 knives in my lap. Another no name. Oh, I don't know what that is. It's a no name knife. One before a lot of y'all was born, probably. I have no idea. I got nothing on it. She's pretty. Oh, Lord. That's one, if you follow me on Instagram, you'll see that one I posted on Instagram. It's got a Damascus blade. And it is a mastodon. That is mastodon inlays.
Sorry, I got delayed.
You
My
see
gangster,
that?
my gangster cat was waiting by the door. The other cat, and he was smart eyeing me. What you got
that?
there, buddy?
You see that? I don't post a lot on Instagram, but this one is on Instagram. It's a bear and sun, and the blade is Damascus, and the inlays are mastodon.
Dude,
It's a lot back.
mastodon.
And I've had that knife probably, I want to say 35 years. It's real old to me. Look how
Oh,
pretty it looks like brand new because I don't never carry it. All these are pieces that I never carry, never have
keeping you
carried.
safe.
It's never been in my pocket. Look how pretty and shiny it is.
Dude, that's gorgeous.
There's not a scratch in it.
I'm going to do a video.
What reason why I bought it is because when I first got into knives like this, I loved Damascus, and I still love Damascus. But you can see that one on my Instagram. It's the only knife that I don't post a lot of stuff on now. I should post more, but I think I told you the reason why I don't really want people to know what I got.
There's nothing wrong with that.
People, they see everything you got when you put it on there, and
I think the difference in me is, again, I've got a lot of freedom pill dispensers and don't leave the house much.
This is one now I do not buy. I bought this thing probably about 10, 15 years ago, and I bought 2 of them, and I give one to a buddy of mine. And I had my peel bottle, and I was trying to get a peel out of it, and I took the point, tried to get a peel out of my bottle, and I popped the point on it, and I fixed the point back, which you can see kind of rounded over a little bit.
It looks like you did a good job with it.
And I give one to my buddy, and I text him whenever I did mine. when I broke the tip on mine, I texted him and I said, look, I said, do not pry on that blade whatsoever. And he said, too late. He said, I broke the blade, snapped it in half, cut in a cardboard box. It's a ceramic. The blade is ceramic.
Were you in here when Shane and Kyle were talking about toughness?
Do not buy a ceramic knife blade. They ain't worth a shit. They will snap real easy.
Well, it goes back to, I bet it's got great edge retention though. I bet you for just
sharpen it, it's not real sharp. I mean, I could probably cut myself with it, but it's not real sharp. I don't even know how you would sharpen it because it's a ceramic blade, and I don't know how you should sharpen ceramic.
It looked metallic. Is it not sound metallic? Is it like plasticky more than? I know it's ceramic feels like, but that didn't look. I know it is, but
I don't know. Let me tap it on something.
Does it have a bevel?
It sounds like metal. I mean, not really.
Zero bevel?
I don't really see no edge, really. Like I said, I don't even think I could cut myself.
Yeah, it looks like a Scandi. It looks like a Scandi that maybe comes down to a zero bevel. Diamond stone, you could probably just give it a couple of passes or maybe a strop.
But I think I've done a pretty good job. I took the emery board and fixed the point of it. So I fixed the point. Somebody told me to take an emery board to it, and that's what I did. I took an emery board. I didn't snap much off of the tip. It just got a little bit on it.
Well, I'll never be a steel expert, but I have started to learn. Talking to Shane and talking to Kyle has helped me kind of understand it in my language. But when you look at any blade steel chart on Blade HQ, which they're always inaccurate, but they're like 4 vectors that are, I guess you got edge retention, toughness, ease of sharpening, and corrosion resistance. And you're looking for that balance for whatever your use case is, right? So as I look at stuff like that, just because it's a ceramic, not tough laterally blade, it could be a great blade for cutting, just like a strider, an overbuilt strider that Scotch has might not be great as slicing as it is for prying. And a good example, and I didn't witness this, but I saw the aftermath. Dark Gravity had gotten a Maximet TM2 that was a factory second and it had a little bit of a bow in the blade, ever so slightly. And he was just going to give it a little tweaky. And Maximet just might as well have been a thin piece of glass, because again, it has great edge retention, which that knife that you're holding might have, and ease of sharpenability.
Yeah, this is a piece of shit.
I'll tell you what's not a piece of shit.
This is
the sliciest, smoothest going through paper. If I wasn't cutting like a spaz,
I probably got about 5 or 6 of these. 1, 2, 3.
Is that a Gerber paratrooper?
It's probably about 4 or 5 of them in this thing, this pouch. Yes, Gerber. This is the smallest one I got. This one's camouflage. Tip down, which I don't like tip down. This one's camouflage.
Why don't we like tip down? Because I don't either. But what? It seems like tip down.
Oh, it's a freaking leaner lock, however you want to say it.
Yeah, I think the reason I don't like tip down is I get more of a hot spot when the clip's up high.
Never carried it before. Still brand new.
Morning, Mimo.
Morning, Mimo.
Happy New Year, my friend. Wow, you must be east of New York.
Mimo?
Yeah, where's Mimo?
Mimo is in Canada.
Canada. Okay, that's right. Got you. Tip down, the biggest disappointment ever. It is definitely makes for an uncomfortable knife.
That's the next size up. This is the next size up.
That's the first thing before I switch scales on my hinderer. That's the first thing I do when I get it out of the box.
Another half serrated blade that I can't stand.
Every hinderer ships tip down.
What I do like about these is got like a rubbery grip handle. I wished a lot more knives had that rubbery grip. I mean, it's got them see-through scales more or less.
So it's almost got like a plastic dip coating on it.
It's like rubber, John Vaughn. Yeah. It's not even plastic. It's like more like rubber.
Yeah, like that. Well, I call it plastic dip because that's the stuff I use. If you buy the cans of it, it's the stuff that you would take like your wrench and you dip your handle down in it. And when you pull your handle out, it would have that rubber coating on it, on the metal. And what I used it for is I'd get the spray, and I use these Apache cases, like you get at Harbor Freight. And after I pluck my foam, I take the 2 layers outside and I'll use a can of plasti dip per Apache case, the 3800. So by spraying that plastic, it soaks in the foam and makes it more like that decent foam.
After you pluck it out.
Yeah, after I pluck it. If you do it before you pluck it, you got an issue. But every time, and I promised I wouldn't get any more because I've got 4, and a couple of them are almost empty now. But I would go buy the case for $38, sometimes on sale for $36. And then on my way home, I'd stop by Home Depot, and I'd always get 2 cans of plasti dip, even though I would never use, I'd have to go back like to do the sides to use the whole 1 can. But yeah, it worked great. And then I let it dry for probably 24 hours. I'd set it on newspaper after I let it dry outside, and I'd put a fan on it just to get the smell out of it.
I didn't do the mine. I plucked it and I didn't do shit to it.
Well, you don't have to.
I did knives in it.
I'd seen that on some YouTube video. Again, when I got into it, I didn't know how to store knives because when I had them before, I'd keep them in a tackle box, or I had a box that I bought at Walmart that was just a basic open safe that you could lock because I had a daughter that was just, I gave it to my mom to put jewelry in, but I used to just throw all my knives in there. But first thing I got was a regular side Blade HQ tool roll. Filled that up in no time. And then I picked up my first Apache case because at this time I was early into collecting and I was watching YouTube videos how people stored their knives, and I didn't want a stand-up toolbox because they were too expensive and I really didn't have space for one. And the Apache seemed like a good way to go. Bought my first one. It was a pain in the ass to set it up because I didn't know what I was doing. But after that one, I just would use the template. Like when I got my second Apache case, I just took with the foam out of one of them, laid it on it, and would cut out that way. But then the greatest investment I made, which I didn't know it at the time because I was not into fixed blades at the time, but it has become my fixed blade resting place. If they're not tiny fixed blades, see if I can find it. I'll show it to you.
That's an old Gerber knife right there. That is real old. It's got a lock. It locks, but you have to push that button up to close it.
Interesting.
And if you pull the button down after you close it, it locks it and you can't open it.
Is that safety?
Yes. It's real old, but I don't like it because it's half serrated blade. You know me, I don't like no half serrated blades.
Check this out. I don't think they make these anymore, but I've got one of these hanging on my door. It wasn't $57. I want to say it was like $20, but it's a knife roll. But what's unique about it is it is about 6 feet tall, and it holds, it's got slots for 6 feet long. Got slots for how many knives? I want to say, let me see, hold on. Because I've got it hanging in my bedroom, and I've got all fixed blades in it. So it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's got 10. It's got 50 slots. And that worked well for me because it also comes with these hooks. And you can just stick them on your door.
I guess it depends on how you want to space your knives out, but I see people that's got the Apache cases from Harbor Freight, and I got 64 knives in my case. Most people don't get that many in there. I guess it's how they pluck them out, more or less. But I got 64.
Exactly. And I actually went on the internet and got a couple of templates, but I staggered them and I left a row of foam in between each row. So I
did too, and I left 2 rows on the outside edge, but I still got 64 knives, and I see a lot of people is not getting that many in their case, and I'm thinking, well, how the hell did y'all pluck them out, you know? 'Cause I got 64 in one damn case.
I get 46 in each of mine. Are yours 3800s?
Yeah. Sorry, I put that thing down so I can.
You probably do them all vertical. Where my back row for one, I've only got going from left to right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 knives.
I got 64 plucked out, and then I think, like at the front edge and the back edge, there's like 2 pieces of foam that didn't get plucked out. So I got a little room at the front and the back, and at the front I got 3 more knives laying down the front edge. So
if you count your knives closest to the handle, how many are in your first row?
Oh, I'd have to open it up.
Oh, if you're not sitting close to it, don't do that, Ed. I thought you were looking at it.
It's right here in front of me. All I gotta do is open it up.
I bet you got more than 8.
Oh Lord, let me stick these back in the safe. Oh, Lord.
I know the feeling, dude. When I sit up, when I finally stand up, when I got to pee, my whole body was
bad knee. I done hurt my damn knee the last couple of
Pocket
days.
Razor, Happy New Year, buddy.
You know, I'm kind of taking it easy. Let's see, Javon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right, so I've got 8. So now count backwards. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full rows of 8.
I got 8 from front to back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, so you got 64. So how you must have, because see, this is what mine looks like. Yet I don't know if you can see it. You can't see it with all those things in there. But my back row, I had to turn the knife sideways, and I only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I've got 8 going across like you did, but I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deep. Where you've got 8 deep, I've only got 5 deep. You're sure yours is a 3,500 or 3,800?
It's the smaller one. There's a one case bigger than mine.
Yeah, the jumbo.
It's the 4,800 or something.
Yeah. I mean, there's only one bigger unless it's the rifle case.
You see that?
Yeah, it looks just like mine. But what you've got yours, I see what you did, Ed. You did it the smart way.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why people didn't do it the way that I did mine. I guess I thought.
Well, you were thinking linearly.
Oh God!
See, if you look at mine,
I guess I thought it out before I started plucking more or less.
You did, and I started plucking, and then went with trying to keep offset. So if you look at mine, where you lined yours up this way and tightened them up, going up the side here. Mine, I just went across long ways.
I got you.
That got you an extra 10 or 12 knives.
I need to buy I want to buy one of the little small ones and put my nippet.
Don't do that.
Why?
I'm gonna send you one. I'm about to go get it and see if it's the size you want. The phone hadn't even been plugged on it. It was donated for a giveaway, and I hadn't had a box.
They ain't but like $10 at Harbor Freight.
No, but it's sitting in my closet. I don't have a need for it. Hold on, let me show it to you. It might be not the one you're looking for.
Son of a bitch. Oh Lordy. This old boy's getting old. And I got so much work to do. I got a hurt motherfucking knee. Excuse my language.
I thought about it for slip joints, but then I've got that case behind me that has slip joints, and I'm not buying any more slip joints. But it's the Apache 1800.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one like that and put my little small knives in.
Are you gonna get one literally like this?
I think it's smaller than that. No, it's that size.
This is the 1800. This is brand new.
I think it's like $10.
Yeah, but I'm going to be sending you that tripod too.
Cost you that much to send that, Javon?
So what? I got pirate ship. I don't mind sending you shit, dude. I know you can go get one too, but it'd get it out of my house. It'd go to somebody who'd use it.
I forgot who it was that had one other day, and they said they put their little small knives in it, and I thought, damn, I ain't had that idea. I don't know who it was told that. Said they had one in cases to put their small.
What I did is I looked at it, see how I can store fixies in there without plucking the foam. Because what it's got is you've got 2 layers of the pluck, which is a lot easier to pluck because it's a lot thinner.
Yeah.
So you've got your 2 layers of pluck. And then what I do, Ed, for something like this, I'd get 1 can of black plastic dip or clear. I get the black. And after I had it plucked out the way I wanted it, I would take these outside, set them on newspaper, stand back about 10 inches and just do sweeping motions, spraying that plastic on it. The foam soaks it in, flip it over, do it. You do it. Well, if you use these like I do, I would rip up the foam much quicker without it being treated. When you spray it with that plastic, like you do a pass, where you lightly coat both sides and you let it sit for like 5 minutes and dry. And you go out and you do it again. And what you're doing is you're, in essence, increasing the cellular strength of the pores that are in this cheaper foam, and it's giving it more hold together strength. So when you pull a knife out, you're not going to be as likely to tear your foam.
Right. I know what you're saying.
And the stuff costs, I want to say, like less than $3 a can. For me, I did it because I just thought it would be cool. But you can also just take all the foam out. And I thought about using it just to store little knives in, but I'd rather have you use it. So I'm going to set this over by your tripod. Huh?
What'd you spray on it? Clear lacquer?
No. It's if you go to Home Depot or Lowe's and you ask them where the plasti dip, like plastic, but it's called Plasti, Plasti dip. I'll show it to you. They have it in small paint cans, which you don't want. That's the type of things if you're going to dip tools like wrenches and things in because you want to coat the handles to make them have more grip.
Gotcha.
I get the aerosol cans. Let me show you.
Didn't know they made it in aerosol.
Oh yeah, dude, it's so easy to use. You do want to be outside where you don't breathe it in.
Oh,
and just
shit.
sweeping motions.
I might do it in the house so I can get high.
Well, I lied to you. At Walmart, it's $7.18. So it may not be. I think we'll see Home Depot how much it is, but you've probably seen this where they sell paint at like any store that any store that you've probably patronized for paint would have this product.
Seen any of it? Something new to me. I've seen the dip before, but I hadn't seen no in the aerosol cans.
Well, that's the plastic dip spray.
Okay.
So it's good for like, what are they putting on? What's that? I don't know what that is. Horseshoe? No, a potted plant. Putting on some plastic. But the bottom line is the trick, and it tells you on the can how you're supposed to do it in light sweeping motion. So you just go, like if I was going to do these, I would hold it about 10 inches back. I would be outside. I'd have newspaper behind me. And I'd go.
Put a light coating on it.
Like 4 passes, light, because it sprays at a V with like a flat thing, right? So I hold it where it's just barely coating it and let it soak in, set it down, get the one under it, do the same thing. Only spraying in one direction because I don't want the bubbles and stuff. And then by that time, the first one's soaked in, so I can flip it over on the newspaper. It's not dry yet. I wouldn't want to put knives in it or have it smell in my case. But I flip the other one over and do the same thing. Do 4 passes, maybe 3 if they cross over right. Do the other one so I've got one side coated of each. I don't do anything to the sides on that pass. Then I'll come in and I'll vape, or I'll do a couple of BTs. I usually like to stay in about, on a sunny day, 10 minutes to let it kind of cure up. And you walk out and it doesn't look black anymore. It looks gray again. So I'll take my plasti dip and I'll 4 passes, just as light. And then I'll just as light. And then I'll go around these corners here a little closer, but I don't want it to gum up. And then I'll let it dry. Do the same thing to this one. You do it about 3 or 4 times. Every time you pick this up, you can feel the cellular rigidity be so much stiffer because that plastic is holding in these pores and the plastic is soft. So that plastic, if you coated a toolbox base with it, right? You sprayed that and you want to throw your knives in there, it would prevent scratches, right?
Right.
So to me, you don't have to add the plasti dip. I think I've had my cases starting 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. And they're all great. I've had a couple little parts rip, but nothing bad.
Make it last longer.
What's that?
I said that would make the foam last longer.
It does. And I think it's too expensive for me, but what Lefty does and swears by is he buys the Harbor Freight cases, but then he goes and pays more for the Now Pack.
Yeah.
And he puts it in his Harbor Freight case.
But that don't hold as many knives though, is what.
No, the Now Packs are spread out a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen them cases. What is it, cowboy cases? They don't hold near as many as I can get in my.
No. But when you think about it, the last time I took when we go to the Nashville show, A to Z, Jeff and I'll take case, eat, and Dark Gravity will bring his case. We'll meet up, and after the show, we'll sit out in the bed of one of their pickup trucks and just look at each other's knives. When I went to Blade Show in 2022, we stayed out in LJ, and my buddy A to Z, Jeff, took a full case, 3,800. I took a full 3,800. And then Cole and Kara stayed with us, and Cole brought a 3,800. We spent, before we ever went to Blade Show, that first night, we probably spent 3 hours sitting around this round table, passing each other's cases around. You know, just looking at each other's knives, just glad to be there. It's just something about it, you know, and we all had similar knives, but a lot of different knives.
I bought the next size up case and I bought the sharpener 2 years ago, and I just bought the case. Same time I bought the other one. I bought the big one and the medium size. Medium size, I put my knives in. Guess what I put in my other one?
Your ARPP?
No.
My
workshop sharpener. I plucked it out and I got it in there, and I plucked out just where all the whole machine, and it's all separated out in it more or less. So got it all confined. I got it all confined in one area more or less, and it ain't just in a damn cardboard box or in a Rubbermaid. You know, I pick up that case and carry it wherever I want to sharpen, you know, outside or kitchen table or wherever I want to sharpen.
I donated my work sharp a while after I had my TS Prof that I bought, but I'll show you what I had with mine, and I think I still have it.
Well, mine's not the old workshop, the first one they come out with. Mine's the workshop precision. Adjust. But yeah, the precision.
That's what mine was.
Yep.
But mine was,
I'm
it was a
pleased.
great sharpener. So
not saying that I won't get a TS prop, because I do like them too. I mean, I haven't used one, but
dude, if I come stay with you and help you in your gutters, I'll bring the TS Prof. We'll sharpen some knives. You will love it. The way I justified it, I got it on sale for under $300. But I thought if I'm going to take the time and the care to learn how to sharpen some of these knives that cost a lot more than that, I would be crazy not to try, you know?
Almost bought a week of edge.
The investment of $300 in a TS Prof is what it was at the time. Didn't seem like a big price to pay to be able to learn to maintain my knives.
I almost bought a Wicked Edge before I bought that Precision Adjust, and you know what them damn things cost. They're over $1,000.
And it's a totally similar but different. I don't know. I think it's easier for me to let the weight of the blade.
Wicked Edge, to me, even just by the diagram book that I've looked at and online, it just looks so damn complicated. You know,
it does look complicated to me too, and it doesn't look like it could be consistent. So when I bought my Wicked Edge, I bought this too.
Kyle would probably say that it's probably too much adjustments. You know, I mean, yeah, you can fine tune it to all these fractions or whatever, you know, but I think that's a little bit too much, more or less, you know.
What, the work sharp?
No, the Wicked Edge.
Oh yeah, the Wicked Edge. I mean, your goal is to have your knife set at 90 degrees, right? Blade straight up. And then you adjust your rod so that you go like this so you're hitting the bevel, right?
But that Wicked Edge, you can get it, oh my God, you can just fine tune it down. I mean, it ain't, which you can fine tune on all these, the TS Prop and the other ones, but I think that you can do more fine tuning on a Wicked Edge because of the way it's made and what have you, if you look at one of them.
That's very possible.
I've looked at them, and like I said, they look to me like it'd be a pain in the ass too.
The one thing about the TS Prof that I love is if I go from a Tommy stone to a 6mm Venise stone, I've got a little adjuster before I even adjust my angle that I can set for those 3mm difference in those stones. So I can instantly.
You keep a log book for every
Did you get Lefty the Lucky Dog guard dog?
What now?
I just see that Josh said I got Lefty the guard dog, and I was wondering if you got him the guard dog that came from I cannot think of their name. Their sticker's right the fuck there. What's wrong with me? Lucky Dog Knives.
Do you keep a log book when you sharpen knives and write down what angle and all that?
I should. What I'm trying to do now, after working with Kyle Coonley, I used to always take my edges down. But I did some damage to some knives. So what I'm trying to do is match factory edges. My biggest challenge, and Cole said one of the most important things I have to do, is slow and steady through my progression. Don't get rushed. Don't take shortcuts. You know, get down there and hone it just with the weight of the blade before you try to strop it. You know, you're not wanting to just fatigue and roll that burr. You're wanting to get that burr off. Right. And I still can't do that trailing point stuff or some of those, what look like, you know, they're painting lilacs on a freaking ceiling somewhere. But I mean, I think those are great sharpeners. I think the Hapstones are good. I love the Cast Prof. I've been ribbing on Kyle saying, you know, I reached out to TS Prof and I said, you know, I love my Blitz 360. It's changed my sharpening game. If you guys ever have anything that you'd like tested or you'd like featured on my channel, I only reach out to companies that I'm already using. And, I'd love to be able to show off some of your products. I haven't heard back from them. Don't expect to really, because I don't do a lot of sharpening, but what I think is great about the Blitz is I don't have to have a large degree of sharpening. What I have to have is the basic patience, basic technique of which way I'm going to drag that blade to keep my grind consistent. Make sure I'm not putting undue pressure on the blade. I use a Sharpie now, which I used to not understand the Sharpie trick to match that angle.
I've been doing that.
Huh?
I've been doing the Sharpie. I've been doing that for years.
See, I didn't understand it until I really looked at it, right? It was one of those things that seemed to
Well,
make
I said I've been doing it for years. I've been doing it ever since I got this fixed angle sharpener. Back whenever I, just done stones, I didn't. I mean, which my opinion is I don't think you need a Sharpie when you're doing stones. Because it's kind of a guessing game on the angle. You just gotta
feel it. You said you feel the angle.
More or less, but most of your factory, what you're talking about with factory edges, most of them are 20 to 25 degree edges. Most of them factory edges are.
Usually combined 40 or 44, something like that.
I find most of the knives that I bought here lately, and I've sharpened anywhere from 22 to 25 degree edges on them, which I like a little bit more laid back. I like a 17. I'm not going back to 15. I think that's a little bit too far. It gets too thin. I mean, that's just my opinion. Everybody else got their opinion. I'm sure Kyle would probably disagree with me, but I don't know that he would.
You vote with your dollars to why your opinion tells you to do something different, then you do something different. You just be you.
Well, my knife back that I got from Shane, and I know he told me he laid it back to 17 degrees because he asked me what I was going to use it for, and I said, I'm going to cut people with it. So he knows I'm not, it's 154, like Shane said. I'm not going to pry on shit with it, And I didn't mean that in a bad way. If I have to cut somebody, I will, but that's not what I got it for. It's for casual use. If I clean a deer or something like that, if I got it on me, I'm going to use it, And I wanted a good laid back edge, more or less, I could have sharpened it myself, but I wanted one of Kyle's edges because I haven't let him do any work for me, and I wanted to see what these edges look like, and I'm well pleased. I got Keith the Knife Freak just made me another knife, my second knife from him, and it's headed to Joe, and I'm probably going to sharpen it myself. I'm probably not going to send it to Kyle. I'll probably just sharpen it myself. Because Keith sharpened the first knife that I got from him, and it got me. It bit the hell out of me. So he puts a damn edge on it. What he's doing, I have no idea. So I'm pretty sure it'll be sharp when I get it. And then Shane's going to make me another one. I might try to do it myself too. I try to do most of it myself, but I do like to help out the knife community by letting them do some of my work too.
Absolutely. And again, you talk about things that make a knife mean something to me. Kyle's got a A100, mini A100 on the way back to me that I couldn't really feel comfortable sharpening. I know I'm going to like that knife now because it's got his edge on it. And I know how much time. Huh?
Or did he lay it back to?
I don't know. I think he tried to stick to the factory because it's got that chisel grind. It's got that Scandi chisel.
Maybe 25 then.
Yeah.
Could be 22.
He showed me on paper. He was giving it the swirly cues. He was able to give it one of those through the paper,
Yeah.
It's a thicker blade. But yeah, I like having him join on Friday and talk sharpening, and I need to do a better job. I know a lot of you guys probably aren't interested or don't shop. Put a 1 in the chat if you like sharpening your knives. put a 2 if you let somebody else do it.
I wished he would get a better camera. I mean, I know he's like me, you know, and I don't have a good setup for it, but with him doing and showing, he needs to upgrade so he can help all us out to where we can see better. And
I think if
especially
I go up and visit with him and look at his phone, I can get him where he needs to be.
He needs to throw them AirPods, iPods, or whatever the fuck you want to call them things. He needs to throw them things in the garbage, because when he first started getting on your lives, his sound was quality.
These right here, I've even got some other ones I send him, but these plug in and they go in your ear. They're not wireless. I can hear
whatever
good.
he was last week when he was on there, it was fucking awful. Every time he would talk, it was like somebody was pushing a button. You know, when you, it's hard for me to describe, because I don't know if it was
so goddamn, it's so fucking annoying.
Irritated. It was just fucking irritating everybody in the fucking chat as well as me. I was so tired of fucking hearing that shit. It was just beep. It wasn't a beep. It was like it's hard for me to describe it. Have you went back and listened to it?
Mm-mm.
Go back and watch your live last week when he was on there. That was the worst one that Kyle's had when he's on there.
I don't think I've ever. I watched one live and it was on Lefty's live because Bearded Doom reached out to me and I'd hurt his feelings unintentionally. And after we talked about it, he realized that I wasn't trying to hurt his feelings.
Well, I'm not trying to hurt Kyle's feelings, because
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying ever since then, I don't go back and watch I can't watch myself.
Well, I just wanted you to go back so you could maybe hear what we was all hearing. I don't know if you can hear it, but it was pretty bad, Javon. It really was. And I'm not downing. I mean, I'm not downing him. You know, I never said anything. Other people in the chat was saying stuff. I never said a damn word.
No, and I see. I don't think I know how to even see the chats. But was it just were they railing on him?
Yeah, they was cause his damn mic. Whenever he would talk, it was like beep, and then.
Oh, I know, and that was frustrating him. And I know how he got to that place of being frustrated. And I know it was frustrating for me and everybody listening. But I guess
when he first started getting on your lives without them AirPods or whatever, earbuds or whatever he's using, his sound and his mic was fine. Why change something?
There was something he couldn't hear. I don't think he was getting sound back.
I don't know, but I just wonder, why did you change? It was working fine, but I wished he would upgrade his camera, because I would like to see better, you know, because his camera is just...
get his camera. I know I can get his camera to turn and stay. He just got to make sure he's got it right now, probably in portrait lock mode. So I just need to Google it. I'm gonna Google it right now. See, he's not coming back tonight, is he? Hold on, I'm gonna send him to Google.
I don't know what he's doing. I just know that
Android
to see better and hear better. You know.
Camera. Well, I've got some earphones I'd send him, but
not knocking him by not one bit. I'm glad he's on there. I've learned a lot from listening to him. You know, just it's kind of annoying to everybody in the chat. You know, with not being able to see and not hearing him like we.
Hey, you got your phone on you?
Do what now?
You got your phone on you?
I'm what I'm holding.
All right, do this. Do you have a flip cam app on your phone?
I don't know. That's what I was asking you, how you flip your fucking camera a
while
ago. I don't know how to flip it.
Yeah. Basically, all you need to do is open the camera app. Open your camera app.
While I'm on the live?
Oh, you should be able to, or I can pull you off the stage. You can do it and come back right back. Hold on. That might be wrong. Change the selfie mirroring on Samsung.
I'm not on an iPhone. I'm on Android.
I'm reading about an Android. I'm reading about a Samsung Android, which should be the same.
I think Kyle's on the damn iPhones, and that may be part of his problem too.
No, if he's on an iPhone, I know I'm on an iPhone. I think he's on Android because I could have helped him.
I could have swore that I heard him say he was on an iPhone.
How to flip a selfie photo on Android.
I know a lot of people don't like iPhones and I know a lot of people that believe in them. Me personally, I got another Android I just bought. This one right here is fixing to go on the recycle pile because the battery's done swole up. The back's just swole up and done the same thing as my other one. It just gets hot more or less, and it swelled. The battery swelled up inside it. But I got another one on it. I got another one in the box laying on the kitchen table that I just got the other day, and it's another Android just like this one. I ain't buying no damn iPhone. Sorry. Too many people complain about them, so I'm not buying one.
Not buying a what?
An iPhone. I will only use an Android.
All right. Camera switches in Android. Your phone camera lets you navigate your phone with facial gestures. I don't care about that. I want to
I
fucking
tried to flip it on a while ago, and I'm gonna
hold
turn it back.
on. I'm gonna get this goddamn. I didn't mean to say that.
I go to my camera, it just cuts it off, and if I tap the 3 dots up here, it comes up with a whole lot of shit. But it don't
But
say
you
nothing.
should be able to open the settings and go to accessibility. Hold on, I don't want to do gestures. I want to do front facing camera. Hold on. I'm in their help, so give me 2 seconds to dig it out. I want to do
I want to fuck up and cut us off more or less, which I come back to, link back in, but I hate to do that.
Hold on
What's
to front
say?
camera.
People in the chat. Sometimes you read the people in the chat, they tell you what to do.
Oh yeah. Use camera switch. When you use camera switch, you can browse or select F's on your phone with use your phone front camera.
This is Memo said you need ears to use earphones.
Portrait mode will only detect faces. Turn on guided frame on your phone settings. Portrait
You too, Paul. I'm Android for life.
All right. All right. If the camera faces outward, use lookout mode. You can use the 7 modes in lookout mode for different activities. Use accessibility shortcuts. Switch. So Ed, on that phone of yours,
yes, sir.
Do you have? Hold on. Let me open this.
A while ago, I had a 5 in that box. Now I got a 6 in the box. I'm gonna have to go plug up my charger in a minute. I'm getting down to 53%. Oh.
I'm getting yawny, but I gotta find this damn. I'm gonna fix your phone because I'm gonna be able to use what we do on your phone to fix Kyle's.
But I think he's on an iPhone though. I'm not
I
positive.
if he's on an iPhone, I can definitely fix him. Androids, I used to have one, but I gave it to Grateful Panic. He traded it for a phone.
If I leave, I just come back and it says
When you
camera.
use camera switch, you can browse or select apps on your phone. I don't want that.
I hit settings at the bottom and it come up camera and it says audio. So I don't know.
You have a camera on both sides, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna right now. Go switch.
I don't know. I hit the more button at the
Camera.
bottom. When I hit
You're gonna want to go to your camera app. You're gonna want to open your camera app.
Why can't you just hit
No, it says on your device. We don't want gestures.
I hit more at the bottom and it come up with a few options more or less. Let me tell you what it come up. Comments, recordings, stream this to your device, and then settings, and then cancel. And if I tap on settings, it comes up with camera and audio.
Huh.
So I don't know if I touch the camera what it would do. So I just been going back because I didn't know what
if you tap the camera, does it not spin it around?
No, if I tap camera, it just turns it off. See, it turns it off. If I touch camera, see, it cuts it off.
To switch. Android.
That's what I didn't understand.
Front facing. I'm trying to trick it with
learning
long tail keywords.
I'm still learning with technology.
Guided frame. I don't want a guided frame. I want troubleshoot user front and rear
Oh,
cameras. All right, this is what I need right here.
I tapped on that camera and it's showing me, and it says camera 2, 1 facing front. I guess this will turn it around the other way.
Yeah, it should be under your settings. You should have a little
face back.
Touch the home back. Automatically rotate your screen. That's what I've got to get Kyle to do is automatically rotate his screen.
I figured out how to reverse my fucking camera. Now you see what I'm looking at in front of me.
Now you look at the right thing.
Now you see
got it fixed.
You see my living room.
Yeah. How'd you do it? How'd you fix it? Was it the button?
Bottom it said more, and I tapped on more, and then I tapped on settings, and then it come up with camera and audio, and I tapped the camera, and it give me my face forward or face back camera.
What we have got to do is get Kyle. I've got that. I'm gonna save this in case he's got an Android on how to go landscape.
It says camera 2.0 facing back. Mirror my camera. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna touch it. What is mirror my camera? I don't know what that is.
You'll be able to see a lot better. Because he even said it's a challenge to see the knives under the stones.
Well, everybody kept telling him he needs to turn his phone sideways too. See,
and I've got that right here. Check this out.
See, he's got his phone vertical, and if you turn your phone sideways, just like me, see when I turn it sideways, what you get.
Watch what I'm getting ready to do to him. I'm getting ready to copy this and send it to him because it tells him exactly what to do. It tells him to
my living room wall, Javon.
What's that?
Can you see my living room wall?
Let me get over to it. Let me stop sharing. Boom. Dude, what are those? Headdresses or turkeys?
Turkeys, my fox squirrel, my TV, swords.
You're safe?
Safe. There's pocket medals painting. Oh my God.
Don't you love his work?
More swords, shotgun, swords, turkeys. I'm probably going too fast. You can't see all that shit. A lot of shit in here, Javon.
What you got good shit, dude. I'm telling you, I could have come help do your gutters. I'll spend the night with you and I'll help you clean out your yard. Do you have a settings on your device?
Oh, what do you mean, Javon?
Like if you look through your icons, does one of them look like a gear and say settings? It looks like an app, but it says settings. Look at your little apps and see if one looks like a gear and says settings. Uh-oh, Ed popped. He'll come back. Front to rear Android. Who thought we would be doing tech support at 5:25 in the morning? Use assess to do it, volume up, volume down button. Double tap the front or rear camera button. Hey, Ed.
Yeah.
Ed, do you have a camera app?
Let me back out and come back in, Javon. Evidently, you echoing for some reason. Are you echoing on your end from me?
I don't hear it on my end.
Yeah, let me jump out and come back in, okay?
Okay, buddy. Where in the world? I want to use guided frame. I want to use. Am I echoing still, buddy?
No, whenever I backed up, I backed all the way up, and evidently it had both streams going, and you was echoing. You was echoing on my end. But what I was trying to do was turn my camera back around and let it face forward on me now.
Ken, we were just talking about sharpening tonight. Kyle joins us and sharpens on Friday nights on the earlier show. He did have his sharpener out and was up here for a little while, but it was just to talk with Shane, another guest, about steels and geometry and things like that.
Now I'm turning my camera back.
Josh, does that have anything to do? Because I had a conversation with Beard of Doom after being on one of Lefty's lives where I went back and watched my live to then call Doom back and say, you were right. I can see how that sounded. That might upset you. Because Doom and I thought it was a very manly thing to do for him to text me and say, hey, you got a minute to talk, to tell me that he'd heard I said something that had upset him.
I don't know what you're talking about. Didn't ever know nothing about none of that.
It was
what was you asking me?
I got you.
What was you asking me to have a cog or setting cog?
If you have a settings button on your phone, like all your apps on your Android, does one of them look like a gear and say settings on it?
You talking about when I go all the way back to my home screen?
Yeah, you look at your home screen. It'll be an icon on your home screen.
Right. Yeah, I do have that. I know where it's at.
Click on settings real quick. I want to tell you where to click.
If I go back, it's going to kill the stream.
You can come back in, can you call me? Do you really want to flip your camera? Do you need to?
What you trying to do?
Oh, you wanted to flip your camera, didn't you?
Well, I got it back now. I flipped it. Now I flipped it back.
All right, so I've got this. I need to save this page.
I figured out how to flip my camera, but what I was saying is Kyle needs to turn his phone like this.
Check this out. This is what I'm getting ready to send that son of a bitch.
If Kyle turns his phone sideways.
Watch this. Copy. I'm about to sneeze.
Achoo, bless you. If Kyle would turn his phone sideways, we could get a better view, is what I'm trying to say, Javon.
I'm sending him the instructions to do that right now. I'm copying this.
It's not that he needs to change anything else on his phone. It's just turn it sideways and it would give a better view for everybody. See, he's looking at it like this. If I turn my rotate,
you've got it on auto rotate.
Gives you if I turn it vertically, it gives you this picture. It don't give you near as much to look at, and that's what
mine does too. Because I've got mine on auto rotate, like you've got yours on auto rotate. There's a setting that he has to go in and click to check auto setting because he's got it right now on portrait lock. That's the only reason it's not going down. So I'm about to email him these instructions on how to lock it, unlock it, so to speak. So y'all,
I got mine
talk amongst yourselves.
Mine is on auto rotate.
Right. And talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna shoot him a real quick email.
I gotta get something to drink. I got to cotton my cat's laying out here on the dryer, looking out the back window, waiting on some kind of varmint to come up.
Oh, get that varmint.
She'll tear the damn dryer and the damn back door up if something walks up. Then go to holler. Spitting and hollering. 6 o'clock. Well, I say 6 o'clock. Probably around between 7 and 8 o'clock. My next door neighbor, which is my cousin, her cat comes up here in the morning. Oh my God, you ought to hear them out there fighting between the damn back door. Frenchie can't stand another cat.
Tippy's the same way.
I almost let her out the other day just to see what the hell she would do. That cat, Diane's cat, her name is Chrissy. Chrissy comes up here and she'll lay down on the back patio and go to rolling, and Frenchie just tearing the freaking back porch up trying to get out there to her ass. I started once to open my door up and let her ass out just to see what the hell she would do. But I hate for her to get cut up, more or less, because
I came home. It's been about a month, and I pulled up, and Tippy is laying by this cat that I hadn't seen in over a year. I was introduced to it when I first moved into this house because the lady across the street fed it. Its name was Yoda, really nice gray cat. And what was interesting about that is I hadn't seen Yoda in like a year. And Yoda, I pulled up in the driveway, and Yoda and Tippy were laying about 10 feet apart from each other, chilling in the sun. I was like, well, cool. Maybe Tippy found another friend. So then Tippy wants to come inside and do her thing like she does because she's a woman cat. And I look out on the porch, and Yoda has come up and is just going to town on some of the cat food I leave out there for the orange cat. And Tippy's at the door wanting to go out, and I'm thinking, oh, she wants to go see her friend. Dude, Tippy goes out that fucking door. Yoda goes off that porch, and it takes Tippy about the length of my driveway to catch up to Yoda and absolutely tackle him. And it's just a ball of fur. And the last thing I saw was Yoda running across the vacant lot across our street. And he hadn't come back yet. And I hate that. And on the flip side, Tippy's terrified of Cheeto. Not Cheeto Bandito, but Cheeto the orange cat.
Right. Tippy's just being dominant, and that's the way Frenchie is. She's just being dominant.
I think if she was at his house, it'd be totally different. I think you're right. I think they're territorial.
She is territorial. She's protecting her damn place there. Whether you think it or not, she's going to fight to her damn death to protect her damn domain.
Well, she figures when I die here, she's not going to share my corpse with any other cat.
Nope. She don't want to share. She don't want to share her house with that cat or nothing. I heard you say
she walked out tonight. He was laying on his back, just making himself at home, and she made this noise. It was just like, it was cat talk. There was no meowing to it.
I think you said you let Cheeto in the house one day, didn't you?
I don't let him in. He'll come to the door and he'll sit right by my storm door, and I'll open it and walk out with a bag of cat food. And that son of a bitch will weave through my legs and come in. And he doesn't run for Tippy. He walks like 3 or 4 paces on the inside of the screen door or the glass door, and he'll just lay down and start doing that roll around on his back. And that's what Tippy, I guess, hears him come in and jumps off the bed and looks around the corner and starts.
Yeah. I was going to say, whether you know it or not, when that cat comes in the house, that cat's leaving a smell.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Tippy's going to know it. And Tippy don't like that shit. I can tell you that.
Well, you're exactly right. And I'm big about when I go see Cooper, I let Tippy come up and scent me. You know how they like to rub their scent on you? So I like to go over and smell like Tippy, because what I like to do, Tippy's a small cat, and I don't think Tippy would attack a little cat, but I'd like to take Tippy over to my mom's and see how they get along. I know it's risky.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Javon.
Yeah, I know. I've broken up too many cat fights. I never got stitches, but I got major puncture holes.
You know why I'm telling you don't do it? It's because that cat hadn't got used to your mom's place yet. And that's that cat's domain. Once he gets settled in there, that's his domain. Don't do it.
He's going to go after her. You're exactly right. And he's a wildcat, man. That dude, according to the vet, has been on the lam for 7 years.
You know, Frenchie didn't have a damn flaw on her. And I guess it's probably been 5 or 6 years ago, a tomcat came up. Well, my cats have been fixed. But that tomcat, he don't know no fucking better. And I hardly ever let my cats outside. Well, I would let them out when I knew that he wasn't around. Well, lo and behold, his ass come popping up one day, and he jumped on Finch's ass. And whenever she come in the damn house, one of her ears had a damn cut place in it. That's the only damn place that cat's got on her whole body. And I swore up and down that I'd never let it happen again, which he's dead now. But it was my fault because I left her outside knowing that there's a possibility he could come up, And he didn't know that they'd been fixed. A tomcat don't know that shit. All he knows is he wants to breed,
Yeah.
That's their instinct, But no, don't take that cat over to your mom's. And I would say don't even let that cat in your house anymore either. Don't let that damn Cheeto, don't let him in your damn house no more. And if you see him outside, don't let Tippy outside when you know he's out there.
Tippy won't go outside when he's out there. Tippy won't. But Tippy came to us about 9-10 years ago. She was feral, and she would not come out of the laundry room for 2 weeks. And we had at the time a Yorkie, a Pomachie, a German Shepherd, and a bobtail cat that was the same color as Cheeto. So Tippy was a tiny little kitten. And A, she didn't really want to do anything to do with us. And B, I didn't want her integrated with all the other animals, not knowing how they treat her. Well, the damnedest thing started happening. I get up in the middle of the night and always go get water, and our dogs always slept with us. Well, Ashley, the German Shepherd that passed away last year at Blaze Show, didn't quit sleeping with us. And I never thought much about it, but I'd get up every night and go get water. I'd notice that Ashley would be laying at the door, that laundry room door. And you can see the little movement behind it because we left the light on for Tippy in there. So you could see that Tippy was moving and Ashley was down. You could look about that much under the door. So about 2 nights later, I get up to get something to drink in the middle of the night. Ashley's laying there. And about that time, I see a little paw come under the door with a little dried cat turd. And Ashley gobbled that motherfucker up right off its paw. And what they were doing is over about a 2-week period, they were making friends. When Tippy came out of the laundry room, she thought Ashley was her mama. She would only eat full-size German Shepherd food. Keep in mind, the Yorkie and the Pomachie were eating little kibbles. Ashley's eating big dog food. We have cat food, kitten food. Tippy will only eat out of Ashley's bowl. They were together until Ashley passed away last year. But the cool thing is you would think that none of those animals would get along. What's his name? Taz was a bobcat that was probably responsible, according to the neighbors, for killing a lot of stray cats. He was a fighter. He was a badass. Literally, he showed up at the cabinet shop I worked at when he was probably 7 weeks old. And he walked right under one of those dust collectors, those big dust collectors in wood shops. When they turn on the routers and shit like that, they do all the downdraft. They suck them in those big bags that are in another room.
Oh, yeah.
So Taz was just laying under there, and somebody kicked on that breaker, and those things just fired up, filled up. He didn't even catch a beat. He didn't move. I went over, just picked him up, and put him in a box. I didn't know any better, and drove him up to Huntsville, which is about 45 miles. And he got to be a big cat and lived around, but he was very aggressive. I thought I could see him taking a little cat like Tippy out at the time. But she did great with the other animals. And Mama was a sweetie, dude. Her color's beautiful.
I told you I married into a cat family, didn't I?
You did, but that's a blessing, dude. You probably weren't a cat person before that, were you?
Not really. We had dogs, and mom and dad didn't let us have no
You never gifted a membership. Thank you, brother.
We had one cat that my daddy allowed. Daddy allowed us to have one cat whenever we was growing up, and in the house, and we had.
Were y'all allergic?
We had a dog. It's just Dad. He just didn't care for animals, and we only had one dog, and we had one cat, and when I got married, I didn't know it. Well, I did know it because when I met Lisa, I knew that she loved cats. She had over 20-something cats. Well, she would take the screen out of her window. This was way before I met her. She was just a little girl. She'd take the screen out of her damn window and she would let the cats come in the house. Well, let me tell you, that damn poor girl, she wound up having to take some of the worst medicine anybody could ever have to take. She wound up with fucking worms where she was loving on them cats and she wound up with fucking worms.
Oh, man.
And she had the damn, I can't remember that shit. She told me she had to take tablespoons full of that shit medicine to get rid of the damn worms she had. I don't forgot what the fuck.
Yeah, I was watching a thing today on animals. They were going through this weird little YouTube video, the number of animals that kill the most people, and people are the second animal that kills most people. Number one's mosquitoes, but dogs and cats are up there with thousands a year. But Marco Scamma, you are the recipient of the member award that brother how can I say it? Brother Mimo donated. So you are now a member, my friend. So Saturday, if you're around at 11 o'clock, we always jump in here for a little while, give some cool stuff away, and just kind of chill. I'm usually out of things to say because I've talked all Friday night. And I'm kind of a very linear person, very shallow in my thoughts. So if I ever go off the deep end, it's going to turn into a crash out. People are going to be like, man, you okay, John?
I told Stevie the other day, and I told you part of it a while ago. And I didn't tell him all of it, but I will say it now. I said I was going to take a break because I got so much shit to do here at the house. There's more to the story than that, and I'm going to go on and tell it all. I got to get rid of a lot of this YouTube, Javon. It's taking up my life, and I'm going to get rid of a lot of the channels.
Shane did that for quite a while, and it was a great mental health break. Ed, there's nothing wrong with stepping away, especially if it's taking time. The reason I'm so entrenched right now is I don't have a lot else going on. If I was working again, doing stuff like that, I wouldn't be as dependent on it, but I feel dependent on it because I like to connect with people, and this really gives me a way to do it. And making the videos just right now is really the only sense of purpose that I've got at any kind of professional level, if that makes sense, even though it's not professional.
This is probably one of the reasons I jumped on your live is because I said it was going to be New Year's Day. There was going to be a change, and New Year's here, so might as well go on, spread the gossip. But
there ain't no gossip, Ed. You're a grown ass man.
Not gossip. I'm just going to tell what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break from YouTube, and it's not going to be that I won't be around at all. I'm going to be around some here and there, but I got a lot of stuff that I need to get done. And more than anything, I am members to 2 fucking many channels.
You got to clean that out.
Not just subscribers. I am members to 2 fucking many channels, Javon. And it's fixing to go down. I'm going to tell you who I'm going to keep. Yours, KC's, Big Red, Zach's, Maddie, and Stevie. And that's it. I'm going to get it back down. I did it last year, and it's going back down again. But I got probably 15, at least 15, maybe 18 that I'm members to, and they fixing to go away.
That adds up, dude. That's a power bill.
It's not that as much as that, Javon. It's just I don't have time. Nobody, you know, me and Derek, he was the first person, Derek for real. Me and him talk all the time. And like I told him, there's no way that a person, I don't give a damn if you don't work a job, that you can sit at home and watch all the damn lives and all the videos that's being dropped every day.
No.
There's no fucking way.
It's impossible. There's so many people going live at any given time. There's probably somebody live right now if we look.
They was when you started. I don't think there is now. Dark Water was on, and I'm a member to his channel. Not gonna be no more because it's fixing to go away when my membership runs out on his, and there's quite a few more. And it's nothing against anybody. I don't want nobody
You
to
just
be.
don't. You want to touch grass more. You got stuff to do in the yard, and you know because you're introspective that it's taking time away from things you need to be doing, and there's other things that the community will do to you that I know with Shane taking a step back was a healing process for him because there's a lot of shit that
it's a lot more to it than that, Javon. Turkey season, I've got a lot of shit I got to get done. And turkey season is right around the corner, and I love turkey hunt more than I do anything in this world. I break my damn legs to get to the woods to go turkey hunting. And it's just right around the corner. And I got to hurry up and get all this shit done around here, just it keeps piling up, getting worse and worse.
Serious, man. I would any given Friday, I will drive my one-door car over to your house and I will spend the weekend. It'd go faster though, and it'd get it off your back.
Shit, Javon, we wouldn't get it all done in a week. If you stayed here a week, it still wouldn't get all done and much shit that I got.
Get more done. And see, the thing is, right now, I could stay a week. And the thing is, not that you could stand being around me for a week, but the thing is, I know I could do some of the shit that you don't need to be on your roof, even though I know you're capable of it. But I could do that probably in half the time with your blower and then help you with the other stuff. And it would just cut down your load by half.
All this stuff has got to get done. All these pruning and stuff. I got to burn my pile, and all this stuff has to be pruned back before spring. And people don't realize when you got I got a house and 3 vehicles, 2 4-wheelers, 4 buildings outside, and a fucking house. I mean, it is a lot to fucking keep up when you have to do everything by your fucking self, man.
That's why I'm telling you, dude. What city you live in? Or if you don't have to tell me.
Walton County, Monroe, Georgia.
Walton County,
Monroe, Georgia.
Huntsville, Alabama.
It's about 2, I'd say, I think Shane told me it was like 2 or 2.5 hours whenever him and Vince and them went home from here. Because they came by and brought me home from Blade Show.
Yeah, it's only 5:24. It's about 5:24 here.
They went out of their way to get to my house to bring me home from Blade Show, and that was a blessing. They didn't have to do that, but I had a fucking blast staying at Blade Show for the whole 3 days this year. But may not be able to do that this year. I don't know.
You're not in Walton County, Florida, are you?
No, I'm in Walton County, Monroe, Georgia. Walton County.
That's where I fucked up. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia, dude. You going way on past mine.
Monroe.
It's about 2.5 hours, somewhere around there.
Well, no, Shane's further from me, so it's going to be 4 hours and 15 minutes. That ain't nothing, dude. I used to drive that on a Wednesday to Montgomery every Wednesday. So you let me know you want to do it this weekend?
I'll get it done, Javon.
Yeah, I would be honored to come do some of it with you, and it wouldn't be nothing off me.
I feel bad about it. Yeah, and I'll feel bad about it.
Well, you sleep on it and don't think about feeling bad about it, because I wouldn't offer if I really didn't. I mean, I think it would be good to do. I think it would be not to get you back on YouTube, because I think taking a break. Gnarly Charlie, what's up? But if I'm happy to help you, dude.
I'm not going nowhere as far as some of my YouTube shows, but I am going to cut back on trying to watch all of them. And if I'm there, I'm there. If I have time, if not, then as I told Stevie, I don't want y'all to think that it's nothing against nobody. And
anybody that knows you ain't gonna think that, Ed. Anybody that we all have kind of way. Believe me, I wrestle with burnout every week.
I'm not burnt out. By
Well,
no
I get
means.
burned out. I get burned out trying to come up with a video every day.
Yeah,
Trying
I'm
to come
not
up
burned out on I'm not burned out on it because I love everybody in the community. Ain't a
I love
soul
them
in
too.
the
I love them
community that I
too.
don't love.
But
You
for me,
know,
it's the live streams are kind of like recess for me, where most of it's thinking about what fucking stupid video do I need to come up with today to give somebody something that makes them want to watch it.
I wouldn't worry about that. It'll come to you. If it happens, it
If
happens.
it
It don't.
happens, it happens. Yes, I mean it's not a. You're exactly right. But then
You
part
know,
of me thinks, well, if I'm gonna spend,
I love you, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you drop, and it's not just you, because G-Ball was doing the same thing about the same time you was doing it. Y'all was dropping 4 and 5 videos a day. Who in their right mind, Javon, has time to watch all of that?
no, the way I look at it differently in it because I didn't understand the algorithm. The algorithm, and now I've learned because I've started reading about just the basics that your video gets put out to your subscribers, and
Right.
depending on how many people watch it in the first 45 minutes, depends on if it goes out to another group of people. Well, I've learned that there's certain peak times that my viewers are on. I used to release a video at 8. Now I don't release it till 3. And it's made a huge difference because it gets more push. But for me, I've never cared about views. I've never cared about the only thing that I tapped into, and Shane's the one that I blame for this. We were at Blade Show in Nashville, 2022. And he said, have you ever posted a short on YouTube? I was like, no, dude. This is when we first had our channels. I'm like, no. He goes, do it, dude. You'll get 4,000 views. I was like, no way. Do it. So I had a Protect Malibu. He said, just tag it reels. No, tag it shorts, YouTube shorts, then singular short and YouTube short. Those 4 tags, post it. I posted it. About 5 hours later, I had 4,500 views. So what I did, because shorts for me, none of my videos, and I hate to bust any bubbles, but none of my videos are edited. I have a little iMovie that I drop a intro screen into, and then the video, that's it. But when I do a short, I do 15-second shorts. So I learned from trial and error that I can post 9 shorts, and the 10th one won't get the same circulation. So 9 is the most I can do. Well, I can do 9 shorts, 15 seconds a piece, type something in and say it's 30 seconds a piece. So about 4.5 minutes, maybe 8 minutes, I can have 9 shorts uploaded. Now, I don't ever think my subscribers watch those shorts because they're just me opening a knife, but they each get 1,000 views. And when I look at, that's where all my growth comes from, because these people subscribe for some reason, and they might come in and watch long content some way. And the reason I was putting up a lot of videos at first, and the reason I still don't do, I'm playing with titles a little bit based on suggestions, but not much, because the way I used YouTube was not to have stuff shown to me till much later. I would use it to search for things. Like I'd see a knife on Blade HQ, and then I'd search YouTube and watch videos on that knife. So my goal when I started was to put together a resource. That's why I do disassembly videos. Nobody watches those. But when somebody has to take apart their MSI, my video will come up and they might use it and it might help somebody. I know disassembly videos are the only way I learned to take away knives and feel comfortable doing it. So it's just all about, for me, leaving content out there. I love for people to watch, but again, I'm not in it for that. It's not a contest.
Thanks, Marco. Marco Gamma. How does Cole? I mean, I think about it sometimes. Since we're on this subject, I think how is he paying his damn bills? Is what I want to know. He's got to be damn. His mom and dad or somebody's got to be.
Dude,
Because
Cole's killing it. Cole is killing it on YouTube and on sponsorship.
He's not, Javon. There's no
Did you do the
freaking
math
way.
on the giveaway? Did you do the math on the giveaway? The number, all you have to do is the number of. Do you remember how many were on the wheel when it started? 1,463, right?
More than that. I think it was more than that.
Okay, multiply that times 5.
But
I know. That's just one part.
That's once the fucking year, Javon.
I know, but what I'm going to show you, and this is a site that I've shown y'all before. I'll show you me too. I'll show you anybody you want to see. But Super Chat.
His mom and dad must have plenty of damn money because
They
I know
do.
well, he ain't making no money off of YouTube.
He gets a lot of knives given to him because he's got a great personality.
We know that for most
And
definitely.
there's a site. Let me find it. There's a website that tracks Super Chats.
You see, was you on there? Was you on there when he had his Christmas giveaway?
Yes, I was quietly in there.
You see how much that he took in during that Christmas giveaway?
Yes, and there's a website that anybody can go to, and you can pull up any creator, and it's tapped into the Super Tip system. And
but I'm saying that was for charity. Who's to say that he keep all that fucking money for himself?
Who said it was for charity? I never thought it was for charity.
He did. All that money that he took in was for charity, was going to St. Jude's. That's what all that shit was about. All the money that he took in during that live.
How come that was never said when I was in there? It seems like that would have been what you said all the time.
It was said at the beginning. I was in there when it started all the way till it fucking went off, and he took in $1,185. And all that money, far as you know and I know, he could have kept that fucking money.
I'm going to tell you something. I love Cole. He's my roommate, Blade Show buddy. I got no problems with him. I would think, because I did Knives Live, and when you're trying to fundraise for something like St. Jude's or something, a charitable cause, right? Legit charitable cause. Every 5 minutes, you should bring that cause up to remind people that are just popping in that this is not just a live stream, a knife giveaway. This is going to a good cause. I never heard it. He might have said it once or twice, but I never heard it.
It's for the kiddos. Here's for the kiddos. They was being saying they would type it out. Here's more for the kiddos. You know, they kept on saying it. You know, it was just kept on going all the way till it even went off. Somebody even super chatted more because he said, "I gotta go, bye," and somebody done another super chat. You know, even after he took it off. You know,
it's called Playboard, and this is nothing sneaky. This is something anybody can go to. So check this out.
I ain't trying to start no drama or shit, but
no,
you
it's
know,
not. I'm just saying there is money to be made. Pastor Jerry Ease makes.
But how do you know? How do you know, Javon, that money goes to a cause that he says it's going to?
I don't.
He could pocket every bit of that damn money, and it'd all be a Carlton bullshit scam, more or less. I guess you know about Carlton.
No, but I do know that
Carlton's one that kept running up the bids at Jason's auction 2 years ago. When
Carlton Sales.
Well, he changed it. But at the time, it was Carlton. Then he went to Carlton Auto.
Can you see these numbers?
And I can tell you something else, too. I found it the other day, and I got to tell you about this, too. I found him on Instagram the other day.
Colton, can y'all see that number?
Carlton is not hit. I can't. I'm on my phone.
Okay.
I can't see.
So this is Super Chats, not channel memberships, Super Chats. Total revenue, $40,376. Last 7 days, $2,185. Yesterday, $214.
What are you talking about?
This is Cole's Super Chats. This graph This is information that YouTube puts out. It's called Playboard, and it ties into every YouTube channel because super chats are recorded. He super chats more than Neves, more than Metal Complex. All right, so he's got 40 grand. Let's go look at Metal Complex. A much bigger channel.
I don't even watch his channel. You clicked the wrong button. You left it live.
Wrong button.
Back.
I
Come
pushed
back.
the wrong button. So it's the Metal Complex. Metal.
I don't even watch Metal Complex.
I don't either, but he's a bigger channel. He gets many more people in his live. So you would think his revenue would be higher. Right?
I'm
not going to log in. I only get one per day for free. Well, let's do this. All right, I will sign in.
He's got a lot of damn people that's in there, nothing but for his giveaways. The reason why they go to his channel.
27,000. 783 total. 197 total. So 27,000 versus what do we say? 40. But there's also sponsorships. Cole, and there's nothing wrong with this. Cole has always wanted to make a living doing creative stuff. So one thing he said today that I thought was cool, and I encouraged him to do it, is to get back to more of that. So here's Cole Super Chats. Whoops.
What? How do you know that, Mimo?
What's that?
Read Mimo's chat. You didn't see what Mimo? You don't see what?
I never heard it. I never heard it through the community. He might have said it, but my point is he did not promote it as going to charity.
I don't believe that shit.
It would have been on the thumbnails. It would have been on everything because let's put it this way. I'm running Javon's Knife Flicks. I'm going to do a charity event. There's a process through YouTube, and then you've got to have the right record keeping so that it's a legit charity.
Baby.
But that's not the biggest problem because doing what was done was a raffle. You know, and that's a big bad according to YouTube. But again, I don't see much for it. I did not know anything about the St. Jude thing. I hope to God, if that was said, that they
I was there.
Then, you know, that he needs to, I would think that I would, if I was, because we did it with Knives Live, I would boastfully show that receipt of this is how much we took in. This is how much we did for St. Jude's. Let's try to do better next year. Because you're not, at this point, you're not selfishly trying to grift money from the community. You are indeed trying to help a cause greater than yourself.
Well, I don't know, I don't want to change the subject, but I got to tell you this though, the Carlton dude that kept running up my bed, he was Carlton.
Colton Sales.
Colton. No, it was Carlton. Carlton.
Carlton Sales?
It was Carlton when he first started out.
Okay.
Then he changed it to Carlton Automotive. I had a friend request about 3 or 4 months sent to me on Instagram. And I always check. I always go to the about and I tap on the dots at the top corner and I go to the about to see how many accounts that they've had. If they've had multiple accounts, more than likely they're not a real, something's fishy. If somebody's had, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of check.
Up and up.
before I follow him back. Would you please quit, Frenchie? That cat done went across my belly 5 times.
I love that. That was a slow stroll there. She's trying to get you to go to bed. What she's trying to do is come lay with me.
Freaking love is what she wants.
She wants you to lay with her.
Well, anyway, I had this friend request. I checked it out and everything. Well, here we go again. I don't know if you know it or not, but I did accept it and what have you. Well, we never chatted back and forth.
That's true, Wes. I didn't watch it, but I watched a couple of them. My only question was, when we did Knives Live, every 30 minutes we would reiterate why. So I'm not doubting it at all. I just had never heard about it. But no, I didn't watch many of the lives. And I know he didn't do that last year, because I remember he shared with me what he brought in. But anyway, neither here nor there. Everybody's got the right, what they feel comfortable doing on their channel. I love Cole. I have no issues with him.
Well, I don't neither, but except for he shitted on me last Christmas, but you know about that story.
Well, and I know other things too, but there's nothing to be gained. I still don't like him.
It wasn't I was shitted on, is I felt like that I was treated dirty for all that I had helped him out with super chats, and I mean over $1,000. I mean, that's a lot of fucking money.
It
was
sure
like
is.
like $1,200 fucking dollars that I donated to his fucking channel last year, and then you want to send me a knife that was given to you, and then you tell me 2 months later that you still waiting on something special. I'm thinking something special. Oh my God, what the hell special are you gonna get me? Send me a fucking Boca mermaid. Get the fuck out of here. That was so disgracing to
It'd
me.
been better to not.
I wished he hadn't sent me a damn thing now after what he damn did, because some people are making fun of it, like Stevie, you know, let's see the mermaid. The other day when I was on your live, he kept telling me, let's see the mermaid, you know. But anyway, let me go back telling you the story I was telling you. This dude sent me a friend request on Instagram, and I accepted it. We never chatted back and forth. Months went by. Well, I don't know if you know it or not. When you're on Instagram, if you don't chat with that person, or they chat with you, vice versa, and they just sitting there in a whole position that you're not chatting with each other. Well, one day I was looking for somebody's name on Instagram, and I clicked on all my friends, and I was scrolling through, and I got to noticing instead of the picture being there, it was just a white circle, and there was no picture. And before I tapped on it, it said Carlton's Creations. I thought, what the fuck?
He's changed again.
And whenever I tapped on it and opened it up, that pink and white logo came up and the name fucking changed. And I thought, son of a bitch, he's fucking at it again. And I accepted his friend request on there, which we haven't chatted or anything. But I thought, damn, I got to let Stevie and Maddie and other people know this shit, you know, because he's still there, you know.
Dude, I'm telling you, like Monster Racing from back in the days, a lot of people don't know who Monster Racing is, but he took advantage of a lot of people in the community, and he's come back under several aliases. And when people get their thirst quenched by a generous community, get called out, it's crazy to think that they're not going to try to come back and do it again.
But what was the trip though was I'm scrolling through them names, and that person's name that I thought I was a friend with, picture was gone, but yet it said Carlton's Creations. And as soon as I tapped on it, it went back to that logo of the picture that I thought I was friends with this guy. And it had his name or whatever, which it wasn't a name. It was a bunch of numbers and letters, and which it might have said a name now. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. But it was just weird how.
You know, I've had on Instagram. my identity stolen twice.
How could it change by it sitting there by me not messaging that person or whatever?
No, all he has to do is go to his profile. You haven't talked to him in a year. He goes to his profile in September and he changes it out with the icon like we do on our profiles. You can change it anytime. The next time you go to him, you're going to get his most recent update. So that wasn't really tricky. But what I've had happen, and one of them, that Countess Ann, who I always talk about, DM'd me about it, that there was somebody impersonating me and gave me the name. And I went to it and it was a person. They had more followers than me. It was earlier on, but every single photo was my photos. Every one. So I had to petition Instagram, which was a pain in the fucking ass to convince Instagram that no, I didn't steal those pictures from him. Those are my pictures. Set my license, all this stuff. It was this rigmarole. Took about a week, and that person disappeared. Right? All good. Not 3 months later, it happened again. And I'm trying to think, and the only weird thing, and I never clicked on the link, but there was some little link in the bio that I wonder if people are doing that to try to get people maybe that are familiar with the knife dude's stuff, because it was my profile picture, but it wasn't called Javon's. Either one of them weren't. And that one went down really quickly because I messaged that guy. I said, fuck this. I'm taking it into my own hands.
Weird.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know. The bad thing is, even people we think we know, we got to think the best of, but we don't really know. I'm very optimistic, very glass half full. And I feel like I've been around, at least in the chats that I have, it's the same people all the time. So I feel like we're more than just people in a chat room. I know Todd, I know Dr. Drew Dude, I know Nick. You know, I'm sure we have a lot of things that we don't have the same views on, and that's fine. We dig knives and dig stuff that we dig. But monster racing was one. I was early in the community, early in sobriety, and just really felt for the guy. You know, I bought into all of it. And I'll never forget the time Shane reached out to me and told me that they'd found out that he wasn't who he said he was.
Yeah. I remember Shane all talking about that shit.
And that's why I say, you know, Grateful Panic's dead to me. It's nothing that happened between me and Grateful Panic. It's just things I came to learn that made me think, fuck this dude.
Mimo, I seen your comment just then. Yes, I donated a lot more than what I said I did to Cole's channel because I was on the tree, $5. For every $5 your name got put on the tree. I was on that tree 260 or 265 times. That was just what I donated before whenever he started doing the Christmas tree thing.
Oh, that's what you accrued. That's what you accrued.
There was more money donated to his channel than that from me last year.
So tell me this. So now it's not just Christmas, it's all the donations. What's he donating to St. Jude's?
Well, what he does, it's like around the 1st of November, he'll start for every for every $5, or it's every dollar, which if you donate $2 and you donate $2 again, what they do is they round it off. For every $5, your name goes on the tree.
Right.
That starts around November. The St. Jude's, the day that he started the live, is when he said everything that's donated during this live, because people was asking, well, how can I enter? And they said he said it right off the bat. He said it's too late to enter. You already entered if you're a member.
Yeah, or if you paid a donation, yeah.
No, that or you got on the tree before then, because the live he had like 4 or 5 days before that is when the drawing stopped for the entries, more or less. But when the live started on the day that, for the giveaway, you couldn't enter no more. But he did say all the money during this live will be donated to St. Jude's. And I'm not just gonna keep saying the same thing, Javon, but who the fuck's to say that money that fucking went during that live that he didn't put that in his fucking pocket?
Well, we
There's
think
no fucking proof. Everybody's fucking scamming people out of money this day and time.
yeah, but I don't think it goes back to the best character that we can assess of somebody. I don't look at Cole as a thief. I
He
just
said he is neither, but you don't know it. You don't know it, brother.
no. And I can also see that sounds like it wasn't the whole all of his proceeds. It was that day's worth, which is probably a good way to offset some of those capital gains or that income. And it's a great.
The only reason people started donating is that day for the giveaway is because of him saying that every dollar was going to be donated. And people just started bouncing in $5, $10, $50, $20. I mean, before it was over with, like I said,
$1,200 day. That was that $1,200 day. That we just
no, it was 1,100. Well, it was almost $1,185 because he commented after the show went off. I was still sitting there watching, reading the chats, even after it went off, and Cole put in the chat. He said we raised $1,185, and that's counting the last person that had put a super chat in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean that, and that's awesome. I mean, if that's the case, that's awesome.
Yeah,
and I do agree, Nick.
It's awesome if it goes to the right cause.
Right, and there's a lot more that goes into charity than charity. You know, they could have
boy that got fired from his fucking job and is sitting at home every day begging for fucking money for somebody to send him fucking food. You know, I mean, the fuck out of here. Get you a motherfucking job. Come on, man. Quit begging.
There's so many things.
I quit feeling sorry for him, you know, and then when he shitted on me at Christmas last year, that just really did it. Yeah, I felt sorry for him losing his job, you know, and I tried to help the boy out, I guess you could say. And then when he shitted on me by sending me a knife that was gift to him, that sin cut was gift to him. That was a gift. Another sin cut sent it to him. He didn't buy that motherfucker.
No.
And then the Boca Mermaid was gifted to him too, because you can't buy a Boca Mermaid and keep it for yourself. You buy it and you gift it to somebody else. Well, I know it was gifted to him, Javon, because it wasn't in the damn box. It was fucking wrapped up in bubble wrap or paper or whatever.
Yeah, from factory.
No, it didn't.
Oh, from a viewer. Yeah,
there you go. Or either come out of his collection, somebody had sent it to him and he threw the fucking box away. You know, but it was just a disgrace, and I don't mean to keep saying it, but it was just a damn disgrace to me, you know. I sent him a $50 super chat for some Ranger eye patches, and he sent me 2 fucking Ranger eye patches. Get the fuck out of here. The 2 Ranger eye patches. I said, send me some Ranger eye package. Send him $50. And my comment said, put me some Ranger eye patches in my package. He sent me fucking 2. 2. Not even $1 a piece for them son bitches to be made, Javon. That was just, oh my God, that begging son of a bitch. Woo.
Josh, I hear you 100%, buddy. And I agree. Everybody has the absolute right to run their channel. And I don't think there's anything sneaky really going on there. I just think, for me, I think everybody either goes to chats or decides to do knife content for a lot of different reasons. I do it because I'm older, I'm bored, need something to keep me busy till I find another job, right? So that's kind of my gig. I'm not doing it. I can show you what I make. I'm not doing it for money. But I'm not a huge MC fan, but I always pay attention to MC's giveaways because yeah, he gets sent a ton of knives, and he keeps some knives as he should, but he also gives away a lot of knives. And companies want you to do that, FYI. When they send you knives to review, which I've got knives in for review, and I give them away, but the majority of the knives I give away are personal knives, and I don't do it to draw people into the lives because I'm not about numbers like that. That's why I did a video. A lot of people probably didn't see it. It's been a long time ago, but why I don't do quote unquote milestone live or giveaways. To me, I think this is just the way I feel about it. And again, I have a very not low self-esteem, but just weird self-esteem. So I'm not going to say, hey, I'm getting close to 20,000 subs. We're going to have a huge giveaway. Y'all come sub, or tell your friends to start another account and come sub. I'm not about that. I'm going to do giveaways anyway, right? I don't have to say it. I don't have to put it on my thumbnail. I don't have to dangle it as a carrot. There might, on like last Friday, I forgot to do a giveaway. Tom got away. We went over to Stevie's. It happens, right? But it's a giveaway is just that. When I started doing, the reason I like doing them is because A, I had too many knives that I didn't carry. B, I didn't want to take the time to sell $60 knives that I wouldn't get $60 for. And C, if we were all hanging out at a blade show somewhere, I'd spread the knives around that I didn't carry. So it's kind of, to me, it was just a way to thin the herd and get knives to people who I know to appreciate it. Because I don't think people come here, maybe a few, but I don't think people come to lives with the expectation of winning a knife.
You know, I like
member lives are changing a little bit where
like B's Blades. I met him 2 years in a row. I was a member and subscriber to his channel, but as of a few months ago, I quit even watching his channel, and it's gotten even worse because of what he does every week. I mean, I've heard him say that he's got like 7, 8 freaking what do you call them cases we were just talking about a while ago?
Yeah, patchy
cases. I don't forgot how many he told. It was way up 8, 10, 12. I don't know how many it is. Cases full of fucking knives. He has sent a lot of knives. I'm not jealous of it, but what he does with his giveaways every week sucks. He packs up over 5 pounds, over 5 fucking pounds of fucking knives and all kind of shit to one motherfucking person. Why don't you spread that out amongst 5 or 6 people? Because he puts 5 or 6 fucking knives in one giveaway, Javon. Why don't you spread that out to your fucking members? That's the reason why I quit being a member to his channel, because he don't spread it out to his fucking members, and all these turd burglars jump in there just for the fucking giveaway. They know what he's doing, Javon.
Well, he puts it on his thumbnail. It's
I mean, they fucking know it, and they jump in there, and they all over the fucking world. And I mean, it's like what happened on KC's with an LCAP caught them motherfuckers.
Yeah,
they got fake accounts and multiple accounts, and they jump in there for the fucking giveaways. And yet, Bees puts up with that bullshit, you know, and he's trying to drag in more people. And he's got a job, and I'm not jealous of him. You know what all he gets for free and having a job and working and making money. It's nothing like that. But
me neither, Nick.
Why don't you divide all that shit you're giving away to 5 people instead of one fucking person is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Well, and you know, that's what MC did. MC would do 9 giveaways each Friday. What's going on with I think I've had a knife done by Rocky Top. Maybe I didn't. I've heard the name in the community.
I've heard the name in the community too, but I don't know what you're talking about.
He's a modder. Well, Nick said he had no idea Parker from Rocky Top ended up being a POS, and then somebody else chimed in. I remember when everyone, Space Ghost, I remember when everyone was brown nosing Rocky Top.
I don't know.
And Garrett says Bees has been splitting up his blades now. My issue there, and it's not
No, he didn't last Friday night. For the last 2 fucking weeks, he puts 5 fucking knives in one fucking package.
My thing is the way he presents every knife is the best knife that you need to buy now.
That's
to me,
every knife is not the best motherfucking knife in the world. That's bullshit.
No,
he does that because he's pushing Kaisers. I mean, he's got a lot of Kaisers. They send him a lot of Kaisers for free. I know that. We all know that, Javon.
And good for bees, but at the same time, it's just not my jam, and that's good. We all there's so many people that I'm not their jam, and I get it. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Over time, I hope to attract some good people.
I'm not bad at bees. I still love him and his wife. I'm not mad at him. I'll talk to him, but I'm through with his channel for right now because of the way he's doing it.
He changed when he monetized to me because I knew him beforehand when he was a guest on Lefty's Live. Just his personality, and I can tell because I'm a salesperson by trade. That's what I've always done. Whether I was in management, it's always been numbers based, and there's a different canter in your voice when you're persuasive speaking as opposed to just being an objective speaker.
Well, I will not be saying that. Oh shit! I shouldn't be saying that about none of it because it ain't nothing but drama.
It's 6:30 in the morning, dude. It's New Year's Day. We're getting all this shit out of our system.
It's none of my business about none of that shit, because everybody chooses who they want to watch and what they're gonna watch and where they're gonna go, what they're gonna buy, and what they're gonna do. So,
absolutely, and there's somebody for every. I mean, there's people. I see that in all kinds of content. There are people that like certain content. There are people that like radically different content. And there's so many people on YouTube. That's why when you hear about like MC or Melissa Backwoods getting so many subscribers, that shows you how many people are interested to some extent in EDC.
Melissa Backwoods, everybody watching her for her fucking titties.
See,
damn.
That's might draw them in, but dude, she's got a pedigree of outdoor survivalist. She trains it. She's always done it. So she's legit, even though she does look good. But I don't think that that's necessarily why everybody follows her.
Do you think for one fucking minute, Javon, whenever she comes on and I'm looking at a knife she's showing?
She does, but tell me this: she does have large? No, she has large breasts, but she never wears anything revealing. And I know a lot of knife models who all they're there to do is to look good and to sell knives. Melissa Backwoods, if you look at her hands, she's got man hands. She uses her shit, dude. That chick is out in the brush for weeks at a time.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think I think that's part of the popularity, but you got to remember she's a celebrity. She's got celebrity that well ascends any social media cloud, if you want to call it that, because she's been, the winner on a syndicated network television show several times.
I know I'm not the only one, and I'm not trying to be vulgar, but hell, I ain't be looking at them damn knives she's showing when she comes on. I had to quit watching.
Believe it or not, I'm not quite your age, but yeah, she does have I like her braids too. And she's got one little crazy eye that kind of turns me on.
Oh, Lord. And that other one you was talking about when I wasn't I was in the chat. The other one you was talking about a while ago, I had to unsubscribe to her again. She gets on my motherfucking nerves.
Countess Anne or Elizabeth Hurley?
No.
Is this the one that's over in Serbia?
The one you kept posting the videos to watch a while ago.
Oh, that was Erica. No, I don't. I never subbed to her. I'm not subbed to her. I was
at one time about a year or so ago, but I can't handle that girl.
You just got to go past the first 5 minutes, dude. The message is positive. I was proud of her. I'm going to reach out to her via DM tomorrow. Because because that's kind of what she's asking people to do, is not to reach out to her, but all I want to say to her is, hey, it was a good video. I wasn't sure how it was going to start.
I was on there the day whenever she was on there when she had her dreadlocks, and the next time she popped on there, she was fucking with a pair of scissors cutting the some bitches off.
You know what that stands for, don't you?
I'm
going through an episode.
I had to get the fuck out of there whenever she wasn't doing all that shit, Devon. I couldn't handle no more of her.
That's true, Wes. The proportion's not there.
She wants sympathy from everybody too, I mean.
Oh yeah. I mean, and she's also, and she could very well be, because I do believe there are victims. But she has a victim mentality for sure. So let's look at
Shane said, I think it was Shane, something about the trailer park or something. I can't remember the exact words what he said, but I thought when he said it, it's been months and months ago when he was talking about it, something about the trailer park. I just died laughing.
So here's where did I go? Here's my StreamYard. I was going to share y'all, not Melissa Backwoods, so y'all can look at her boobs, but so you can see some of her footage from when she was actually.
Did you see her live at Blade Show?
No, I talked to her at Blade Show.
The last person, guess who one of the last people that she interviewed at Blade Show 2024?
Who? You?
Dopey.
Oh, Dopey?
You go back and look at that live, he's at the very end, and she fucking interviewed his ass. She was pocket checking people, and she fucking caught Dopey's ass and pocket checking. What the hell?
That's wild.
Of all the people at Blade Show, she pocket checked Dopey. I like to fucking fell out when I seen that shit.
But she survived. Let's see what her IMBD or.
I can handle watching her more than I can. Oh Lord.
13 Naked and Afraid All-Stars. This is the All-Star special.
Yeah, Erica had to go. I can't handle her ass, but I can watch Melissa, but I can't handle that Erica. Ooh.
40 Days and 40 Nights. But that was like her third episode, because she did she won her version. I guess she's married.
Who, Melissa?
Yeah.
She married?
That's a wedding picture, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know the girl.
I don't either. I'm just looking at pictures. Maybe that's a different Melissa.
Be honest with you, I ain't seen no wedding ring on her finger when she's on TV.
Me neither. But like there's one picture that shows how much weight she lost. Because I mean, they're getting their asses eaten up by bugs, parasites.
I remember back whenever she was not even popular, back when she was on Damn Naked and Afraid, the very first episode of that shit.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing that I think helps her a lot is she's got a cult following, right? She's got all the fans from, what's this?
Which they don't show you nothing on that show.
No. What it does to me is it's like, holy shit, who wants to be in that? That's my worst nightmare.
Well, I say they don't show nothing. Yeah, they did show it. Only the cameraman seen it. They put it out for the fucking television.
It won't play.
They blur it out what the damn people on the television couldn't see.
She's got her own brand. She's got her own publishing company.
You seen a war room in her house?
No, I don't watch a lot of her stuff.
She got a fucking I call it a war room. It's a knife room, a fucking just wall just full of fucking knives, and all that shit's donated to her. I mean, they sending that shit to her. She ain't buying that shit. They sending it to her ass. She ain't buying a damn thing because she's showing every kind of knife. I don't give a damn if it's $10, fucking $300 damn knives.
You see something funny here?
She ain't buying them.
Does anybody see anything funny here?
Look like a crackhead. Look like a crackhead.
This isn't really her because this is Melissa Backwoods _. She has 0 posts, 460 followers. Guess who one of her followers is? Choir Boys Cutlery. He's the only one because this is a fake account.
Oh.
Let's find her real account.
Oh, you talking about on Instagram?
Yeah. I think she's got her post. Her post, I think says that she's got a feed.
I don't think I'm following her. Yeah.
Not her either. Where the fuck is she? Miller.
She ain't no blonde head, that's for sure.
No, that ain't her.
No, I'm saying Melissa's not a true blonde.
Well, that shows it's her, but that can't be her. She doesn't have any posts. She only has 460 followers. That's bullshit.
No, that ain't her. She would have more followers than that. You know about her now.
Yeah, you got a million. So let's go to YouTube. Maybe that's where I saw her rates. Because she does, there's a difference in sponsored content and reviews. And she, if I'm not mistaken,
damn, Javon, I got fucking over 1,000 followers on Instagram myself, so you know damn well she'd have 5 times or 10 times more than Ed.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't got no titties.
Educational videos about knives. My goal is to open up the world of knife collecting broader audience and showcase a variety of sharp and pointy things. Business inquiries, Melissa Backwoods official at gmail.com. Videographer, Chauncey Miller. So she's got a videographer and she's got a whole business division.
I done missed 84 comments in the last 5 minutes. Damn, the comments is flying. Oh, Lordy.
I'm missing them too. I'm kind of getting dizzy. I didn't see a Christmas giveaway. I need to find her channel. I don't know if I'm subbed to her. Hold on.
Yeah.
I am subbed to her. Let's see if I got the bill.
Derek for real was talking about it, and I didn't know it. I seen it pop up on my phone because I'm following her, and it popped up. But I thought it was just a video, and then Derek called me about an hour or so later, and he said, no, he said that was the giveaway video. And I said, well, I didn't know. I said, hell, I just figured it was a fucking damn video, you know, her dropping a video. And he said, no, it was her Christmas giveaway. I didn't give a shit. I think, you know. Yeah, people would jump. Look, that's something else I was going to tell you. Before you went
what is whatnot? What I've seen people talk about that. It has something to do with knives. Does it have something to do with China? What is it? Is it an app? I know it's a way that people sell stuff or
whatnot. That's that damn shit. That's that shit on damn Facebook. I ain't getting on there.
Yeah, I've heard about a lot of people doing it. I just don't know what it is.
You better stay away from it, Javon.
I'm going to. I'm not. I don't fuck with TikTok. I don't fuck with Facebook anymore.
Getting on it. I ain't going on that. Facebook ain't nothing but a bunch of scammers and hackers. What I was going to tell you a while ago when we was talking about.
It's an auction site. Yeah, that's something like that.
Right before you started, about 20 or 30 minutes before you started your live tonight, it popped up on my feed. Dark Water went live, and he put in there Christmas. I don't know if it said, all I remember was giveaway, and I thought, oh shit. It's gonna be a lot of turd burgers. Well, I jumped on there because hell, I'm a member to his channel. I'm a paying member. I'm subscribing a member, and he's one of these new ones, and he's doing these vertical lives, and I don't like the vertical lives. Everybody knows that Ed hates a fucking vertical live. Excuse my potty mouth. I got the bad potty F word in my mouth. But I jumped on there, and they was people being assholes, saying shit in the chat. I mean, just rude shit as they could ever be on there. And there was like 138 people in there. And I'm thinking, all these motherfuckers in there for one damn reason, because he put giveaway in his advertisement.
That's how you could drive your live numbers if that's what you're after doing. And what I think it does is it takes the chances.
What is he drawing in though? He's drawing in a lot of these people that's commenting on there. He said that one guy said something about, let's see, how was it? He said, that knife will kill you. Oh, that's a killer deadly knife. That knife will stab and kill you or something. Well, hell, a fucking plastic knife will fucking kill you. Get the fuck out of here. Why would people say
some people just chase numbers, and it's to me, to have a bunch of people come in, and if you've got like 50, 60 people that come every week, and then you start saying, I'm giving something away, and you get another 50 or 60, to me, that's kind of rude to the people that are always there anyway.
Exactly.
Why try to bring more people in to lessen their odds?
Yep.
That's why for those channel members, those new channel members like Marcos Gamma, y'all come to the Saturday Live at least for a little while.
I ain't there for no fucking giveaways. Yeah, the giveaways.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
These are nice. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not there for that. I'm there for the knife community. I didn't get on these knife shows when I first got on there. I got on there because I was lonely, vulnerable of losing my wife and needed more friends, not friends right around me. I wanted new friends, and I found the knife community and I enjoyed it. And it's pulled me in. It's drugged me in.
I'm convinced it had a big part in making my journey this far successful.
It's like what Shane said a while ago. We didn't come to the knife community looking for knives. We come to the knife community because it was for other reasons. And my reason was like a lot of other people's reasons for coming to the knife community is because of losing my wife from suicide. Stacy Bosterblade, she come in the knife community from losing her husband. There's a lot of people that's come into the knife community because of losing loved ones, looking for people, to change your life and to have friends, not just friends nearby. Look, I don't feel like that I had a friend nearby me, and I didn't want to be around none of my friends.
No, so there's something different about, because friends don't know how to act when something bad happens. Well, sometimes the comfort of a stranger doesn't turn out to be a stranger. I look back, and not to bring up Jason Brown again, but somebody that I met in a chat room, then we'd meet on Clubhouse, then we'd talk every week on the phone, just little stuff, nothing major. And then I had dinner with him, and then he's gone. And the fact that if I had not come into this, I would have never met a human like him. And there's so many other beautiful people. I mean, great humans, makers, companies, and they're shits too, but they're really good people in this community, and it's enlightening. I think that's why we're so protective of it. I know that's why Shane is. I know that's why El Cap Addict fished out that bullshit that was going on thanks to him. I do too, Nick. A day doesn't go by that he doesn't just cross my mind, something, or Nora, and sometimes it makes me smile.
I'm older than Shane. I don't know how much older, but I know I'm older than Shane. I can't keep up with ages. But I would think that I would be a little bit smarter and more common sense and knowledge. But yet he's fucking smarter than me of telling me a lot of things that not telling me. He tells everybody. It's not just me. Words that comes out of his mouth, he speaks the fucking truth.
Shane is wise.
It's fucking facts. It's the fucking facts. He's wise as shit. He knows what the fuck he's talking about. And
you don't have to be book smart to be one of the wisest people in the tribe.
He's smart. Just like he was talking about a while ago, even though he left your live. I don't know if you read the comments he was putting in the lives about friendships and what have you. Did you read what he typed in there about friendships? And it hits home. The closer you get to a friend, you realize you didn't know that friend until you done got down real close to him and they find out more about you. And then look what kind of shit happens, more or less, So you better off to keep your friends a little bit further away sometimes, you know?
Keep your circle kind of tight. And I think as we get older, this is proven through sociology. As we age through life, our friend groups, our local friend groups get smaller naturally, either dying off or rifts that develop or people distance just develops, right? So I'm going to have more friends when I'm 30 probably than when I'm 60. At least in my case, I know I am. But what the internet, and I don't like to say the general internet, but what the knife community's done for me and the ability to have a place to talk and listen to people, it's just, it's been life changing for me in a good way. I mean, again, it's helped me through dark times. I don't talk about dark times because I don't think that's very helpful. But this community and chats that I'm just literally not even chatting in. There are a lot of lives that I'll just sit in and be there, right? Driving, sharpening knives, listening to knife content. But I hear things in there that always pick me up. And I hear things sometimes that I think are petty, are kind of shitty. And I'm not going to bring up something I heard shitty because it's not positive. Nothing comes out of it. But
sorry, but you lost. I don't mean to interrupt you, Javon, but I seen Karen's comment. I'm sorry about your loss.
Oh, Karen, I'm sorry too.
Yeah, that's an awful thing to anybody to lose their loved ones. But
Karen, you're welcome here anytime in any of these lives. I've
been there and know what you're going through. Not the same situation, but to lose anybody, I don't care if it's your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, your aunt, your uncle, your kids, whoever. It's an awful thing for anybody to have to go through.
It takes part of us and takes all those memories and puts them in disarray. And the great thing that I found about the community, and I don't seek out addicts in the community because I'm not going to get cocky and think I've kind of gotten over the big hump because I know I could jump off at any time. But the comfort that I get from hearing other people tell stories when I'm not even talking about it, like Backpack B, that's one of the things that attracted me to Jared more than anything else was his willingness to talk about his past, to kind of hit it between the eyes before people came out and hit him with it. And I know there's, I think a lot of that dude, from a personal standpoint, I consider him a friend. Just like I consider Cole a friend, I consider Bees a friend. I know him well. I consider Lefty a friend, even though I don't talk to him that much right now. But sometimes insulating yourself from potential drama is a good thing. And I think sometimes stepping back, like I remember when Shane stepped back for like a month or two, I remember us having a phone conversation and he told me he just had to do it, and he's so glad he did because he came back to it, not sure that he would, but came back to it with a totally different attitude and mended some fences. And,
shit, I don't think nobody in this now community takes it as hard. And I know that Jason, I know you done said you bringing that subject up, but I don't know nobody in this community. Well, I say I don't know. I don't think nobody takes it as hard as Ed takes it of losing Jason. I don't know why, but that boy meant so much to me, and I only met him one fucking time. But it just eats me a fucking alive to this day, just about as bad as it did of losing my wife 12 years ago. It ain't been but 3 years of losing Jason.
Because he had an innate supernatural ability to connect with people on their level. He'd connect with, like, the things he talked to Stevie about, even though he talked to Stevie a lot more than me, were different things that he talked to me about. We talked about skateboarding.
everybody talked to him on the telephone. You know, I hear Stevie say and Pocket Melon and others say that they talk to him regularly and what have you. I didn't. I've only talked to him.
You didn't have to. The point is, that's my point. When you saw Jason, and that's why I say his eyes were kind of, he put everything out there through his eyes. He was just walking warm fuzzy. He was a guy that eluded kindness, humility, a love for his daughter that would make any person proud to know somebody who's that committed.
I will forget the day whenever I walked up to the table and Maddie, Stevie, and who else was that now? Damn.
Snuzz?
Was it Snuzz? Yeah, I guess it was Snuzz. I can't remember. Anyway, it was the three of them sitting at the table. Yeah, it was Snuzz. And I walked up the table and they was in the lobby and I walked up and I said, shook his hand and I reached over and shook the next person's hand and reached over and said, all of them kept just staring at me like, who the fuck are you, you know? And I said, finally I told them who I was and oh my God, every damn one of them got up and just started hugging the shit out of me. And we got to talking and what have you. And all of a sudden Jason come walking up. And they sat down in chairs right there beside us, you know, and I was just standing up talking to Stevie and Maddie and what have you. And all of a sudden, whenever they walked up, and I realized that one of them said that this is Jason Brown. And oh my God, when I turned around and I seen that fucking long ass beard, I mean, it just, I don't know. I pretty much lost it, even though I never met the dude, which I knew what Stevie and Maddie and all of them looked like, but I didn't know what Jason looked like, you know. But
I didn't know his whole face, but his eyes, I could just tell. And his soft-spoken, man of few words, all action, and just eludes love. And I think it shows in the strength and the vividness of his memory that we've kept alive, that everybody's kept alive, in their memories and their willingness to come back and share those.
I don't know if you heard this story whenever I was telling it the other night. Everybody had done left Blade, you know, Blade Show was over and everybody was going to their vehicles and what have you. And finally we disparted in the lobby, said our goodbyes and what have you, and we walked out and walked across the street and went to the second floor in the parking deck, or might have been the first floor. I don't remember. But anyway, I heard somebody, me and Eric was walking to his car and there wasn't but two fucking vehicles in that parking deck. Everybody else was fucking gone, Javon. 2 cars was in that parking deck. I heard somebody walking behind me and I turned around and looked back and it was fucking Jason and Jason.
Dude, y'all were the last ones there.
To this fucking day, man, it just, I think about that, Javon, and I'm about to start crying there because it just tears me the fuck up, dude. You just don't know how bad that shit tears me up. That was the last time I ever seen that dude.
Same here, dude. Same here. I was in the Houston airport flying back from a business trip when Shane called me. I said, I hope you're sitting down. And it didn't hit me till the service.
See, I don't think it is hitting other folks. Like I said, I'm fixing to put you in the dark, but I don't think it's hitting other folks as bad as it hits Ed. And I guess it's because of me losing my wife.
The loss, it brings up not just the emotions of losing Jason, but all the loss that you've experienced, because you realize how deep, even, and I'm sure it puts a lot of memory on losing your wife.
Ooh. You just don't know.
I don't, and I just
I won't talk about that, but there's a lot of things a person can do. But when your spouse of 29 years of marriage takes a rope and a 5-gallon bucket and walks out behind your house and hangs herself, boy, that was the awfulest motherfucking day of my life.
Yeah, I can't even fathom the horror and tragedy that puts.
As I tell people, Javon, I don't know when I get to heaven if I'm gonna punch her in the damn nose or give her a hug. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person, but I want to punch her in the fucking nose for leaving me. Why the fuck did you do that, you fucking fool? I mean, damn.
And, you know, there's never a rational answer for those of us that are still here. And that's what, I won't say that the thought in the past didn't cross my mind in a big way. And I was dealing with it, went to therapy. And the thing that I couldn't do or even get myself to rationalize is leave a daughter. Granted, that's a sad thing. I don't know if I would have ever done it, but I was definitely, this is 10 years ago. I guess I was predisposed to have some thoughts and just the guilt of what it would do to my mom, my daughter, people that you leave behind. But on the other side, I know people who have dealt with serious health issues that look at a situation that's getting ready to ruin generational wealth and, do things that are just as equally that they're equally final and tragic, but they make more sense. The ones that don't make sense that are still here think that would have passed. It's just.
See Shane's message.
Where's Shane? Oh man.
Fucking started out the new year right off the bat with some stupid motherfuckers in this world.
I tell you what, they're fucking around the wrong part of the country.
I don't know. I mean, somebody to do something like that, I don't even know what to think about. I know one thing. Last night, it started probably around 10:30 here. People shooting fireworks. I mean, it was behind my house. Then it got to be when it fucking hit 12 o'clock, it went on from 10:30 all the way till 12 o'clock. When it got 12 o'clock, these bitches around here started setting off, what do you call it, tenant night?
Oh, God, that stuff that you put in refrigerators and shoot with a gun and...
Shit, my fucking house was fucking shaking, Javon. It ain't fucking fireworks, it's tannerite they fucking setting off. These motherfuckers are out of control, buddy. I am serious. This world is getting worse and worse and worse, and they getting away with so much shit like that. And then Shane to put that message up about terrorist attack. And I'm sitting here last night with a fucking AR in my fucking hand because all this blasting around me's got me fucking paranoid as shit, Javon.
The driver was firing on officers.
What?
What it comes down to, this is a live stream of it. I don't know if you can read the ticker there. This is a show that's just a guy who reads news from different sources, and he always goes live when things happen. But the bottom line is the government's not going to save you. It's all up to communities coming together, whether it's a knife community or your local community, and having a plan for, any shenanigans that bounce up around your town. And there are more and more types of shenanigans that are bouncing up. It's not just terrorists. There's so many, I think, chess pieces being moved around. So many things that we're not told. I just think it's a good time to be aware.
I don't know, Javon. I think it's gonna be another war myself. Sorry, but that's just my thinking.
No, I don't doubt that. I think what we're seeing now is the battlefield has changed. The battlefield is not hundreds of thousands of Americans deploying. It's technical teams and drone swarms deploying. Yes, it's dangerous, it's deadly, it's horrible, but were you here earlier when I was talking about the vampire drone that they just used in Ukraine that drops the robotic dog?
Yeah, I heard you telling about it.
I mean, it's at some point somebody's got to say uncle, and Shane made a great point about funds, or Kyle did, about funds.
Yeah, you missed the giveaway, Kyle.
We're still going, buddy.
Kyle, I'm gonna call you a turd burglar.
we had to wait for Hawaii to have a new year. We hit it right on the dot.
You know, I'm just kidding.
We just been chatting since.
You talking about moon?
Nick, is that the fog? Let me tell you this also about Erica's video. She was complaining about having a head cold. She didn't know why. And I was reading her comments. And several people said, did the fog was where you were, wasn't it? And people were talking about a fog. She's up in the Northeast somewhere, but causing people to get sick. Are y'all saying that weird fog showing up places too?
That's the damnedest thing I ever heard now. I've had a lot of fog. There's been a lot of fog here for the last 2 fucking days. That's the damnedest thing.
It's weird. Well, I mean, and then today I heard about that big drone getting seen coming out of the ocean, which is pretty weird. Although I've seen small drones that you and I can buy for $400 that'll come off the bottom of a pool and fly.
The comment you was talking about way a while ago about the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew was I don't know if it was first started because of moonshine, but I do have about it's either 6 or 8 bottles of it in my refrigerator right now of the Mountain Dew. They call it Dew Shine.
And it had the little guy with the X's.
Yes, it is for mixing with moonshine is what it's for, more or less.
Yeah, Nick. A lot of them are waterproof. Even some of the little ones that you can get for $400 are waterproof. And that's what I was surprised with watching this drone stuff. These drones are not $5,000 drones. They're taking commercial drones that are $400 and they're taking a little ordnance. It could be a little hand grenade like bomb or something. And they're flying these fucking things. There'll be an armored column going down the road. And these vampire drones only see heat signatures. So you got a guy in the tank who's got his window open or his flap open or he's sticking his head out the top. It's pitch black dark. That drone flies that ordnance into that hole. And it's just it's crazy. The North Koreans are over there. Insane.
Unreal.
I think we just need to focus on fixing here, because here's kind of fucked up too.
It ain't kind of, it is.
Big time.
Where did that happen? Did Shane say where that happened at?
It's Bourbon Street, dude. Here, I'll pull it back up. I've got the live on right here. It's in New Orleans. It's the big tourist spot in New Orleans where
my brain, now since you said it, I don't know.
It's where all the restaurants and bars are. It's probably everybody down there gathering for New Year's Eve.
My brain don't function sometimes, Javon.
They found an improvised explosive, but it did not go off. Press conference will be 11 a.m. tomorrow. 10 people are dead and 35 injured. 10 dead, 35 injured after a truck hits a crowd on Bourbon Street. And the truck was firing when it pulled up at police officers. So hopefully that threat was neutralized. But yeah, I mean, it's almost every other day there's a mass this or a mass that. And it's
gotten worse. Gonna get worse.
That's true. That's true. But I think the point is that missile that they dropped down your chimney costs a lot more than $400 plus the little bomb.
I ain't got no chimney.
They can put it through your roof.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I was just figure of speech.
I've got to scan that picture. I found it at my mom's today. Of y'all make fun of my moon landing granddad, but I got a picture of him and Dr. Von Braun, probably, I don't know, 40 what, but they're leaning against the V1 rocket over in Germany, getting ready to send that bitch to England. Yeah, Mimo, the mini Mimo was shown earlier.
My fucking phone is blowed up with shit on it.
Yeah, J-Dams will make a chimney in your roof and in your basement.
Oh, that's right.
I'll tell you what was wild. That closed caption footage of those intercontinental ballistic missiles they think that were fired. Did you see that video?
No.
Well,
no, I did.
Yeah, it was just, I think it was 6 explosions, but they came out of the cloud so fast that all the experts say that those were intercontinental ballistic missiles launched from Russia, which is a waste of ordnance because I don't think Russia can replenish their arms. I don't think they have the. That was a long piss, Kyle.
Shit,
Yeah, we're just New Year's Evening it up. We're about to wrap it here in just a few.
Kyle them down eat breakfast already by now.
It's 7 o'clock. It's breakfast time. I'll tell you what I'm going to do when the stream's over, and I bet they're not open.
Might be 7 o'clock on your time. It is 8 o'clock on my time.
That's true. You're an hour later. Oh, Happy New Year's, my daughter.
My sister sent me one last night, and I didn't ever reply back to it. Hell, it was already 12 o'clock, something like that. Whenever I seen it. Still never replied back to her. I'll hit her back today.
You hit her back. I'm just dropping a link real quick to my daughter in case she's up. In case they did a bunch of.
I did a good deed yesterday. I went to town. I know it wasn't yesterday, day before yesterday. I done a good deed. Paid some of my respects, I guess you could say. I went by and seen my grandmother and granddad that I hadn't been to their grave site in probably, I don't know, probably 30 years. And I always wondered how, I never knew my grandparents on my mom's side. And whenever I went out there and I got to looking at the dates they was born and what have you, and the day that they died, I got to looking at that and thinking about whenever I was born. My grandmother died a year after I was born, and I've only seen a picture of her holding me whenever I was a baby. And I remember, I can vaguely remember going to the hospital, and my granddaddy was in one of them old high back wheelchairs, the wooden ones, you know, had the high back. And he only lived, I was 8 years old when he died. So I barely got to know my granddad and my grandma. I didn't know my grandmom at all, and barely got to know my granddad before they died. That was on my mom's side. But my dad's mom and dad, shit, they live right behind me, and I knew them real well.
Only one I didn't get to meet my dad's dad, but I met my other 3 grandparents. Now I was thinking about not Taco Bell. Taco Bell, I want to go for lunch. I want to try their chicken nuggets with some of those sauces, but I want to go to Hardee's this morning if they're open. It says they are. It's New Year's Day, but I want to get 2 large hash browns, biscuit gravy, and a ham biscuit. That's my combo. I rock with that.
A lot of places ain't gonna be open. You lucky to find one open.
No, I doubt it is. Let's do this. Let's call it.
A lot of places ain't open on New Year's Day, because I can tell you, I've been sitting here ever since me and you've been talking for the last 30 minutes in this kitchen
Ain't seen a car move.
I ain't even seen a damn vehicle go by, and this road's like freaking 285 out in front of my house.
Well, this same Hardee's closed at noon on Christmas Eve. I don't think they're open either.
I don't think they're gonna be open either. Most places like that's closed, you want.
Yeah, Christmas Day. I mean, the only places open are drugstores and gas stations.
Yep. If you can find any of them, some of them's not even open.
That's a fact, Jack. That is a fact.
There's a damn mom and pop gas station, they ain't gonna be fucking open.
No, my little gas station, the Sunoco that I always go to is this guy. Well, the guy that owns it is Indian. His name is Dan. A really nice guy.
It's not a mom and pop, you know, it's a corporate gas
right.
station.
Right, exactly. But a lot of them will stay open just so they can, you know, because they want to get the business.
only cars that I seen go by my house, and I live on a damn busy ass road in front of my house. Only cars I seen was at 3 o'clock this fucking morning before I got on the live with you. And I thought, what the hell? And then I got thinking, hell, these people are leaving. They've been partying at somebody's
They're drunk.
house.
I went
Yeah,
down to the Sunoco.
That's what the first thing that went to my head. I said, yeah, they've been partying. They probably drunk driving too.
Man,
Ooh.
I've had some screamer New Year's Eve parties. I went to Oakland, California in '89 and was out there for 5 days for 5 Grateful Dead shows, 6 days, which was crazy. And then we used to always go see a band when we were in college that was playing Atlanta, Widespread Panic. And that was just a rager. I mean, we do all-nighters. Just absolutely all-nighters. We'd wake up on the roof.
Monday,
yeah, that's true, Josh. That's true. I don't think they do that as much here, but there are a lot of them open because they know there are people driving.
Monday, I went to town to run a few errands, post office, and went out to the store, and it was out on 78 going towards Athens. And right before I got to the store, there was a state patrol sitting in the media. I pulled in the gas station. It wasn't, I don't know, half a mile from where that state patrol was sitting. I pulled in, and the girl that worked there, she does the cooking for breakfast and lunch there. And it was right after lunch, and she was just had got in the vehicle. She was going to leave, and I walked up to her vehicle and was talking to her. Here come that fucking state patrol pulling in. He done pulled the car over. I went inside and got what I was going to get, come back out. Before I could even open the damn door to walk back out of the store, that fucking state patrol was pulling another one in the same damn parking lot. And I thought, what the fuck? I turned around and walked back in that store. I hadn't even went out the door. And I said, y'all better slow down. I said, the cops is bad out here. I let everybody know they better slow their asses down.
Kyle, we only rolled into Oakland for the show, and I had no carnal knowledge while I was there. We stayed at the Golden Bear, a little hotel in Berkeley, and then we'd hang out in San Francisco. And we were dosed the whole time we were there. It was fear and loathing in Oakland, San Francisco, Berkeley area. I remember sitting at the Berkeley Bowl about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was no band playing. We were just sitting there.
Tell him, Paul. You get Kyle all up this morning.
That's funny.
I like to watch Kyle and Patina go back and forth in the fucking chat. I'm just sitting here laughing my ass off at them two.
It's not just, I like it. I like when Kyle goes and gets under Donnie's skin.
Kyle and them Patina get into it going back and forth, and Palmer used to get in there, but I don't know. Palmer's done mellowed out for some reason. He don't want to. I don't know if he's
probably got a girlfriend.
I don't know. He's just not. I don't know. He attends, but he's just not saying a lot.
That testosterone. He's not.
I don't know. I used to fucking go at it. I mean, I was sitting here laughing at all three of them. Oh Lord!
I learned something.
All that shit, I have no idea. I can't come up with all the shit that they come up with and sit there and say that shit. Kyle got a hell of a memory, is all I can say, to come up with all these jokes and lines, and which Patina too. And it ain't Patina, it's Tina, because he calls him Tina. Oh Lord!
So these little knives that I ordered from White Mountain Knives that I showed you guys, these little fixed blades. I was looking around. I always get stuff from White Mountain Knives. These right here at Blade HQ are $149.
Yeah, I know he lost some friends.
At White Mountain, they're $189. So my thought is you get a better deal even without the discount at Blade HQ, and I hate Blade HQ. $185. versus 149.
You buy from Smoky Mountain.
I do some, but I don't much anymore. I think it was my fault, but I think I had them as an affiliate link on my link tree. And I think that's what got it nuked, because I think Metal Complex never said this, but when his channel got demonetized for a short while about 3 years ago, it was because one of his links in his links that were on his page led to a place that had weapons parts. And the only place I can think of is Smoky Mountain Knife Works, because I used to buy all my range ammo from Smoky Mountain Knives. I'd order from there every other week.
I bought from them some, but I ain't bought from them in probably a year. Been close to a year now, I guess.
Probably been close to a year, but I would get $120 worth of ammo every 2 weeks. So I picked up my 22.
Sportsman's Guy's cheaper on ammo than they are.
Who is?
Sportsman's Guide.
Guide? Like I'm your guide?
Sportsman's Guide. They're cheaper on ammo than damn White Mountain is.
Well, not White Mountain, Smoky Mountain's where I get it.
Smoky Mountain. I'm sorry.
And would you call them one more time?
Sportsman's Guide.
Sportsman's
Guide.
Yep, guide. I think we used to get that catalog when I was a kid. Did they used to have a catalog?
Yeah. They've been around for many years.
Yeah. That's where I think I used to get some dove hunting vests from there.
You can buy a book and 500 rounds, and it's a lot fucking cheaper to buy ammo from them than it is Smoky Mountain. But I had some turkey shells that I could not find nowhere there at one time, because I usually try to shoot the same turkey shots. And finally, I found them at Smoky Mountain. Whenever I did, I think I ordered 4 or 5 damn boxes of them because I couldn't find them nowhere else, you know. But Sportsman Guide is cheaper.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking right now. Because I don't like buying
The more you buy, Vaughn, the more you buy, the cheaper they are too. If you buy 500 rounds, bulk, it's a lot cheaper.
Do you have to pay to be a member?
You don't have to, but you're going to save money if you can become a member.
And you're a member, I guess, right?
I'm not no more. You get the members discount, but the membership, they went up. It used to be, I want to say $20 or 20, might have been 29. I can't remember. It seemed like they went up on it again, Javon. I can't remember what it is now.
It is, let's see how much it is. 3-month club intro membership has been added to your cart. I don't want it added to my cart. I want to see how much it costs. I guess I can click on my cart. I'll click on my cart. $14.99 is the trial.
Yeah,
and then it's probably $14 a month. So I would have to buy, huh?
How much more than that a month? It's like $29, I believe, for a month, ain't it?
Well, the intro is $14.99 for 3 months. That's just an intro deal, though. So if you go to manage membership,
I want to say it's $29 for a year or something like that. Used to be. They went up on it. Used to not be, but like $14, $19 or something. They went up.
Huh. Why does it say that? 5% off all guns and ammo. 10% off today. Only thing I put in my cart was a 3-month $14, but I'm sure there's more to it than that. Get what you want today and use ForPay. Stack your savings.
They have specials, on daily specials that they put on there now. So that may be what it is,
Okay, here we go. Sportsman's Buyers Club. $59.99.
Yeah, that's for a fucking year too, ain't it?
Yeah. That is for payback and Sezzle. You can Sezzle it monthly. That is Annual fee, yes, that's a year.
Yep, and it used to be $29. That's what I'm saying. They went up. I couldn't remember what they went up to. It used to be $29 for a year, but it depends on how much stuff you buy from them.
How much you shoot, right? It could pay for itself.
If you look at their prices, if you look at it without your club membership, you're gonna pay a lot. Depending on what you buy and how much you buy, there's a lot of difference between the two prices. You know,
a great example is when I lost my job, I lost my insurance, so I have to get medication.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I get medication every month, and I used to go to Walgreens when I had medication, or when I had insurance, but then it went way up. So I did some checking around and found out that Costco was a lot less expensive. So I had my prescriptions transferred to Costco, but never got the membership. I just would go out there. I'd get the little guest pass. I'd go back to the pharmacy, save my money. Well, I finally said, I'm going to try this out. And I got a membership for a year because my mom can use it too. And I went in there yesterday because I had to get my medicine. And my meds are normally $137.
Have you tried GoodRx?
Yes, that's how I found out about Costco.
Okay, because
I was using GoodRx, and then I found out from Costco that I really ought to look into she couldn't tell me what it would be, but I really should look into a Costco membership because I would probably save a lot of money. So what I did is I went ahead and got one. It was like $50. But like I said, my mom can use it. And it went from $137 to like $72, which to me, I have to get them every month. That membership will pay for itself in what, 3 months?
Right.
So, you know, it's they're semi-automatic. Damn it.
I went to pick up one of my prescriptions about 3 weeks ago, and I had talked to they done my telecall, and I didn't have to go to the doctor's office. They've been doing telecalls ever since COVID. But anyway,
yeah, I did that one the last time too.
Not pain management. Now I have to go to pain management. This is my psychiatrist I have to go to. But
yeah, my psychiatrist is the one that lets me telemed.
But anyway, I was on the telephone and she asked me, did I need refills? And I said, yes, ma'am. I said, but you didn't call in one of my prescriptions last month. I said, I don't know why. She said, well, I'll make sure I call both of them in. I said, okay. And I said, is that for 90 days? And she said, yeah. And I said, yeah, that's probably my most expensive prescription that I have to get. And she said, have you tried? Well, I'm on Medicare and I have Humana. And she said, have you tried GoodRx? And I said, I didn't think you could do that. And she said, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
And she come back and she said, this was the damn doctor. And she said, yes, you can too. So whenever I went up there to the pharmacy, she said, it'll be $39. And I said, my doctor told me that for y'all to run it and see if I can get it through GoodRx. She run it and guess how much it was?
How much?
$19.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I first lost my insurance, I got GoodRx, signed up for it. And it was my psychiatrist because one of my Abilify or one of my antidepressants was really, really expensive. And so what she did is she wrote me a higher dose that I break in half because that made it cheaper. But then she said, you need to try GoodRx. And I did. And it saved me money because I went to Costco from Walgreens and used GoodRx. So I had a considerable savings. But then he was like, you really ought to look into the Costco card if you're getting these every month, because I started to know the pharmacist. And so when I did, dude, it made a huge difference. So I could probably stack them and use the GoodRx and the Costco discount. But I just quit paying for the GoodRx.
What is he asking me? Do I ever run what?
Who?
Right? Nick Martino was asking me, what? Do you ever run what?
Do you ever run cranes? Crawler cranes?
What the hell are you talking about?
Like heavy equipment. Do you drive heavy equipment?
That motherfucker rolls or crawls. I run any motherfucking thing.
That's a yes, Nick.
I've never run one, but I can fucking drive any fucking thing. I don't give a fuck what it is. But anyway, I didn't tell you what your prescription
YouTube is so misguided on what they police. It is.
I didn't tell you prescription cost before I got the discount. It was $38, almost $39, and then whenever I said good RX and she run it come back $19. So that's half the fucking price.
Yeah.
And if I hadn't have said nothing, and I told the lady, and she said it's $19, and finally they filled it, and I went around and I said, I wish that I'd have been doing this months and months ago. And I said, I didn't know that I could do that until the doctor told me that. I said, I thought that you couldn't use another insurance like that. And
that's a private one. It's what is it, $9.99 a month? I think it's $9.99 a month is what I was paying for it. The good RX.
That's unreal though. The doctors and the pharmacists don't tell you that shit unless you ask. You know.
You read what Kyle said?
I didn't see it. I'm on Humana and I get Medicare. What do you say? Head of the head operates a crane.
To pick up the call after quarters.
I know that. Like I said, I don't know where Kyle and Patina
and Edgy and his the greatest story of his life is one that's burned into my memory, and shame, embarrassment, and freaking jubilation.
And Scott Ian, hell, that motherfucker, he's just like Kyle. They can come up with some of the shit that. Where they come up with all this shit at? My brain don't work like y'all.
And dude, you get around those tables at Blade Show and you've got 15 or 16 tired dudes sitting around. I mean, the shit starts flying.
Yeah, got that right. Stay at the Airbnb with one of them. With about 10 of us in the Airbnb, and you'll see some shit flying, hear some shit flying.
Oh, I bet. Well, I stayed with the year before last. I stayed with Dopey, Vince, Grateful Panic, and Ethan Ruins.
Well, I had Grumpy Grunt, Iggy, Shane, G-Ball, and his wife.
I wish I'd met them.
Vince and John. It was fucking hilarious. And then Stevie and Snuzz and all them came over one night, and then the next night we went over to their Airbnb. So it was a fucking...
Those are the best times. I mean, the blade, looking at the knives is cool. Buying a few knives is cool, but bonding with people is.
I enjoyed that more than I did Blade Show.
Absolutely. Every time, without a doubt.
Shit.
Without a doubt.
Right. I didn't get drunk, but one night but I got tipsy enough to pour liquor all over my leg.
Hey, better than pissing. I used to get so drunk, I just pissed down my leg.
Oh, I ain't never been that damn drunk, man. Oh, Lordy.
I was a fun drunk, according to other people that remember.
Oh, I ain't never been drunk one time in my life. You didn't know that?
No, I'm good for you. Dude, that shit.
One time in my life, and I puked all the way from Atlanta all the way back to Monroe. Hell, they kept having to pull up on the side of the road, boy. Whew.
Scared you straight?
I never will do that again, son. I was drinking. I'd say within 3 to 4 months after me and my wife got married, I was working at the cabinet shop, and right next door we was working out. And old Johnny Harper, name a guy, he had like a little building there, and we all had weights in it, and we'd all work out after we got off work. And they knew that I hadn't never got to go on a, guys' night out or anything before I got married. So,
oh no,
Randy and Johnny wanted to carry me to a damn strip bar, and he said, "You ever been to a bar before, a strip joint?" And I said, "Hell no, I had never been. That wasn't a fucking lie. I'd never been to one." I went up there and I had $70 or $77 in my pocket whenever I left. All the money I had.
Had being the word.
Fuck. Fucking one bar. Hell, we got drunk. Hell, I probably drank 3 or 4 damn vodka orange juice screwdriver. Went across the fucking 4-lane highway to another bar. And they was fucking hotter women over there, son. The dollar started flying over there, buddy.
Oh
we
man.
crossed that motherfucking highway to go back to the vehicle because it was parked at the other bar across the
So
fucking
y'all
street.
pedestrian, you jaywalked it?
We fucking walking across the street, Javon. I don't even remember walking across that street. All I remember is we had to cross that street. But hell, I was so fucking drunk, son, I couldn't even fucking walk straight. We got in that damn El Camino and we was coming home and I was sitting in the middle and I told Randy, I said, man, you're going to have to pull over. And hell, they pull over and Johnny, he was on the passenger side. He get out and hell, I just leaned over on the seat and that motherfucker grabbed the back of the hair in my head and hold my head up so I didn't puke inside the vehicle. I was fucking drunker than dogs, son.
That's a horrible feeling, man. I've been there, done that. They used to call me Sprinkler. They used to call me Sprinkler Head.
When I got home, they took me home first, and when I got to my house, they let me out, and they made sure they sat there in the vehicle, and they made sure that I got in the damn house, and I got in the damn, opened that damn door up, Javon. I run into every fucking doorway in that motherfucking house, went straight to the bathroom, hugged the fucking toilet.
Wake up in the bathroom like 3 hours later?
Poor Lisa had to help me get up off the fucking bathroom floor and put my ass to fucking bed, more or less. And I said, there will never be another day like this again. Oh,
hey,
my God.
That was a gift. I mean, to be honest with you, something that is such a deterrent. Brown sugar, Happy New Year.
I ain't never going to do that again. Vodka and orange juice. That was awful shit. Woo.
Too late, Kyle. I'm fully engorged. Like a tick on the back of Ed's hog.
Oh, Lord. Did you see that last comment, Jawan?
I got it. Which one?
Not the last comment, Kyle said.
Oh, yeah. I did see Kyle's. I think he's too late. Door bumping gets me every time.
We ain't gonna never let you go with that, Javon. We're gonna ride you to the end with that one.
I wouldn't have shared if I expected any less. There are only certain people that know that story. Robert C. and you guys.
Was you drunk? Is all I got to say. Was you
no,
drunk?
No, dude. I was in 8th grade or 7th grade. I was a kid. I was playing with G.I. Joes and finding out what boners did when you aggravated them. See,
I thought you might have been drunk. I never heard the whole story about it.
No, dude. It was it started out because I used to put up the ropes at the elementary school that the kids would climb out on the
that story, but I thought about the doorknob is what I'm talking about.
The doorknob was hanging on the top of the door. And you would just climb the door, but you wouldn't be going anywhere. It doesn't make sense unless you're 8-year-old on your horny.
I got you. I thought it was two different stories or something because I thought the door knob.
Oh, even the therapist hasn't unlocked or peeled back the layers to the door sessions.
Kyle ain't gonna never let
Talk
you
about
live
aggravated assault. Ed said those gentlemen's clubs. I used to have a problem because I worked with a guy for 11 years in the cabinet business. We went out and sold them all, and we'd go to the Kitchen and Bath show in Chicago every year. We traveled a lot, and he liked gentlemen's clubs. And we went to this place on our way to Madison, Wisconsin, and it was in Columbus. And we stopped in there, and we were drinking heavy. And he was big into lap dancing, and he was the one that would pay for everything. So he got me a lap dance, and this chick gave me a lap dance. Guys, I got done. I was like, holy shit. Then she started giving Jimmy a lap dance. I said, I gotta go to the bathroom. And I go to the bathroom to pee. I unzip my pants, and about half my pubic hair falls out. That chick had rubbed me raw. She had epilated me. I mean, it was just like it fell out. I was just like, oh my God, I've been rubbed raw.
Javon, there's a lady in the chat.
I know. I just share with I have no secrets. If I'm gonna share, I'm gonna share with all. It's cautionary tale, you know.
Oh Lord.
But yeah, I learned very early. I was in Boulder, Colorado, 1992, and we would go over to Denver Because I was in the car business. This was my first job besides being a musician. And I was making, at the time for me, good money. And we would go to Denver, which was a 30-minute drive. And we went to this really nice club. And there they get to know you, right? So for the first like 2 or 3 trips, I was thinking that I was making a connection with this certain person. And then I realized I had just an epiphany because I was a salesperson. I was like, she's working me just like I'm a prospect. You know, she's working me like everybody else. And so I thought she would appreciate me sharing that with her, that, you know, I know you're just working me and I appreciate your skill set because you've done it. You know, you're a closer. Oh, she was pissed. She wanted to take offense to that. Like I'd somehow insulted her and gave me this complex. And I haven't been back since. I'm done with that. Again, just leads to aggravation. It was like paying a therapist to get yelled at.
So that back to what you was talking about a while ago. I don't know whether I'm a happy drunk or a fighting drunk. I couldn't tell you. I was so drunk. Hell, I don't remember.
You were a dependent drunk. I've been that one too. I've been the one where if it hadn't been for good friends or people that just didn't want to be on a police report, took care of me.
Oh Lordy. I like to
That's
have
true,
a few
Kyle.
I like to have a few drinks every now and then, but I don't get drunk. About 4 shots of tequila, and I'm good to go. I don't want no more. I know when to stop.
All right, Paul. I love you, brother. Have a good day, man. I'll talk to you later in the day. I'm gonna sleep here shortly. Probably not, but I'm gonna try to. What am I gonna say? What were we talking about?
Later, Paul.
Broken girls. I'm thinking.
Strap the camera down.
That's so funny.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, if I could have ever stopped, like for me, at my weight, my third Crown and Coke, because I drink them quick, or Crown and water or whatever I was drinking, I would feel great. But I wouldn't stop there, right? I'd always have a round coming. And so I'd get 2 drinks in before the first one would start hitting me. So it didn't take me long, even though I had a high tolerance. I mean, I just wouldn't stop. I didn't ever have that governor to say, wait a minute, you're perfect. You're at 3 drinks. And I felt perfect at 3 drinks. And what I should have done is get a big glass of water, drink myself kind of down to that 2 drink level, then drink another drink. But I just turned it up to, let's do it.
Kyle, he got no sense.
Let's do that shit.
I was always a designated driver because I wasn't a big drinker.
That's a good service too. I mean, it's good to be a designated driver. I was a driver, but I was not designated.
I'd rather be a designated driver and watch 7 or 8 people, you know, kill somebody else or
absolutely
wind up with DUIs that they fight for the rest of their fucking life with on their record, you know.
Absolutely.
It's just absolutely bullshit. There's no reason to put other people's life in jeopardy, you know, and
it's just very selfish. And today with Ubers, that's one thing good about, like my daughter who texted me, who I just now texted back, but they went out to a buddy's house and they all Ubered, you know. So yeah, there are other people on the road you got to worry about, but
that's the thing right there.
What was that?
I said, that's the best thing, Uber.
Yeah.
You ain't putting nobody's life in jeopardy and you didn't get no DUI, so.
And what we always did when we went to Chicago and went to these shows, it was cheaper because we always have to take people to dinner and stuff. We just rent a limo. So we'd have a limo, we'd ride tall, drink in the limo, drink afterwards, go to the limo would be parked in the fucking titty bar. And we would all, I mean, it was just debauchery. I mean, harmless, but just such a waste. Time, effort, money.
I was going to say money, most definitely.
Well, and I always, you know, I've always been more of a romantic. So I don't want to see, like Kyle says, traumatized people, but more than that, it's kind of like, okay, my whole thing is I love swimming with, this is an analogy. I love swimming with dolphins. What do you like to do best? I want to swim with dolphins. Okay. Guess what we're going to do? What? We're going to take you to SeaWorld and we're going to let you watch the dolphins swim. But no, I like swimming with dolphins. No, you can't swim with the dolphins. There's glass between you and the dolphins. You're going to watch the dolphins swim. No, I didn't want to watch dolphins. You asked me what I like to do, and I said I like to swim with dolphins. So for me, the whole thing is kind of skewed towards the house. And I saw it for a very effective grift. Now they work for the money. But I'll lock into somebody. I want to save too many people. I've gotten in worse relationships trying to save people. That's how I got Tippy.
Wish I could have saved my brother, Javon.
I know, dude. You know,
my brother wouldn't listen to nobody. My brother wouldn't listen to nobody. Doctor told him, he went to the doctor and told him to quit drinking beer. Yeah, he quit drinking beer and went drinking fucking liquor.
And I'll tell you, Ed, I think you and I have talked about this. Nobody would have ever been able to stop me if I did not have shit happen in my life that made me decide to stop. No, and everybody tried. And that's one of the things my ex resents more than anything is that I got sober after we went our separate ways. And it was just, I wasn't ready. You know, I wouldn't listen. An addict, alcoholic, someone that's struggling, medicating, they're not listening to anybody. They can't. They're not really in the right mindset. I'm a big believer that a lot more victims than just the addict. I mean, anybody that lives with an addict's a hostage. I'm gonna let the cat out. Hold on one sec.
Hope Cheeto ain't out there. He's fixing to have a fight. Kyle, you a trip. Oh, Lord. Nick, that's one of my favorites. Tomato soup and grilled cheese. Love it.
Hey, Ed.
Hey. I said, I hope the Cheeto ain't out there.
Have you ever had any Finch knives?
Nope.
I used to collect these back when Lefty was kind of promoting them. And I've given a lot away, but I've kept a bunch. I'm going to do a video on them because ever since Jack Wolf came out with the locking traditionals, this is the first one they came out with, the Doc Holliday. It looks very traditional. Yep. Made by QSP, I think. But these are just 3 of them. This is their harvester.
Damn JB, he got every damn one of them, I think.
Yep. And I was hoping that he did not have, I've got a DLT exclusive, a Lucky 7, and I was hoping that he did not have that one, but he did because I was going to give it to him. This one has a nail nick.
Yeah.
And you can flick that bitch. It's a flipper tab, but
there's a few of them that I like. I ain't gonna say I like them all, but there's a few of them I like in the collection.
It was one of those things that I started collecting them. Then I kind of, you know, they were at the time they were like $125. They've gone up now, 145 to 175.
Some of them slip joints.
Huh?
Ain't some of them slip joints when they first started?
I think all the Finches are locking, but they all look like slip joints, or they all come from a pattern that's allegedly based on a slip joint. Tippy is just, cats don't make any sense, man.
I think it was 2023 at Blade Show. Could have been 2022. Hell, like my years are all fucked up. Anyway, I remember we was in the pit and JB We were standing there talking.
2022. JB wasn't there in 2023.
Anyway, he walked off and he said, I'll be back. He said, I'm going to talk to her. He went up out of the pit up on the next level right there. It was still in the pit, but it was up out of the hole, more or less.
Yeah, up the escalator.
He talked forever and ever and ever. And I wondered who the fuck he was talking to. And finally, he come back down there, and it was the guy that does the finches. What's his name?
I forget his name. It's not Eric, but Spencer. Is it Spencer?
Spencer. I think that's it.
I think it's Spencer.
I think it's Spencer. But he talked to him for fucking ever. And hell, that's who he was talking to. And ever since then, JB got into fucking. He started reviewing them, and next thing you know, his collection got every one of them. He had all of them but one, and I think it was last year we all pitched in on one of his lives because he was missing one, and we all pitched in so we started super chatting so he could buy the one he was missing, more or less.
So he could pick it up. Yeah, the glow badge is the best part. And what's cool about it, it's not really, I guess, the other guy besides, what's his name, came from the watch industry. Yeah. So some of the old Runtleys, all of mine have the looms. So if you look, see how that's glowing?
Yeah. Yeah. They make some nice. I like the ones that's abalone and the white ones.
Yeah.
That's the ones that are really attractive to me.
They're well-made knives, and I think they said QSP makes them. And it's ironic, but one of my favorite early knives, probably one of the first 5 knives I bought, was a QSP Penguin, and they've come so far. Just a Penguin.
I hope one day I'll own one of Donnie's knives, but I don't know when it's gonna be.
I've got to get back to work just so I can get back in the buying. That's my main drive for 2025.
I told Stevie Monday whenever we was on the telephone, I said, I need to get myself under control. He said, how's that? And I said, I need to quit buying damn knives. He said, yeah. I said, but don't say it. I said, because it's going to go in one ear and out the damn other one.
That's a fact, Jack. Well, I mean, it's hard because even I look at stuff, I might be getting it at Amazon instead of DLT, but I'm still looking for those knives. Donnie Bliss.
There he is. I'm going to have one of these knives. He in here?
I don't know if he's in here, but I think maybe Nick was just questioning if you were.
I got to get one of Donnie Bliss's knives.
Yeah, I mean, I think a handmade knife is something else. I think he does them well.
You out, Gart? Garrett? I call him Gart. I don't know why I keep calling him Gart.
Gareth.
I know, and I keep calling him Gart.
Take care, Gareth. Have a great day, buddy. You be safe, too. Stay safe. Celebrate. Have a great 2025, and I will see you soon. We're about to get out of here. I think Ed and I are fading.
I could have got it down.
Congratulations. That is exciting. Hopefully you were in there live. They have the best lives. And they support the channel in a big way. They've been letting me try out these agents that I just really, really love because they're small, thin knives. They're great EDC knives, but didn't you get did you win the Guardian? I saw the one they were giving away. I did not make their live because I fell asleep. But congratulations. I think you'll really like it. I'm a big fan. I can't believe my buddy. I'm going to have to reach out to Jack Billings and say, hey, man, I didn't know my knives weren't heat treated. Not that it really matters because I don't cut much with them.
I've been trying to support the local people, Shane. And I got another one coming from Keith. I'm just trying to help small companies, which some of them are not just small companies. Like Adam, hell, I bought one of his knives for the last 2 years now. And
well, and you've also been in the community long enough to know that you're getting more value in terms of what you're getting.
But $600 for that I bought at Blade Show from Adam Alpha Tango Lima, that is not no cheap knife, and they won't be a lot of them purchased every damn year at that kind of price. But Donnie
Nick, I'm pulling that up.
I think it was $900 at Blade Show. What Donnie had his price on his for, and he had 3 to 4. I think it was 4 of them on the table, and I could have bought one of them, but they just wasn't. Now one of them really speaking to me, calling my name, you know.
And it's got to speak to you to spend that kind of money. I think that's the one I saw that they were giving away. Is that it, Nick? That's an awesome deep Tanto.
That looks like a bird beak on the ass end.
Well, but what's the beauty of that, Ed, is from the front of the scales back, they're all identical.
You don't slip off of it.
Nope, you got a pommel back there. You got a little tent stake driver attitude adjuster.
Yep.
And you've got this really sharp jimping. So your hand just locks in. You've got choil and that, if I can get it on screen.
I wanted a TKL at Blade Show, but I didn't buy one.
I couldn't get up. I wanted to say hi to them because I've talked to them.
Get up there to the booth. It was worse than Spyderco this year. 2 years ago, Spyderco, you couldn't get up to their damn booth, and this year TKL was the damn same way as Spyderco was the year before.
I was glad to see, and they were in kind of they were in a good spot for them, but they were in a bad spot for people wanting to get to them because they were like one down past the corner. So people would gather down there, and it was just like, God. Guns, it's a natural progression. I go through it, dude. And the great thing is, I just deal with a lot of the stuff that I've got. And I'll get confused. I'll get overwhelmed. I wonder what I'm doing. And then I just say, I'm thinking about it too much. I'm putting too much.
Gons is into pee-poos too, so he's kind of like me. You know,
Well, they're hungry. I mean, they get hungry and they're expensive to feed. That's why I picked up my 355 because 22s were cheaper.
I like to pick up both of them things. I like my knives, but I like them other things too now.
Oh, yeah. I think there's nothing more cathartic than when I was probably about 10 minutes from my range when I was working at Spectrum. And at lunch, that's where I'd go. I'd go down there and spend an hour, put holes in paper, and be done. Be shady. Happy New Year, gentlemen. 1931 Leatherworks, what's up? Happy New Year, buddy. We're just here wishing people a happy New Year and a fantastic day. And we're getting ready to.
You see what lays in the bed with me every night?
I do. I do. I've got one right to my right, and I got one in my bedside table. Hoping I'm never needing them, but they're there.
On the kitchen, there's nothing on the kitchen table, and there's one in every damn room in the house. Put it that way.
Yeah, well, you want them in. It's always better to have them in reach and not need them than to need them and not have them in reach.
You don't never know when somebody gonna pop in. You know, I mean, you liable to be in the bathroom or in another bedroom. You know,
that's a fact, Jack. And I don't want to. I don't want to. That's why I like states that they have to think: is this the one that's going to be carrying?
I don't think I told you. Did I tell you I had a shotgun pulled on me about 2 months ago?
No.
Yeah. This is a pretty long story. It started over a year ago with a guy that lives at the end of it's a dead end road beside my house called Harrison Road. And it's a dead end road. It was named after my parents and my grandparents, but it's a dead end road, and the guy lives at the end. Him and his wife live there with his son he built a house on his property right before you get to the end on the right-hand side. And I went over, I guess it's probably close to a year ago, right at it. And I was on my four-wheeler, and I went to the house, and his son was out in the yard, and we walked up and we was talking, and I said, "Where's your daddy?" And he said, "He's right over there, and he's pruning up some stuff." And I said, "Well, I'll just go holler at him." Well, finally he pulled around the house, and he was on one of these John Deere gators, and he had all his pruning stuff on it. He was pruning up some trees in the yard, and we stood there and talked. I got off my four-wheeler and walked over there, and we were standing there talking and what have you. And I said, I don't know how, we stood there and talked for a little bit, and I said, "I can't believe it, old Steve cut all them trees and shrubs down at the end of his, right there on the right-hand side of his driveway," and it was, on the road going over, down the main road over there. I said, "I can't believe he cut all that stuff down." I said, "So everybody can ride by and look at his house." And he said, Jimmy popped up, and he's drunk, I probably should have said this right off the bat. He's drunk. He stays fucking drunk. He said, "Well, I guess he wanted to see my wife fly up and down the road." When he said that, first thing out of my mouth was, and I said, "Well, since she said that," I said, "she does fly up and down the road." I said, he just kind of looked at me, and I said, "Yeah." I said, "Hell, sometimes when she turns the corner before she gets to the damn second house," I said, "hell, she's running 60 miles an hour." I said, "The speed limit's 25. And he told Brooke, he said, his son, he said, "Go in there, go get your mama. Tell Jessica to come out here. And you tell her." I said, "I ain't telling your motherfucking wife nothing." And he said, "That's my wife." And I said, "Pardon me." I said, "But it was just a figure of speech, Jimmy." I said, "I wasn't calling your wife a motherfucker or whatever you want to say, because that's what he said back, And I said, "It was just a figure of speech." Well, I go back up to the four-wheeler, and we done got talking about other stuff, and I went back and got on my four-wheeler. Well, he started on that shit again. And I was sitting there on my four-wheeler, and I said, "Jimmy, you blowing this shit all out of proportion, dude." I said, "Just let it go." Well,
it's that alcohol.
You can't talk to a motherfucking drunk. So finally he told Brooke, he said, "Go get your mama." I didn't say nothing this time. So Brooke goes in the house. Jessica came out there. And he said, as soon as she walked out, he said, "Tell her what you said." And I said, "Jessica," I said, "this all started by me saying that I don't know why Steve Welch cut all them bushes down at the end of his driveway." I said, "I just didn't understand it, why he would want to look at every car going up and down the road. Why didn't he want to leave them hedges up so he'd have some privacy to his property?" And I said, and Jim said that I guess he wanted to see my wife flying up and down the road. And I said, "Well, since he said that, I agreed." I said, "You do fly up and down the road." Blah, blah, blah. And I said, that was what was said. I said, "But y'all blowing this shit all out of proportion." Well, about that time, Jimmy, he gets rowdy, and he says, "Well, you sitting there on that four-wheeler with a pistol behind your back. How would you like me to go in the house and get my damn gun?" I said, "Jimmy, this pistol, I carry a gun everywhere I go." I said, "This pistol has nothing to do with the conversation me and you are talking about." Well, finally, I said, "Look, you want me to leave?" Well, he never told me to leave, and she didn't either. So finally, I just said, "Look, y'all, I'm sorry if y'all took it the wrong way, anything was said." I said, "I'm going to the house." So I left. This has been over a year ago. I've talked to him a couple of times since then, Javon. 2 or 3 times out here in the road beside my house. One day he stopped out there, and we stood there and talked for a fucking hour. Nobody's mad at each other. We ain't talked about it no more, about that shit. So I let it go, and he let it go. Well, about 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, probably about a month ago now, I went to town one day and got something to eat, and I come back home, and I just went up the road beside my house and went over and I turned around, and I was headed back to the house, and I thought, well, I might go over and check on Freddie and see how he's doing. And that was Jimmy's dad. So I turned around, I went back and pulled down his driveway and pulled up to the house. And before I even knocked on the door, his wife came out. And I've not been knowing Freddie and Joette, and that's Jimmy's mom and dad. And she was the secretary when I worked at one of the cabinet shops. Well, she walked out and she went to shake my hand, and I said, no, and I hugged her, and she said, yeah. She said, hugging's a lot better, you know, just like that. And I said, we talking about how they was doing, how the kids was doing, how the grandkids was doing, this, that, and the other. And before we got to talking, I said, Fred here? And she said, yeah, we fixing to go out to eat. She said, it's my sister's birthday. We finna go out to eat. And when I walked up the steps, I took a right after we got to talking, and I was leaning on the railing, me and her was on the deck, and was looking out over the pond. And we just standing there talking, and finally she turned around and looked to the door, and she said, I don't know where Fred's at. She said, he ought to have been out by now. Well, we standing there talking, and all of a sudden I heard the door open up, and I turned around. Well, I had a cup in my hand because I just eat lunch, so I was still drinking my tea. And I turned around, that motherfucker was standing there with a shotgun in his hand.
Drunk as shit.
I didn't say a fucking word, Javon. All I done was turn around and seen that motherfucker with a damn pump shotgun, and he said, best thing for you to do is get in that goddamn truck and go. And I just stood there stunned, and I'm thinking, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I did finally say, I said, what is wrong with you, Fred? Which I should have known, father like son. I told you his son was drunk. I'm 90% sure he was drunk too.
Yeah, just going off of emotion and that alcohol.
They both drank all the fucking time. Well, he said, told me you best get in that goddamn truck and go. And I just stood there and I said, just stared at him, and I said, what's wrong, Fred? And he said, that goddamn gun behind your back. Now, look, I don't usually say GD, but I'm just repeating words that were said to me.
Oh, I got you. I got you. No judgment.
So, anyway, he said, you got that goddamn gun. He said, you got that goddamn gun behind your back. And I said, Freddie, I carry my gun everywhere I go. He said, not on my goddamn property, you don't. And I just stood there, you know, like, okay, is there a problem? And he said, yeah, you was over at Jimmy's with that goddamn gun too. And I thought, what the fuck? I didn't pull my gun out over at Jimmy and threaten your son with no gun. All of that shit was a bunch of shit because he was drunk and he went back to running his mouth to his daddy, telling him some god-dogged lies is what he did.
Right, to make himself look like he was doing right.
Trying to make it look good on his part. And yes, Dad's going to take up for his son. So I just stood there a couple more seconds, and finally, he turned the gun around like he was going to grab the barrel and swing and hit me with it. I wish the motherfucker had to hit me with that gun, because I'd have pulled that pistol out and shot him right there on his fucking porch, because that would have been self-defense.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn if it is on his property, because you cannot assault somebody. Really, if you want to know the truth about it, I could have probably called the law, and he could have got in trouble for threatening me with a gun like that.
Sure, banishing a weapon and threatening you with a gun.
I didn't. I didn't want to stir up no shit, you know, and I just kind of just started walking, and I started down the steps, and I turned around, and he went on in. He was going in the house first, and Joette was right behind him, and I looked at Joette, and I said, no disrespect, Joette. And I done said that, and I said that maybe 2 or 3 times, you know, no disrespect, you know. And I just went out there and got my truck and come on home, and I thought about that shit, and I just thought, what the fuck? You tried to be a good person and go over there, and somebody pulls a fucking shotgun on your ass.
You never know what you're going to get, dude. The best intentions are always can be met.
You think I got any sleep that night, Javon?
No, I bet it was hard to get your.
Oh, Lord. That was some awful shit, dude.
Good morning, Fred the Lug. Happy New Year's.
Who was that?
Fred the Lug.
But I thought, what the hell did I get myself into trying to be a nice guy and come to see somebody, you know, because I hadn't seen them in a long time. Yeah, I live right here and they go by my house, but I don't, you know, I might wave at them here and there when they go by, but I hardly ever even see them, you know. And his wife was a secretary when I worked in the cabinet shop, and Freddie, he worked with all of my brothers when they worked at General Motors. So I've been knowing him all my freaking life. And for him to do that bullshit, I thought, what the fuck? But I'm just going to stay away from all them sumbitching drunk ass sumbitches. Oh, well. But
alcohol makes you lose a lot of your, not only inhibitions, but your common sense.
His son, hell, he's done had the law called on him a couple of times. Hell, because of property behind his house. One of my buddies,
Neil, have a good day at work, buddy.
One of my buddies was back there hunting on his property, and some shit got stirred up, and Jimmy lost his cool and went down there and kicked the damn boy's van. I mean, he got the law called on him in. I'm sure it cost him thousands of dollars to have to fix Tommy's van where he kicked the fucking dent in that son of a bitch. Just out of control, man.
It's nuts, dude. Totally nuts.
So that's the reason why I just keep to myself most of the time, because some kind of bullshit gets started like that.
I don't want to be caught with a bunch of it, right? I mean, there's no need to clean mud off of you if you don't have to.
Oh, Lord.
Neil, have a great day at work, buddy. And I think I'm about to fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm going to get me some breakfast and probably get me a little nap. I ain't going to sleep very long because I got too much to do. I'll probably take me a little nap for a few minutes and get back up and do some things.
Think about next weekend or the weekend after for me to come up there.
I'm not going to do a lot because this is the first day of the year and you're not supposed to do a damn thing on the... This is my thing. Yeah, you're supposed to eat your greens and black-eyed peas and cornbread today. You know that, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to have that. I'm going to Mom's later. Tactical Lava, good to see you, buddy. Happy New Year.
It's going to be depending on how many dollars and cents. And
Nick, Happy New Year, buddy.
I ain't looking at the chat.
I'm just trying to keep up with people are waking up and coming in for the morning.
Yeah.
Give all y'all Happy New Year's before we sign off and get a little R&R before the day. I'm sure they're lives today. What is it? Wednesday?
I don't know. I don't know if Maddie will go live or not.
I bet he will. Maybe not. Probably. Hopefully. I like Maddie's lives.
It's wrong, but
Roll Shambo goes live. I don't usually watch those. But guys, thanks for hanging out with us today. Yesterday, New Year's Eve. It was one of my favorite New Year's Eves. I didn't have to get out and get around all the people, and I got to hang in with the people that I wanted to be with. And we had some guests. We had Shane come up. We had Brother Kyle. We talked about Erica's video. We had a lot of good stuff, right? We ended the year strong. You guys are awesome. Ed, you got anything to share with these lovely people?
Happy New Year to everybody. Stay safe. Keep them sharp.
Absolutely. Guys.
Love on one another. Don't be hating on one another. Always love on one another.
Yeah, like to quote Erica, and I urge y'all to watch that video. I love you, but I don't have to like you.
I love everybody, and I like everybody. I heard Maddie say he said that he hated some people a while ago, and I don't hate nobody.
I tried to, if you don't hate, I learned this in AA. If you hate, it's like drinking poison and expecting your enemy to die. All you're doing is polluting yourself.
When Maddie said that, I seen it in the chat, and he said that he hated some people, and I thought, what the fuck?
I'm sure he's talking to people who've stolen, taken advantage of the community. Hate's a strong word, but
hate's a bad damn word. Don't hate nobody.
No, because like they taught me, hate is literally emotion that will destroy you from the inside. It's like drinking poison.
You can hate something in life, but don't hate people is what I'm trying to say. Hate things that happen, just like what story I was just telling you.
You can hate the game, but don't hate the player.
I hate that shit to happen to me, you know, with a shotgun being pulled on me, but I don't hate them, you know. I don't hate Sweat and Freddie, you know. I don't hate them, you know. I just hate that this shit happened, you know.
It's all situational, and you got out of it fine.
I am gonna do what the Bible tells me to do. Yeah, I'm not Christian because I say bad words and I have to ask for forgiveness, which we all fall short.
We're all given the gift of being able to ask for forgiveness.
But I'm gonna try to love on everybody as long as I'm here.
Well, you do a great job, Ed, and I'm just tickled to be your brother and love you to death. I love all you guys. I'm gonna get out of here. Find something to eat. Love you all. Till we meet again. Peace.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Later.
Later.